What is up? What is up? Grace and peace, grand rising, or good afternoon. All right, let me just let's see what's going on with Instagram. Yeah, Instagram. We know. Okay, so anyway, Instagram won't let me be great because they're telling me now I have to have 1,000 people. But 2, 3 years ago, I still had the amount of people that I have right now, and I was able to go live. So whatever. Um, so today is the first Mindful Monday of the year. Yes, and it's also coinciding with my fifth anniversary being on the Foxy Moon channel. So we're gonna reminisce. We're gonna go down memory lane. Uh, Also, I want to give a remembrance to my brother Rich Mo, because in the 2021 circa, he was very active behind the scenes with me, and pretty much, we were so cool. He looked up to me as a big sister, and yeah, we had 10 years apart from each other, 5 years, something like that. But nonetheless, he respected me as such, and he definitely was, one of the supporters that just, encouraged me, made me feel what I'm doing is worthwhile. So, he transitioned a year after, right around my birthday of 2022. So definitely have, he's still very much so missed, and to his family as well, my deepest regards and sympathy. So let's see. Now we're going to go. I have some notes. This is an open topic, but I wanted to just start off with discussing what's been happening as of late. So yeah, we're going to speak a little political, talk about what what was going on with 50 Cent and Ti and everybody else, because I find that um, entertaining. But nonetheless, there was a message in between all that, so I want to jump onto that. Um, and I will be putting the link in. So if anybody wants to come up and talk their talk, just remember to be mindful. Use code words, pig Latin, because yeah, the algorithm, YouTube is not playing. I'm not monetized, but if you would love to send a donation to me, it's on the scroll. I have Cash App and Venmo. This also helps with keeping the StreamYard, because apparently StreamYard is going up, and I didn't have it for about a month or two because of that. And I would like to keep StreamYard up because, uh, engaging with everybody. I don't like to just be up here grandstanding and talking the whole time. I'd like, participation. So, if you would love to or like to send a donation, it's on the scroll. If whatever's resonating with you at this moment or during the live, definitely can put into the little bucket there. Be sure to hit this like button when you're coming in, and share this out, share this video out. And if you're not subscribed, hit the subscription button. We have Mindful Mondays. I'm going to try to be a little diligent with Mindful Mondays now that my youngest is back in school. She was on spring break for college. So, it's mommy time. It's mommy and daughter time. And so hopefully I can, without any other interruptions, keep the Mindful Mondays going. And also, I do the tarots. For anybody that's new here, I read tarot cards. I am taking personal. However, because of my daughter, I was waiting for her as far as scheduling with her college, that I didn't get to fix my calendar on my website. So those who are interested, um, I will put my information on the screen for Instagram, because you can hit me behind the screen on Instagram, and behind the scenes rather. Um, For those that don't have Instagram, I apologize. Maybe you want to put a message in YouTube and just say, you would like to have a meeting. You would like to have a reading. It's a general reading, so it's whatever comes, the energy that's around you. Sometimes there's deceased loved ones that come through and want to give a message. Basically, they just want to let you know that they're around, or there's something that they want you to kind of remember, and or they have something for you. So yeah, they definitely, I don't coin myself to be a medium or a channeler. However, they do use me to communicate. The deceased or the spirits do use me in that regard. They are very polite. They don't jump my body to get in. It's not like Ghost, right, with Patrick Swayze and Whoopi Goldberg. It's none of that. So, but yeah, the messages come through in the cards. So with all that being said, again, I'll put my information. Those who want to have their personal readings for the new year can do so. The cost is, I think it's $40 now. Yeah, I think it's $40. And you could send the payment through Venmo, because that's what I have, and Cash App. Okay, so we're celebrating the 5th anniversary, and that when we hear the number 5, 5 has to do with change, 5 has to do with conflicts, 5 has to do with confusion, moving forward. But it definitely, for this channel, there was, I wouldn't say conflicts, but it definitely was a big change, because I didn't anticipate doing a YouTube channel. I only had Instagram, and big up to Yellow Jesus from the Star Report, that I don't know, he's the Yellow Jesus. So he picked up, shout out to the Pisces people, y'all my favorite. So he picked up on, just me talking in the chat and stuff, and then, exchanges of Instagram pages. And then when he saw me doing the reading, Wally's in the building. Salute to Wally, because Wally has definitely been holding it down the past couple of years. He definitely supports with getting his readings as well. So yeah, salute to Wally. So Yellow Jesus was definitely a big part of why I went into YouTube, and encouraging me, as well as, like, I had the support of my family, my husband, the Pisces, my friends, another Pisces, that was like, yeah, why not do it? You have something. And I just wasn't comfortable. I wasn't sure. I still was going through my apprenticeship. So I was like, I'll just do general readings on Instagram. I was not doing personal readings. And Yellow Jesus, with his creative self, said, why don't you come over to Maine the Milkman behind the bar and, tap in with us, and you could do your readings there. And I was just like, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. So I did. And one of the first people that I read for was my Pink Sugar. So she's been here with me since 2021. So the 5 years she's been holding me down as well, supporting behind the scenes, big time, like my sister for real, from another mister. And so she was like the first challenge, and I loved it, because that's how you grow. If you don't have any challenges, you won't grow, right? So I'm just going down memory lane if you're just clicking in really quickly, and I will be going through that throughout the course of this celebration. But also, it's a Mindful Monday. It's Monday, and I haven't done the Mindful Mondays yet. I was supposed to do one last week, but my youngest was here from college on spring break. So Pink, she had the most poker face, gangster face that I had ever encountered before. She's a Cancer, so now I understand why that shell was up, right? And this is my first time reading in public. And I was like, okay. I had read for like two other guys on the panel, and they were like, yeah, you know, what you're saying is actually, you know, hitting some points there. And I was like, okay. I felt very confident in myself. And here comes Pink. And I was like, I don't even know if I'm making sense for her right now. You know, and I wasn't trying to grab shit just to make it sound good. Like there was things in there that, as she told me and disclosed later on, was like, you were hitting a lot of shit that I couldn't talk about on you know, live. But she was like, 95% or 90% of what you were saying was dead on. And I was like, she was like, but it she was like, you were surprising me so much that like I had to hold that all in. And I was like, okay. From that point on, she was sending people over to me to get readings. Her family has gotten readings from me. Shout out to Big Willie Style, Big Willie in Brooklyn. Definitely was behind the scenes, sending me referrals, if you will, sending me people to get readings. And, you know, I've kind of just built up that clientele from just word of mouth, and I appreciate that. I've grown in this channel as well, because not only doing the readings, but I go to other people's platforms, and I've met some great, phenomenal people like Brother OG, Philly OG, who is like, just do your thing, you know, come up here, talk. And I don't talk about the cards. You know, I may talk about something spiritual or whatnot. Hurricane's in the building. Salute, salute. Thank you. Brother Hurricane has supported within the past couple of years. But, you know, I just in that course of time, on top of that, in 2018, 2018 was a rough year, but 2019 and so on has just been death after death after death in my family. And you guys have been the best by just waiting, being patient with me when I had to take my hiatuses. You know, those that really needed to get readings, I, you know, had to put my grief and stuff aside, because I know that people do look forward to getting the message. So, you know, I made accommodations. I make accommodations. And so, yeah, it's going on other people's platforms as well, that I've also, inherited people coming over to my channel and wanting to see, you know, what is she talking about? What's really good? You know, is she legit? Right. So some things may not make sense right now. I know Wally could tell you this, because we are always scratching our heads whenever we do his reading. And some things come to fruition right away, and some things are just sitting on the back burner. But, you know, I try to be as authentic and try to get as much as the message out, like really read the cards as well as possible, so that you can understand. And again, it's not my message, so I don't really understand the message, but it's your message that I'm giving to you all that should make sense. The energy is, you know, ever flowing. So it could be things that'll happen in 2 weeks from now, in a month from now, 5 months from now. I'm not a fortune teller like Jay Savage. Shout out to Jay Savage. Salute to Jay. He's got the faces in there. You've been 96%. Okay. Thank you, Brother Hurricane. He says, you've been 96% on point with them readings. That's why you're my oracle. Aw, thank you. So validation like that makes me feel like, all right, you know, it's the little pat on the back, like, yeah. Shout out to Miss Sharon as well, because she is a woman that, you know, she's a woman of an older class, if you will. And she's been rocking with me for the past couple of years. And even on my birthdays, she's sending love to me. You know, she's brought out of the grief that I had gone through it, excuse me, with my grandmother and my father, who passed away back in 2023 unexpectedly, I created my own tarot deck, and they're really like aspirations or affirmations, things like that. They're not really like the tarot deck that you see or playing cards that somebody has said to me. Yeah, shout out to Jay Savage, who was definitely trolling me in the beginning. We had this little conflict, nothing major, but definitely, coming into social media, you have to expect all this stuff. You got to expect people that will doubt you, that will clown you, that will, think, this is hocus pocus. She sells snake oils, as he would say. I do readings with Uno cards. This is all Jay Savage saying this mess to me. And me and my husband would just crack up because the shit was so funny. I didn't take it personal because I was like, I know that, that comes with the territory. So I got initiated, in that regard. So yeah, and Miss Sharon, yeah, definitely supports anytime I throw in a post, she's replying. So, all their engagement, I appreciate. Brother Hurricane, you guys, if I'm posting something up, you guys definitely, put in the comments, and I appreciate that because, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel good that what you're saying and what you're doing and you're helping out humanity in some way is all worth the while. Even while you're going through something, like, I try to be mindful to other people because, we're all going through something, right? So let's move into oh my God, you saw me on Zaza last night? Oh my goodness. EAE is in the building. Uno card reading is funny though, right? Isn't it? Jay Savage was a mess. He was like, she sells snake oil. Look at her big, because I, would have the hoop earrings, and he would just go in. But that shit with the Uno cards, excuse my language, but that with the Uno cards was hilarious. So we definitely were on some, there was a little friction going on because I was in the middle of some kind of beef that I didn't even know. And they told me, Foxy, you better pick a side. And I was like, I ain't picking nobody's side. I'm not even in this type of environment. But lo and behold, the person who I was kind of more cool with really was on some, let's just say that me and Jay got cool after all was said and done. It was like a real East Coast, West Coast beef that was going on. And I was smack dead in the middle of it because, when people get to clowning one another and then it gets serious, and this is all coming off the Star Report. So, he's King Troll there. Yeah, and I was on Sister Zaza Ali's platform yesterday, and I've been following that sister for about 10 years or so, 11 years. And I catch her lives when I can, but yesterday it was just so the synchrony, it was just all aligned. And I was on Instagram and I saw her live pop up, and then she was like, oh, you all could jump on the panel if you want, ask me a question. I was like, what? It's like, because her mind is so phenomenal. And I think like her as well. Like a lot of the things that she talks about is like, this is what I talk about, So yeah, thank you for catching that. Boyce Watkins was trying to, yeah. So many people on it. Yeah. And that's why I try to stay low, because the beef is like, it's not my battle. Too sexy, right? Because I was like, ooh, because she was talking about her light skin. And I'm like, girl, you better stop it because you nice and caramel. So when I came up on her panel, I was like, the light skins are winning. I mentioned that, I am light bright for real. Met EA through my beloved sister. I call her my beauty queen, but Raz girl. And that was another section, another sector that got into meeting people there. I think that's how Wally and I kind of got it, introduced Brother Smitty. Like we were all like in another chamber, if you will, of like-minded people, and just talking a lot of stuff that was making sense. So yeah, it's good to see you in the building. So let's talk about what's been going on, and then I will drop the link, and anybody wants to come up onto the panel, you could chime in with what's been going on. I definitely want to talk about 50 and everybody he's been trolling see the internet. But I have a take on the whole situation, so I got something to say about it. And then it's open, it's an open topic, open panel, whatever. You guys just be mindful about using certain words, because though I'm not monetized, they did come in and not strike my page, but they gave me a slap on the wrist about giving out mismedical information, which really wasn't. And I was telling, I just didn't have anything to quote. I didn't have my sources at the time, but yeah, I was like, let me stay away from talking about this kind of stuff. So while we're talking, let me get the fair use up, because these people, yeah, they like to come at you. They like to go at the little people, or really anybody at this point. This is what's crazy about social media. So freedom of speech is not so free. All right, so fair use copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976. Allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. So cut it out. Like, let us live. All right. So we know that there's things going on. There's always something going on in other parts of the world, right? Not just the United States of America. But coming into the new year, Donald Jonathan Trump was throwing verbal shots at certain countries, certain South American and Caribbean countries that he has come to doing just as he said he was going to do, right? He's being Biff right now. He's being the bully. So this kind of kicked off with Venezuela. And then Donald Jonathan was saying, Cuba, you're next if you don't get your act together. Sure enough, what's going on with Cuba? Their oil supply is running low. They're having massive blackouts. So yeah, we'll talk about that. So Venezuela has been experiencing a profound, multifaceted crisis driven by years of economic mismanagement, intense corruption, and heavy dependence on volatile oil revenues. That has been resulting in hyperinflation and severe shortages of basic goods. This is in Venezuela. Since 2013, the economy has collapsed there, which caused millions of people to flee. And US sanctions since 2017 further exacerbated the collapse. As early of 2026, the US under DJT administration has engaged in hostile actions towards Venezuela, i.e., collecting the president like he's a Pokemon and locking him up in the Manhattan Federal Court of New York City. Why he's not on Guantanamo Bay, I don't know. But whatever. And furthermore, who is this president of the corporation saying he could go pick up any other president and lock them up? Craziness. So Meet me through. Oh, right, Jay, exactly. Oh, you was on Roz's? Okay, I haven't been on her live in a minute either. 50 is a senior citizen and now still beefing. He's never returned. She is fine. I really think. Sorry, side note, y'all. I'm not sticking to the script at the moment, but EA is talking about Zaza Ali, and yeah, she is beautiful. She is fine. I have no problems commenting um, on another woman. You know, that's what made. That's why I call Rosgar beauty queen, because she's absolutely beautiful, beautiful. I mean, that's when I saw her and she had her red lipstick on and her skin. She had her little percolators. I was like, what's going on here, beauty queen? Same thing with Pink, my Lotus. You know, I love to be around beautiful women. So I'm not feeling threatened by none of that. We can all live. And even if I'm not definitely a 10 by no means. I can admit that when we're talking about numbers and stuff. But on a good day, I could, shape myself up to about a 7. Not 7. 6.5. I'm realistic. Okay. And as they say, the eye is in the beholder for everybody. But Zaza is definitely a beautiful woman. She's intelligent on top of that. And I feel that this is why some men are threatened by that type of intelligence, because, they're not up to par. So they hear this woman talking some good stuff and they are threatened. So DJT's administration has engaged in hostile actions towards Venezuela, driven by motives of regime change, securing access to the world's largest oil reserves. So let's keep that all in mind. They're trying to spin it to say, the war on drugs, and they're pumping that stuff over here to the States. But first of all, the Alphabet Boys, their agency, they're the ones that are throwing this stuff to us, right? They get it from other countries. They all make a deal, and then say other people. Latasha's in the building. My sister Latasha, and I met on social media, YouTube, through what is it, MREX channel, or No Fame? I think it's No Fame, right? Or for No Fame. And she's definitely been supportive. As soon as she sees me in the chat, she's giving that love, and I respect that. So love is given equally. You know what I mean? Like, even if we're trolling each other and we're having fun, it's like that acknowledgement. To me, I feel like this. I grew up. I'm from New York City. I'm from the Bronx, and we came up with all that snapping, dissing one another, talking about your mama, all those your mama jokes, right? And you really had to have thick skin to take a lot of what people were saying, because otherwise you either fight these people or you go home crying, So I knew my limit. I was like, I'm not getting into those jokes, because 1, I'm not that funny. 2, I know somebody's funnier than me and they will snap. I was a skinny little girl, taller than most of the boys, so they always had jokes for me, calling me Big Bird, of course, because of my complexion. And it is what it is. So yeah, man. Always then we meet again on my husband's channel. Big Elvis the chef. Big Elvis. So yeah, and I'm in these type of worlds, like social media worlds, that my son was listening. He was listening to Zaza last night as well. He was like, Mom, well, she talking some real stuff. Like, how do you even know her? And listening to Urban X with Black Dot, and he's like, "Ma, how you know them?" I'm like, "Yeah, I've seen these people. I've interacted with them, face to face. You know, I've been in them streets, but I've always been in the real streets of knowledge because, like I said, growing up in New York City, we had in Harlem, in the Bronx, a lot of not only just the snapping, but we had, you know, the intellectual conversations where we had the Nation of Islam on one corner, the Hebrew Israelites on the other, the conscious community on the other corner. So it was like you go to where you felt, you know, you gravitated towards, or me, I'm curious about everything. I'm talking to all of them and getting that information. And then my mom and my father were conscious people, if you will, where they, you know, talked about these things that, you know, are now being talked about. Me and my dad always sat down and watched alien documentaries and things of that nature, ghost stories. You know, I listen. So yeah. But back to DJT. I'm going to wrap that up really quickly. I did write some notes down, but I don't want to spend too much time talking about this because, you know, again, certain topics get censored on social media, you know, so they don't really like you talking about certain things. And it's not that I'm afraid or should I say that I shouldn't give a damn, but I value my channel and I'm not starting from scratch because I need to watch what I'm saying. Like, my 579 people that I have, no, that's valuable to me. I cannot afford to lose out on those people. Okay. So yeah, I am going to be careful about how to play this game with them and watch what I say, choose my words wisely. So Venezuela is the world's largest oil reserve. And curbing alleged drug traffickers. I don't even know if I can say that. But anyway, the U.S. has implemented intense sanctions, launched military operations, right? Because we saw them bomb out a so-called drug boat that was in the water in the Atlantic Ocean. But you know, we know that these people do things as a ruse. It's propaganda, and really, what it was is this administration just going in and usurping the president of Venezuela and now Cuba for this oil. Also, we know what's going on in Iran. Think Desert Storm 1990 with the Iraqis, right? And they give you these boogeymen so that we can all be mad at these other people and da 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 da. And I'm like, no. It's your own people, meaning it's the alphabet boys that are creating this chaos, creating this conflict. You think that other countries are really being nosy or all into the United States' business like that? No, I don't think so. Just my personal opinion. I don't think so. Not the way that we're so invested with other countries. Okay. So they use the ruse of the military operations to target narco. I'll spell this out because I don't think I could say it. TERRORISTS, right? Narco terror. And seeked to remove the President Maduro. All right, so key factors and motivations regarding the U.S. actions against Venezuela include oil interests, big time. It has the world's largest proven crude oil reserves, and the U.S. has expressed desire, I put in quotes, with reports suggesting plans to manage oil production and sales. Again, who is the United States to police incoming, outgoing, right? This is why Cuba, I mean, I don't know, I can't agree or disagree with Fidel Castro's politics, right? Because on one hand, I understand why he cut off all ties with America, or excuse me, the United States, right? Because there is a difference. And, you know, just preserving his people. But the same person that he was, you know, wanting to take down is almost like he became, and if not worse. Now, some Cubans will say, you know, we're not that bad off. And then there are other Cubans that are saying, no, we are effed up right now. So, you know, it's a fortunate situation. So, oil interest, regime change. Again, how does one president go into another country and say, I'm going to be that president, or you're going to deal with me now until somebody else comes in? The drug, you know, the T word, the drug T word allegations, right? The U.S. claims to be stopping the flow of narcotics. They're stopping the flow. However, they also bring in the flow. How do you think things were happening during the 70s, the 80s? And then they'll spin the narrative and tell you, oh, there's a war on, but you brought this in. You guys, the Vietnam War wasn't these people attacking the United States. No, you were going in there to some poppy fields. Same thing with Afghanistan. Why were we there for 20 years? Now they're guarding the poppy fields. Because what? There's a war on drugs. And the Alphabet Boys are Freddy Krueger. So we have that. We have the allegations, right? They're saying we're going to stop the flow. Now, are these countries pumping crap into the United States? Yeah. But who gives them the right of way? Who gives them the leniency? So they work hand in hand. Accusing Maduro and other officials of leading a drug cartel and drain Venezuela's leadership. They deny this, right? The Venezuela denies these accusations or allegations. The military presence, as I was just saying, who's policing these countries, right? You know, United States wants to be the big brother. They're part of NATO. But I feel like, yes, big brother, where you're helping another fellow country out, where they need some of the artillery that we have, but not to be a big brother where you're being a bully and usurping other presidents and other authorities in these countries. So I think it was in Nigeria as well, last month or December. United States is in there. The Don. Why? Why are you there? It's not necessary. It's not needed. And he was big on in his first presidency when he was campaigning, saying, I want us to bring this money back to America, take our businesses out of these other countries and bring them back to America. And I was like, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I didn't vote for him, but I'm saying that point that he was making was valid. He also was making a valid point as far as, closing the borders. Because listen, yeah, while some family members are legit and they're hard workers, they are trying to support their family. For every one person, there's a couple of not so good people who are, part of certain nefarious organizations. And we can't just have any and everybody come through here because we're this so-called free world. certain states under the Jim Crow Joe Biden administration was having these states over flooded with migrants coming through. New York City was one of them, and Texas. And it was like, whoa, 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 whoa. First of all, New York City, the amount of people that we have here alone, it's like 8 point something million people. Whether they're all documented or not, that's still a lot. That's a big city, right? That now you're opening doors because people are fleeing persecution, people are fleeing, economic destitute and things of that nature. And it's like, yeah, I get it. But then you need to contribute. Now, here's the flip side to these migrants or immigrants that want to be a part of the American dream, that the immigration status is so far behind. It's about like 10 years behind as far as people waiting to, get their paperwork to be seen, to apply. So yeah, you're going to have people working off the books, and that could mean you may have some nefarious people as well. You know what I mean? It's hard to discern and decipher who's really legit until you see, somebody's popping off doing some, illegal stuff, right? So yeah, the military presence is down there. Not only there, but they're also in the Caribbean, some of those Caribbean islands. So, it's increased military presence in the Caribbean Sea, which frames as a crackdown on illegal activities. But, again, it's all like a plot or a plan or a movie script, because some of this is not real. Okay. So who's doing the oil purchase? Well, there's two big heavy hitters. One is China at 64 to 68%. The second is us, the United States, at 15 to 23%. Now, there are other buyers at smaller amounts that are getting Venezuela's oil, and that would include Spain, India, and surprise, surprise, Cuba. So it makes total sense why what's happening now with Cuba, we've seen it with Venezuela. So it's just unfortunate. Now, key aspects of the Cuban crisis: energy blockade. The U.S. has enacted a blockage on Venezuela's oil shipments to Cuba. Say what now? Again, who dropped dead and put you in charge? That it's not making any sense. Like, how could you? And that look, I mean, I get that this is all America, the South Central and the Caribbean islands. I get that it's the Americas, but there's definitely there's a distinct presence as far as the states, right? And the Caribbean island having their own conglomeration with each other, that the other people should be able to take care of themselves and sustain themselves. Yeah, I get that we do have a lot of buying power, and we have a lot of resources here. But guess what? The citizens are being affected by this. There's a drain in our pockets. Who do you think, when these migrants was here, especially in New York City, they were getting put up nice hotels and stuff, given $1,000 of food stamps? That's the taxpayers' money. And then they'll want you to jump through hurdles if you fall behind on payments and you need food stamps. They putting the citizens all through that. They want you to give them everything. Your social security. They want to know if you got any money coming in from any alimony or child support or the IRA. You got money in your bank account. Do you have any stocks, bonds? Sir, ma'am, I just lost my job. I really need to, I'm falling behind paying my bills. I need to apply for food stamps just so I can take care of my family. But people that are not documented, people that are coming over here because you want to be Captain Saberho, can get all the frills. And, you know, I'm sorry, I'm a little tight behind that. Do these people deserve, you know, a better life? Sure. But my immigrant great grandparents came here and became naturalized citizens from Jamaica and from Grenada. They went to become, they participated and they worked and paid taxes. So you want to come over here? I understand that, you know, the immigration process is way behind. And we got to do better, or rather the corporation has to do better. But come on, we are, the citizens are being affected just as much, if not worse, because that's where they're draining the pockets. It's you and I. That's a unity. So blockages, energy blockage in Cuba, humanitarian impact. These are key aspects that's happening in Cuba. The lack of fuel has stalled transportation, hindering food production, which is causing power blackouts. And we've been seeing that We've been seeing that in the news, that half of Cuba is like in the dark for hours on end. And here goes Jonathan. Cuba, you better comply. You got to the end of the month. You're not going to make it to the end of the month without no resources. Maybach's in the building. Salute, Brother Maybach. Going down memory lane, Brother Maybach and I met on Emrick's channel. And we were talking about this yesterday or the day before with Brother OG's panel and how we met. And Brother Maybach has definitely been instrumental as far as, you know, supporting and just, you know, just being a dope ass person, supporting me wherever he can. And you know, that's definitely, we got like a brother and sister a kinship, just like how my brother Brother Mo was like. So anyway, lastly, the economic collapse, tourism revenue has plunged and the country faces severe inflation. The UN reports major reductions in social services and school closures. Now we're messing with the babies. Now we're messing with the children. You know, of course, the elderly are being affected, but you already see what's going on in Cuba. It really is almost like a third world country. However, their education is very pristine. You have people from around the world going to Cuba to go for classes and become a doctor. You had people, I remember the documentary Michael Moore, Fahrenheit 9/11, where he had brought people from the States over to Cuba to get medical, prescriptions. One woman, she, the cost of an asthma pump here was, she couldn't afford. She couldn't afford the prescription. And Michael Moore took a group of citizens over to Cuba. And one guy was able to get an MRI because this is all free, right? This is like that universal payout. Other countries do it. I don't know if we can really sustain that type of way of living. I'm not sure, but why not try something else? Because you're draining our pockets. And other countries like France, Canada, they're like, you pay for what? Oh, maternity leave, right? Mothers it's 3 months and then they got to go back. I'm sorry, the mother is still healing from giving birth. In France, they have a year off. And I think the fathers get 6 months, if I'm not mistaken. So we're definitely, I mean, for us to be so smooth operators and shaking and moving and being the big brothers, we are really behind on certain things, really. So protests and unrest. Increased protesters have been reported in areas like Santiago de Cuba because of the service shortages of everyday essentials. And lastly, Iran. Okay, the Iranian war with the U.S. began February 28, 2026. Again, fair use. When the U.S. and Israeli forces, now you're teaming up with them, right? Or you always have been teaming up with them. You're just making it known now. Forces launched a coordinated military strike, right? So we saw that. And now we see it play out. Key factors and events driving the 2026 conflicts includes failure of diplomacy, attacks initiated, and this is, I got to read off my phone because I didn't finish writing my notes. Let me see. There we go. Okay, so attacks initiated after negotiations to revive a deal failed to prevent Iran from developing its nuclear and missile programs. Yeah, right. We know what's over there. We know in Afghanistan it's oil. This is what's going on. But they'll tell us it's war on drugs. They'll tell us we trying to stop them from developing their missiles. Who are you? United Snakes of America. Who are you? Target military action. The U.S. focused on destroying Iran's offensive missile production and reducing Iran's capital to target international shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Now, let me stop right there because the military, if I'm not mistaken, and the missiles and all that stuff, the nuclear production and the missiles, isn't that Russia that helps these people? So now you're going to cause not only war with Iran, but the people who's backing Iran up. It's messy. It's ugly. It's ugly. Regional instability. Attacks followed months of high tension in early 2026, including internal Iranian unrest, attacks on oil infrastructure. Yeah, that's what it is. That's what it is. And warnings from Israeli intelligence about Iran increasing a ballistic missile capabilities. And then lastly, military buildup. The U.S. has been amassing naval and air assets in the Gulf region in a buildup not seen since 2003. And that's what I said. That was under whose administration? Everybody's favorite Black president, Obama, right? Because what happened was with Bush Jr. and 9/11, from that point all the way until Obama's last, in his second term, his last day, is when they drew out the the military presence in these countries. Why did we need to be there for 20 something years? Why did we need to be there? Now, let's move on to 50 really quickly, and then I'm going to drop the link, and you all interested to come up, you can. Yeah, right, exactly. Brother Mayback says you already know. Yep. Separation states of America don't care for the people. Yep. So the engine keeps moving. Yeah, we're just cog pieces. And remember, we're just numbers. We're numbers to these people. So it's unfortunate. Okay, so really quickly. The past, I don't know, maybe since all this war stuff has been happening, I didn't catch the interview that T.I. So T.I. is a rapper from the South, from Atlanta. You all know this, but for those that don't know, he had said he wanted to do a verses with 50 Cent. Now I don't even know if I don't know if his verses with 50 would even match up, because for better lack of words, and this is true, 50 is a commercial rapper, meaning, you know, he got a lot of pull by like radio and stuff like that, right? And T.I., not that he was underground, but you know, the sales didn't match up, right? But I think, and I like T.I. Rubber Band Man, when you see me in the street, shorty, you don't know me. So when there was this beef back and forth about the East and the West and the South and all that stuff, to me, listen, I love music. 3-6 Mafia, you know, we were listening to that. We were listening to Uncle Luke from Florida, you know. I think they inflated the beef of the East Coast. Now, is New York like a gatekeeper? And yes, absolutely. And rightfully so, because a lot of your greats came out of the 5 boroughs of New York City. But there's this cockiness that we don't want to hear anybody else's music. We think we're the best. And in some regards, we are. However, there's enough room for us to share the limelight, right? And the South has something to say. I like Outkast. When they came out with Southern Playalistic, one of my friends, he was my little boo thing back in the days. He was like, "What are you listening to? You like that song?" So definitely New York, we have a chip on our shoulder, but I grew up listening to all different types of music as well. My mom had an eclectic ear for listening to everything. Not really so much like gospel music, or we listen to secular music, but you know, my mom had Boy George, she had Wham, she had the Jacksons, she had Stephanie Mills, you know, Anita Baker. So that's what I'm saying. Like, our musical palette, my dad would have Hector Lavoe, you know, the Puerto Rican artist. So Pacheco, we were listening to Tito Puentes. Like we would, you know, my dad played a couple of different instruments, not professionally, but he would be in the house jam session people come over, family come over. He's playing on the bongos. He's got his flute. He's got his trumpet, the trombone rather, and his guitar. So again, I listen to all this stuff. So what I'm saying is that I appreciate T.I.'s. It was a little gritty. Now, when you hear "Go Shorty, It's Your Birthday" up in the club, it's definitely a banger. Like, to me, it's like that's where I'm listening. I didn't buy any 50. I didn't buy either one, but I wasn't really like Jack and 50 like that. I liked the commercial songs that they played. But other than that, I was just like, okay, what else is he? I don't know. Like, he's not a battle rapper, basically. So when T.I. had mentioned this, wanting to do the verses, or he alluded to wanting to do the verses. Again, I'm misquoting because I didn't watch that podcast with T.I. talking about this stuff, right? So I'm just getting like the trickle ends of what was how everything transpired. So I don't know what possessed 50 to post Tiny on his page on Instagram, and Tiny is T.I.'s wife. She Tamika, she's from the group Escape. It's an R&B group back in the 90s, or the mid 90s rather. For those that don't know, but most of us know this already. And so this woman has gone on to really do a lot of reconstruction on her body. Somewhere along the line of as Little Kim, just really altered her looks, her body. And, it's a little like, ooh, it's not really flattering. I think she did that for her husband and for herself, so whatever. She's a married woman though. So if she wants to add boobs, a booty, put in blue eyes, get lip injections, she has a man. She's doing that, right? So the picture that 50 put up was her, I guess, in concert, and the fan had blew up her dress, and you could see, the shape of her booty and things like that. I don't even know if it was leggings or those were her actual legs, but it was showing her derriere. Okay, it was showing her backside. And why would this man post up a picture of another man's wife? Regardless if we all joke about Tiny and how she looks, he purposely did this. And me and my husband were going. That's why I was trying to see if my husband would come on today with me, because we were talking about this yesterday, and he's just like, nah, T.I. and his sons was wrong. The sons were wrong for coming after 50. Like, he should have. It's just T.I. and 50. Like, let grown men take care of this. I'm like, well, they're men too. They're just younger men, but they're defending their mother. And I had to explain it. And my husband took still the stance of the T.I. son shouldn't have been involved. So my take then is they had every right to. T.I.'s son, not by Tiny, goes on to do a diss track to 50. And that kind of shows you the level of love that is in the house. Now, granted, these people, all entertainers, right? We're not glorifying. We're just looking at we're just outsiders observing, right? Some of us have no investment in this. I don't. But it's entertainment, and that's what we're watching, right? So the boys had every right to step up and say something. Now, did they have to talk about 50's deceased mother? No, they went a little too extreme. But again, when we're talking about the snapbacks and the yo mama jokes, your mama could be deceased too, and they still talk about her. So it's like, no, it should be women and children off the table, and it used to be, but somewhere along the line, some people have gotten real disrespectful. So anyway, there must have been about like 3 or 4 diss tracks from T.I. and his sons, all within like a week span or 2 week span, right? And 50 just took down the post, like he wasn't saying anything. Then he posted up that he's, got better things to do. He's making movies, da 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 da. And I'm just like, And my husband's like, if he's a millionaire, like millionaires don't have time to be sitting there. He's like, maybe it's 50 hire somebody to just go on to his page, create an account. And I'm like, listen, are you busy 24/7? He was like, no. Right. So everybody is on their phone. Who knows? 50's waiting for a meeting to start. He checks the gram. Let me see what's going on social media. We all do this, right? I'm like, I think he does have his account. And I told him, I was like, there's a lot of entertainers, actors, actresses that are on social media. There's no one really gatekeeping their account. I've seen them. Once even Mr. Dalvin from Jodeci commented on a comment I said in his post. So yes, these people are really on their phone, engaging with others, engaging with the regular people, and that's kind of cool because we didn't have that before, So I think that T.I.'s sons did do a little damage control by, disrespecting 50's mom, like especially the younger one. He had a t-shirt made up of 50's mom, and he got a little blunt, he's putting his blunt to her mouth. And I'm like, dude, that's, he's a firecracker, meaning he's a live wire, not a fire bug like T.I.'s oldest son said about 50. But they were just defending the mom in my eyes. And yeah, they went a little overboard. T.I. did say, once I found out, that they were in on it, he was like, it was already too late for me to stop and have them stop and not do any more, diss tracks or whatever. So and prior to 50 and T.I., 50 was talking smack about Mano, Jim Jones, and Fabulous. And he was being real petty and talking about, oh, y'all starting a podcast. You don't have money. You don't have rent money for that spot. I'll pay you guys rent money. Like just really making them look stupid, right? Or clowning them rather. That they even came back with a diss track for 50. And so a lot of people on social media is like, 50, stop posting up memes and get into the booth, get into the recording booth and say what you really want to say. All this back and forth with a meme, like EA said, he's too old. He's a senior citizen. He's in his mid 50s, or if any, or that maybe 50. And I'm not saying that there's an age cap, but the making memes and shooting shots at people is really childish. Like he's acting like a 15-year-old, not a 50-year-old. And so it's getting a little redundant. It's getting played out. He doesn't want to engage in that regard as being, somebody who's going to rap and go into the booth. And everybody else is coming up with their swords like, and then Papoose, right? The latest victim. Now, Papoose has had beef. The rapper Papoose has beef or has had beef with 50 in the past. And what did 50 do? He put up a picture, a meme of Papoose and his girlfriend Clarissa Shields, who's the boxer, right? And he takes their heads and puts it on the opposite body and says, Pap, come get your man, girl, or something to that effect, trying to be funny. And so Papoose went into the booth and came out with a diss track, and that was hot. So every person that he's been 50 has been putting a meme after or trolling them, joking on them. They've come back and and maybe that's the battery in their back to come out and do their albums or records or whatever, put out their music. And who knows, maybe all these people are playing us for a fool and there's no real beef, but there's that internet and entertaining BS that's going on behind the scenes, right? So I don't know. Talik is in the building. Oh, FL, my baby FL. Salute. Keep it going. I'm here. Okay. Yeah, 50 should be rapping right after all this instead of yapping. So I'm gonna drop the link, and you all just be mindful about using certain words up here. So where is it? Okay, there we go. And anybody's interested in coming up, you can. All right, so I'm dropping the link now. That's all I had to say. I had to get out what I have to say and then open the doors. So also, if you are inclined and you feel like Foxy saying some stuff, want to throw in a little donation, a little love, the scroll is there. But definitely be sure to like this video and share, or rather this live, and share this out so I can stay in the circulation. Oh, that's so, thank you, FL. So sweet. He says, I love you, sis. Thank you so much. Keep going. I'm here. And again, that's, to hear that, who else was, Big Cat. Big Cat was here holding it down, since the channel started. And, I appreciate that. I appreciate you all these 5 years. Brother Maybach's in the building. Let me get Brother Maybach up here.
Nah, this ain't Maybach. No, sir. I'm just joking. Look at your face.
What?
Grand Rising. You're doing a good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I came up here to say keep it going.
Oh, thank you. Yeah,
I will say this. Two things.
Yeah.
50 didn't have beef with Papoose back in the days.
Okay, thank you.
They were actually cool. Yes, they were actually cool, had no problems. Actually, there's an old clip of 50 stopping Papoose from going at Max B at his radio station. So they were actually cool. Yeah, because Max B had dissed K Slay, and K Slay's the one who put Papoose on. So so Papoose went up there with one dude to go check Max B live on a radio station. So yeah, they were cool. Second of all,
well, thank you for correcting me, because that's what I'm saying. Like I may be speaking out of term with this.
Nah, you good. That's the only thing that I could say that you might have, you was misinformed on, or you wasn't informed on. And the other thing I learned is, and you being a tarot reader, you do your thing. You talk about all these signs. A petty and unhealed cancer. So 50 is petty. He's a cancer. Jim Jones is a cancer who's super emotional. So that's what I learned about cancers. So if people don't get why 50 do what he do, there you go. He's a cancer. So, he's going to do that. Right. And you were right, because I said the same thing. I did a live talking about the same thing. T.I. doesn't match up to me. I'm not saying he doesn't have hits. I'm not saying he doesn't have hits, But this is again me paying attention to hip hop. 50 been dissed Ti a long time ago. Ti never answered.
Mm.
So why 15, 20 years later you want to say something now? You get what I'm saying? And the whole
Mm.
thing from what Ti is saying
Yeah.
is that he met 50 a few times. And the
Mm-hmm.
last time that he saw 50, they had a conversation. He said, "Yo, what do you think about us versing each other? You know, these guys is doing verses." 50 supposedly told Ti, "Yeah, let's do it." Um, so Ti said, "All right, well, I'm gonna start doing a couple of videos where I'm taking shots at you, I'm poking at you, but I'm letting you know now while we face to face, this is how I'm gonna go about doing it, so we can build up an anticipation to the verses."
Mm-hmm.
There's even a footage of Ti calling Kevin Hart and saying, "Kevin Hart, I need you, man. I need you to step up. You know, you from Philly, you from up north. I need you to go around, get the word out, tell 50, you know, get to his peoples." All of this footage is online. Y'all, you know, you can see this footage. So
Mm-hmm.
yeah, and I saw it, you know, just the other day again. You know what I'm saying? So I was like, oh snap, I forgot about that footage. There was multiple footages Ti was doing where he was coming at 50, but again, he already, so it's like me, I'm calling you, telling you, hey, I'm about to go live on YouTube and I'm gonna spark like this fake beef between you and I, but I'm letting you
Mm.
know about it. And you said,
Now,
okay, cool. And
now,
then
who
when I,
was saying that again? Who was saying that? 50?
no, Ti.
That's stupid. Like, why would you? I okay, now it's making sense because my husband was like 50. You know, he's saying the same thing, pretty much what you were saying about, you know,
Mhm.
how this beef is, and just like what you're saying now. And I'm kind of like defending Ti and his kids. Like, yeah, no, they defending the mom. But
Uh-huh.
now that you're breaking it down, I'm like,
Mhm.
okay.
And then another thing about 50, I don't know if this is all cancers, but I say as far as
I'm a
50 go,
Cancer, so calm down.
yeah, I'm just saying about 50 is that he doesn't do anything without having, what I like to say, he's strategic. You get
Mm,
what I'm saying
yeah.
with what he does. There's a method to his madness.
Uh-huh.
And I don't
That's
know if
true
you
about
I don't
Cancer.
know if I don't know if you know this, but Ti at one time was dubbed the Diddy of the South, and I'll leave it at that.
Mm,
So that's why when you said he, why I don't like that either. Me and you going at it, your husband ain't got nothing to do with it, your children ain't got nothing to
exactly.
do with it. You
Exactly.
know what I'm saying? It's me and you, a mano y mano. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Your
Mm-hmm.
grandmother don't got no shots she's gonna be taking. Your mom's, you get what I'm saying?
Exactly.
Like, yeah, you know. But again, we from an era where there was a form of, you know, respect and integrity.
Right.
Somebody had drama with you. I'm not saying everybody,
Yeah.
and you know, because people will take that and be like, oh, you know, this and that. It's like people saying there was no snitching back in the days. That's a goddamn lie.
Yeah.
It just wasn't broadcast like it is now.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? But the people who've been snitching since snitching's been snitching. You
Mm-hmm.
know what I mean? But yeah, so that's why I don't know if you've seen the latest where 50 was like 50 dropped actually a song.
Mm.
Dissing T.I. Yeah, he got a song out dissing T.I. But he basically told T.I., yo, I told you a long time ago, stop poking the bear. You know,
Mm.
so he done came out and said he's gonna put out a doc on Ti and Tiny. I don't know if you know what they was doing down there. They paid a
Yeah.
few
Yeah. Yeah.
people. Yeah, they paid a few people to do some things, some strange things for some change. So
From train. Yep.
yeah, and
Mhm.
and and you know, 50 again, he's a mastermind. You know what I'm saying? He he
So
he
that
read
I
the
have
book.
to say about cancers is that
Uh-huh,
we are
uh-huh.
strategic. We will, especially now. I don't know if he's an unhealed cancer. He might be, but
He's definitely the petty though.
he's petty.
Yeah.
Um, I'm not really petty. I mean, I can, but I'm not. It's not going to be broadcasted. There's a
Mm.
difference. Like I'm not. You like we
Or
talked
you may
about.
not be extremely petty.
Yeah, and like we talked about the other day. Like my absence will you will feel my absence more than me saying something to you.
Yeah. Well, that's not 50. 50's gonna be yeah, he gonna talk.
Exactly.
Yeah, yep. And the other thing I will say too, which I said on my live,
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, it's cool to have self-esteem or whatever. He
Right.
always felt like he was on a Nas Jay-Z level.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And 50
Yeah.
level. So That's another thing about him. And I agree with your music. I'm not saying he doesn't have commercial hits, but
Yeah.
Ti is one of the known rappers for trapping or
Right.
trap coming out with trap rap. You know what I
Exactly.
mean? And stuff like that. Him, Gucci, Jeezy, they were dubbed all of that. You know what I mean? The trap rap, and stuff like that. So, and this is well documented. Ti had real smoke with Ludacris and Little Flip. They both had songs where they diss each other. And to me, the Luda and Ti battle when
Mm-hmm.
they was rapping and going at each other was fire. Got him on a few tracks. He got Luda back on a few tracks. And if they gonna do a verses, that would be a dope verse.
Mm.
Luda and Ti. That's a good matchup. Like you
There you
said
go.
earlier. Yeah,
Hmm.
no disrespect to Ti, but you know.
Yeah, and that's what I was saying. It was like, well, I kind of did the reverse because I was like, either way, it's not a match. Like
Yeah, exactly.
50 and Ti is not a match, but
Yeah.
50 does have weight success. He's more on paper looks more successful.
Correct.
So
Especially with all the extra stuff he got, like the
exactly.
movie, yeah, and all that other stuff. Plus, again, like they say, I remember when he dissed Jada and he was like, yeah, your rhyme, you hot, but you only hot local. Like,
Mm,
saying like basically when you go outside of the United States, they don't know you. And that's for a
right.
lot of rappers. If you're
Mm,
not getting booked overseas, you know what I'm saying, and stuff like that, like Tony Yayo said, every year 50's booked overseas. Like he
mm.
stays overseas almost close to a year. That's
Wow.
when you know you making bread.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like Ti is playing little clubs. Like what are we talking about here?
Hmm.
Again, there's different levels to the shit. So
Right.
salute to Ti and his accomplishment. I'll never take that away from
Yeah.
him. But again, you know, there's levels to the ish. You know what I'm saying? So
Right. Exactly.
like,
Now, I saw you had commented also, psyops with what's going on with the
yeah,
world,
it
the
was
grand
it was to
scheme.
what you were saying about the
Yeah.
war thing. Correct.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah. Yeah.
everything is what we think it is. But go ahead.
Mm.
Sorry.
No, I want you to expound on that a little bit,
No, I
if you
was gonna
want
say,
to.
yeah, like basically, I was just commenting, to what you were saying is that, we can't take everything for what it is or what we seeing. Remember, they could project something to us. All this shit is broadcasting. It's casting. You know what I'm saying? It's programming. So we gotta, like you said, you gotta have the discernment to know what's real, what's not. From what I'm hearing, certain people say some of the stuff, the clips that you see, yeah, it is real, but there's nothing there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when we see things blowing up or whatever, there's nothing there. There's no one there. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know. I'm not over there.
Yeah.
I'm just saying for some people that, go deeper than I do. They're like, yo, that's an old building. They ain't nothing there. And like
Mm,
you said, um, this has to do with oil.
mm.
What's his name?
Yahoo.
Yahoo.
Yeah.
He's been lying for the last 30, 40 years, like this corporation does. Yeah, they got nukes. They got nukes. They don't
Right.
have nukes, man. They don't. It's just again, um, trigger words to
Right.
make people say, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna sign," or I agree for that policy." So now they have a right to go do what they do, and then when you hear the real story about children, women, now they could be like, "Well, these people are terrorists, so we have to do." You get what I'm saying? Like, there's
Right.
always an excuse or why they do what they do, and everything falls under terrorism. Everything,
Exactly.
you
Well,
know.
that's the buzzword to,
Correct. Correct.
make you feel like, oh my gosh. Wait, but
Correct.
hold on a
There you
second,
go.
because I want
Correct.
to give big shout out. My mama is listening.
Salute.
Master teacher, my mom is listening in because I
Salute
sent
to mama.
her. Yay. So I don't know if she wants to, if she can talk. I'll send her
Salute
the
to
link.
her. Tell her I said what's up.
Oh, she hears you because she's listening in to us.
Okay, okay, okay. Okay.
But yeah, man, she's definitely been what why I'm Foxy is because of her. Like that spiritual essence came through her bloodline. And
Salute to her, man. Hope all
yeah,
is well with her. Hope all is well with her.
Thank you. So, yeah, but the words and things of that nature, that's what they do to us. There's a book, I believe it's by Eric Bernays. I may be misquoting the name, but it's called Propaganda.
Mm-hmm.
Brother FL might know. I have it on what you call it. I have it like in the
What you call it? The
in
candy bar?
virtual. No, I have it on virtual. I don't have the book
No,
itself.
I know what you mean.
Yeah,
I know.
and this,
Homeboy. Go ahead.
yeah, and it's and I learned it. This book was sent to me years ago, like 10, 11 years ago, and then I heard Brother Sabir, because I'll go up on his channel, and he mentioned the book, and then I was like, well, that's what these people are doing. They've been doing this
Correct.
for
Correct.
centuries with this
Correct.
propaganda.
You know, Obama, before he left, he signed off on a bill where mainstream media can run off with that and there's no repercussions.
Hmm.
There's a facts, yeah. On his second term before he left. I was talking about it on OG's platform and a few people was
Oh,
like, yeah, I
was that
remember.
when I was on there with you that
No,
day?
no, no. It was probably like days or a week before
Okay.
I had mentioned that, and a few people was like, "Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, before Obama left, signed the bill where mainstream media can push their
She
propaganda."
said, my mom said, she said, tell May I'm good.
All right, Mama,
She
that's a
said,
good
because
thing.
she said I'm not able to respond on my tablet.
Okay, okay, okay.
Aw. So she's
Well, at
texting
least
me
she's
on the
doing good. I like to hear
phone.
that. Peace and prosperity and love and happiness, man.
Love
Always.
and happiness.
Yes, ma'am. You already know. Um.
Um, all
Mhm.
right, so we're gonna go down memory lane. As you know, not today is not the specific day of the 5 year anniversary. I think that was like the third or the fourth. But nonetheless,
Representatives.
it's the fifth anniversary. And if you want to share going down memory lane.
I mean, you already touched up, man.
I
What
know,
is
but
it?
but you're on here now, so you could give
Six,
your
7 years that we've known each other. We've been friends. I could consider you to be a friend. And that word nowadays, it's like, you know what I mean? Like, what is
we're
that?
like internet brother and sister.
Yeah, you know. Again, I could say that. You know what I mean? Pastor friend, sister and stuff like that. I appreciate you. From day one, it's always been nothing but love and respect. We met on MREX platform or
Hmm.
got acquainted through MREX platform, and then found out that you had a channel, started coming over there, tapping in,
Right.
and we've been rocking ever since, man. You know,
Now you didn't get a personal reading; you just heard a general reading.
correct,
Okay,
correct.
right. That's what I.
Yeah. Well, we vibe because again, the show that was partaken that day on the other platform, we kind of like was sharing stuff in the chat.
No, no. What
Remember?
I'm saying is, when you came onto my channel, you
Uh-huh,
didn't
uh-huh.
get a
No, I never.
personal,
No, yeah, I never got a personal reading.
but it was like stuff that I was saying that was like,
Yeah,
okay,
resonating. Correct.
yeah,
When
yeah,
you was
yeah. Okay,
when you do the general readings for every
right.
sign, yeah, and you be like, what you say? I forgot what's the word, but you basically say
Yeah,
what resonates with you, keep that. What doesn't, throw it
yeah.
away or put it in the
Check
trash.
it
It
out.
was something crazy like that you said, and I was like, oh, okay. I was like, hold on, some of this stuff don't pertain to me. You know what I mean? And then I was like, yeah, I gotta remember like what resonate with me. Keep that information. You know what I mean? And it was something that you said that did, at that time. And I was like, okay, she's not crazy, but let me watch her some more. Let me see what's going on.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? Let me see if she's really the truth. You know what I'm saying? And then just watching other people. And then I think what really solidified it for me was, I don't remember the young lady's name. It was a woman that was at a job, or she was about to get a job, and you read everything to her. You said, "Yo, you're gonna find a job, and you're gonna find your lover there, or the special one for you." I think it was some. You remember who I'm talking about? You remember that?
Okay, it sounds familiar.
Yeah. So, and then the person I think even came and said, "Yo, you were right." They
Yes,
came on a
I
live.
never. Wow,
Yeah.
you remember that? Because I don't remember readings like that. It
Oh
you
my
can
goodness,
say
how could
stuff.
you not remember that?
Because
that's a
you know how many people that I'm like,
oh,
and the messages are
yo,
not for
excusing
me.
me. Look at her.
Not
She's tooting her own horn,
no,
y'all.
not like that. What I'm saying is that like I said earlier, these messages are not for me. So when I deliver it, that's it. It's like out of sight, out of mind. So
Yeah.
I don't remember unless somebody jogs my
I
memory.
can't
Like you're
remember
doing.
I can't remember her name. If
I
I could
think I
remember
know.
her name,
I
yeah.
think I know
But
who it is.
you said, yo, you're gonna get a job, and at your job, you kind of I don't want to say soulmate, but I'm saying like that's basically what you said. You said, yo, you're gonna marry this person, and she came months after you were saying all of this to her. She was away for a little bit off your platform. Then when
Yeah,
she came back, she said, yo, you were right. The reading you gave me, I'm
yeah,
engaged. And I
yeah.
was in the chat
I
and I was
remember
like,
now.
oh snap. I was like, damn, okay. And then it was other people too, but I can't remember those. That was one that really was a highlight for me.
Mm.
You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, that's
That was
cool
a
that you
super
remember that.
highlight. Huh?
I
Oh, I
said
got
that's
a
cool that you
my
remember that.
long-term memory. My long-term memory is great. You know what I'm saying? So they say elephants have great long-term memories.
Yeah.
But yeah, I just remember that. That was like something that I'll never forget. I was like, what? I don't know if it was a personal reading you gave her, but I know she came in the chat and she
No, it
was
was a
like,
general reading.
okay. And she was
Like it
like,
was a mini, no, but it was a mini personal, but it was in front of everybody.
Yeah. I believe so. I believe so. But I just remember her coming on the platform months after, and basically saying thank you, or just happy
Yeah.
about it. Yeah, And then there's been other people too. I just don't remember their stories. So again, and you always kept it even keel. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say like there was any, oh yeah, she's acting funny or whatever. You know what I mean? You disappear. I didn't get that part, until you had to state it, and then there was personal stuff that you was going through. So, I
Mm-hmm.
I overstood it. Once you explained the personal stuff, I was like, okay, cool, and stuff
Yeah.
like that. So, but yeah.
All
Uh,
right. Cool.
What
Thank
else?
you. Thank you
You got,
for.
you want me to make gas up your head some more?
No, no, no. Please don't even. But thank you for sharing that. Just
Yeah. Nah,
it's
you already know. You
celebration.
already know. Yeah, and then and another highlight, I gotta mention this. Pardon self for cutting you off.
Go ahead.
Your moms. I guess
Mm,
you mentioned your moms or whatever, and I said, yeah, man. Your mom's coming on alive. You're like, yeah, my mother's coming on alive. I said, oh, I can't wait. I'm like, yeah, I got questions, and you said something like, no, maybe. I'm like, yo, come on, I'm respectful or whatever. I'm gonna ask, like, again, like I told you, I always ask people that's from the Black Panther movement era. You know what I'm
right.
saying?
But
That
that's why
era.
I was
Like,
like, she wasn't a Black Panther per se, but she definitely was.
no,
Uh,
no, she was around. She was
yeah.
around. Yeah, she broke it down. She broke it down. But I'm just
Uh-huh.
saying, I like to
You was like
talk
you
to
was like
people.
you needed a part two. Like you gotta have Mama Fox
Yeah,
come
yeah.
back.
Listen, Mama, if you listening, we still need a part two.
Mhm.
Listen, I want to be the co-host too, because I have more questions. I love history, and I was very big on social studies.
Hmm.
So, those times, like I said, people that was around those times, I like to, sit down and
Oh,
converse with
she's
them.
here. She's here. Look, she said I'm trying to join. Yay!
Okay,
I'm gonna drop the
okay.
link, Mom, so you can just click the link.
See, I spoke her to an existence, manifestation.
I told you she was in the chat though.
No, I know that. Yo, can I shine? Jeez.
No.
No, of course. Cancer's taking the Libra shine.
Listen,
Ti being a Libra. Ti is a,
Yeah, I told you about my Libras, right? But Ti is a Libra.
yeah, he's a September Libra.
Mm.
September Libra. Yeah, yeah. There is a difference. I did a
Casinos in
video
the
on it.
building. So yes, there's definitely a difference. Just like there's a difference with the February Pisces and a March Pisces. There's a
Yes.
difference with the
Every
July
sign.
Cancer and
Every
a
sign.
June.
Every sign.
Not every, but it's
Uh,
subtle. Like
uh-huh.
the Geminis, the May Geminis are a little more subtle. The June Geminis are firecrackers.
Mm.
Mom,
I thought it
click
was
that.
the man.
Hold on, Brother Maybach.
Yeah.
Click that link, Mom, that I just put into the chat, and then it'll pop you up in here, and you don't have to go on the camera.
Yeah, it's gonna ask her to put her mic and camera on. Just shut the camera off.
Right.
Turn the mic on if your mic ain't already on.
Yeah. Casinos in the building. Salute.
Salute, Casino. Yo, he be changing. Yo, people be changing their names. I be forgetting because I be wanting to call him by his old name.
Oh wait, who's that?
Wait, that's a milestone. He's from
Oh, okay.
Philly OG.
Yeah,
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 Philly
yeah.
OG. Yep,
So
yep, yep.
a lot of people too from Philly. I gotta, like I said earlier, I salute him
Correct. I do
because
too.
I've met some awesome people, like-minded people that and OG is just cool. He just lets it rock. Like, say what you gonna say. You know.
Correct. He don't want to edit nothing. I told
Mhm.
him I still got to be mindful because it's a
Yeah.
platform. He
Uh-huh.
still want it. Yep. And he was like, "Yo, I respect you, Maybach, for saying that." I said, "Yeah, just because you want us to talk blatantly, I said you could do that. It's your platform,
Yeah.
but we are going to still be mindful because we need you because you're the link. You
Right.
know, you're the plug to
He's the
everybody.
plug.
Yeah, exactly. You know, there's some good people. I always make sure I say that to him, and when everybody can hear it and he could hear it too, because again, some like-minded people over there. I
Right.
can't say nothing bad
So I got
about.
my mom in the building.
For real?
Yay!
Hey,
Hi, mom.
Mike, is a mic on? It might be muted.
Click the little mic button, mom. I don't know. It's her mic is on.
Is it? Okay.
Mm-hmm. And give her a second because she's older. This is social media. She's not savvy like that on these social media streets.
Can you hear me now?
Yep, there you go.
Loud and clear.
Loud and clear. I'm on. No, it's actually thanks to your sister.
Uh-huh.
Oh, she figured it out for you.
Yes.
Yeah, because I remember what you said just a
Hey.
little while ago, that you were able to do it live back and before something changed.
Right.
Yeah. So that was what was going on. And I'm on my old time tablet.
So we
But
got
yeah,
Brother Maybach's on the panel with us.
yes,
Hello.
I hear. Hey, Brother Maybach, I know you wanted a part two, so now you're getting it. What is
Oh,
it?
I'm getting another part too. Wow, I wasn't ready. I need my questions ready.
Uh-oh.
I need to have my
Okay,
questions ready.
that's okay. You can
I
right
say
off the
that again.
cuff to do
Okay.
whatever you
Appreciate
say right off.
it. So I did ask you if you had friends in the Black Panther Party. I can't remember what was the answer with that.
No, I
Um
didn't have any friends in the Panther Party. During my high school years, I know that there was a huge influence at City College with the Panthers, and this one particular time there was a riot. Uh, can't remember exactly when, but there was a takeover of the student government. And I
mm,
believe the Panthers were involved in that particular time period. And we, as high school students, we had to be in lockdown. So we couldn't go over there. But that
mhm,
was the closest to me coming near that kind of revolutionary and upheaval. And I was like maybe 15 or 15, 14 or 15 years old.
okay. Okay. Y'all had to be put on lockdown, huh? Couldn't move.
Yeah. Well, those were turbulent times because we were entering the Vietnam War. There was a lot of stuff that was going on that was taking place with the government.
Yeah. Yeah.
So that was another turbulent time.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it was crazy, huh?
Very, very. The 60s, the late 60s into the early 70s was, I would say, like you had Kent State, you had all
Uh-huh.
of those lines. Yeah, 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 yeah. Uh, I'm living proof of going through that stuff,
Yeah.
and wow, it was scary because I'm a young lady traveling this back and forth. My school was in one borough, and I lived in another borough.
Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
So I didn't have anybody to travel back home with me,
Uh-huh.
and my parents were like, "You make sure that you get your home behind home on time. No hanging around." But yeah,
Sounds
I
like how you were with me.
exactly.
Hit your
But the
bum.
thing is that the thing that you and I've been listening to the whole conversation. See, from the time that you started out, Del. Oh gosh,
Mm-hmm.
I get my kids mixed up. From the time that you started and what you were talking about with what's happening now,
Yeah.
I didn't even realize that the like Whoopi says, the man who shall remain nameless.
Trumpito,
His
as you call him.
yeah, his middle name was Jonathan. I thought it was.
Jonathan. That's why I kept saying DJT.
I
Hmm.
know it was Donald J. He's always doing that,
Right.
but
Yeah.
I didn't know it was Jonathan. Well,
Hmm.
yeah, with all of the insanity that he's performed now, and even back then, I want to say that in his first term,
Mhm.
he was showing signs of the insanity. This term, he has produced the insanity. So,
Mhm.
Well, Mama, did you ever hear that there's two of them? There's one that wears the red tie and there's one that wear the blue tie. You ever heard that expression of him, about him?
uh, you know, he's a Gemini.
Yes. Oh, I definitely know that. I
And
know
he's born on
that.
Flag Day. Of all
Well, that's
days,
what I'm
he's
saying.
born.
Like the Geminis, the June Geminis are
Hmm. Off the
like,
chains.
yeah.
Yeah, they're a different breed.
Yep.
Definitely, definitely. I
I
can
have a
attest
question. I
to
have a
that.
question, right, for both of you ladies.
Yes.
Now, um, they saying what's going on, right, is supposed to be fulfilled through the good book. Do y'all believe in that? Well, we know belief means to still be in doubt. Do y'all? How do y'all feel about that?
Go ahead, Mom, if you want to answer first.
Okay. Let me just start off by saying I'm not one of these super colossal religious persons.
Uh huh.
Mom, my mom and my grandmom, they, sat down and they read the Bible and everything. And I'm now getting into reading the Bible.
Uh huh.
So I do see some parallelisms going on with what is taking place.
Correct.
However, there's something in my soul that tells me it's coming to, some of it is coming to pass, but we're going to
Hmm.
be good. Those of us who are on the the cool side of everything,
Yeah.
right? We're we're going to we're not down for the devil stuff, but
Yep.
uh that's what's in my soul. That's what I keep telling myself.
Okay.
And yeah, I've been seeing a lot of stuff that's taking place. Uh
Hmm.
Strange thing is like let's take it for instance. Now I'll be brief. Uh Florida hasn't seen cold weather like it has in this past January, late
Hmm.
January, early February.
Yeah.
And I'm
Yeah.
waking up and I'm walking the dog to temperatures that felt in New York,
Correct.
44 degrees.
Correct. Yep. I heard the same thing from my family down there. Yep. You're right.
And it's there is an apocalyptic t- turn coming about. It's in the wind. It's
Hmm.
definitely in the wind.
Correct.
Del, what is your spin on it, huh?
Growing up, again, like you said, your mother and your grandmother, they weren't Bible thumpers, but they were very intricate Christian women. And so, going to church with them and, hearing that, and then hearing with you and dad watching Nostradamus and
Mhm.
stuff like that. It might be prophetic, there definitely is this war, the spiritual warfare going on. So
Hmm.
if you're tapped in and you're tuned in, yeah, you're gonna see some things with your third eye. You're gonna
Yeah.
see beyond what's beyond the veil. So is it prophecy being fulfilled? I don't know, because then you got to think about those so-called prophecies that happened in the past.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Like when is the apocalypse? Like we could have said it was World War II under
Hmm.
Hitler. You know what I mean? So I,
Yeah.
I don't know if this is but there's definitely some spiritual stuff going on.
Yeah. Correct. Correct. I agree with both of you ladies. I agree with both of you guys said. I'm half and half with it too.
Mm.
Yeah.
Because remember, the book was written by man. It wasn't written by the Most High.
Right.
You know,
Right.
so
Right. Exactly. But there are definite signs of changes, and
hmm hmm
you know, I just, it's like I get my bag of popcorn and I sit back and I observe.
correct. And watch the show and enjoy the show, huh?
Go ahead, Michael Jackson.
Uh, oh, his movie's coming out next month too.
Yeah,
Wow.
that's our boo. My mom's a Virgo too, so you know she love herself some
Mm,
Mike.
Yeah.
I do too.
Michael.
That's my favorite of all time.
Um,
Yeah, Michael. Yeah.
All right, well,
That.
Mom, I got one more question for you. Last one. Last
Okay.
one.
Go ahead.
I know you said you was about 15 years old around this time. Did you ever get to see Malcolm X speak or Martin Luther King speak?
No, but I came close to later on in life. I took a picture of Jesse Jackson.
Okay, okay. So you seen Jesse.
I
Okay,
seen Jesse. Hmm.
okay.
yeah, he was at we went it was a was it with the Union Mom that we went to
I,
DC?
yeah. Yeah.
Oh, okay. You was there. You was there.
Hmm.
Okay,
Yeah,
Hmm.
okay.
I was 15 and pregnant.
Okay.
So
But no,
that's
I
when
was.
because I
But
was
see,
growing up, I remember that.
I was uh, a union actor. Well, union, yeah, an activist. I would say that I was, and
Yeah.
yeah, and
Okay.
that's one of the things that I will carry with me to my grave. And the way
Okay.
things are going now, uh, I got to see Reverend Jackson at that particular time. I took his picture. We were able to
Mhm.
talk briefly because he was
Uh-huh.
busy at the time. But
Yeah.
I wish I had been able to meet the others. Oh, I met Charlie Rangel.
Never heard of Charlie Rango. I never
Whoa,
heard of.
do Google him and you'll
Uh-huh.
see.
Oh yeah,
He was on the
definitely. I will. I will.
he was on the House Ways and Means Committee.
Okay.
Uh, they these the individuals that I'm talking about, Jesse and Charlie, Percy Sutton, who was the president of uh, Manhattan in back in those days.
Uh-huh.
Uh, these are black men who paved the way for certain bills to be passed,
Mhm.
certain
Mhm.
legislation to be passed.
Mhm.
Um, they are all connected,
Mhm.
and I know one particular gentleman, John Lewis. He's probably spinning in his grave right now of the things that are going on with Pito.
Okay.
Uh,
Mm.
yeah,
Uh-huh.
these are strong black leaders that were paving the way for other young, like Hakeem Jeffries.
Hmm. I like him.
He's a,
Mm.
he he is nothing to play with either. And there's a gentleman who is the mayor of in Maryland,
Okay.
governor. Oh my gosh, watch him.
Uh-huh.
He's a pistol too. He's a black fella, and he's got a lot of. Oh my gosh, he's got
Okay.
fire in the belly, as we call it.
All
So to
right.
answer your question, no, I didn't get to really be there. I've met with them,
Mhm.
but there definitely needs to be a stronger, more fire in the belly. I like that expression.
Hmm.
Uh, Promotion with with young black leaders. That goes
Yeah.
for females as well. That
Yep.
goes for
Correct.
because we have the sisters out there that are trying. Jasmine is trying to do her thing, and there's just met with so much opposition.
Hmm.
Yeah, it is.
So
There
much.
is.
It's sad.
I
Yeah.
felt like back then we had more. Now it's like one or two they present in front of you. Like, I was telling somebody that Shirley Chisholm was actually the first um,
Mm-hmm.
black woman to run for president or woman in general. And
Mm-hmm.
the youth did not know that. They thinking it's Kamala Harris because that's what was presented to them these days. And I told them, no, go research Shirley Chisholm. and
Yes.
stuff like that. So, you know, I love history, the real history, the true historical events that actually took place, people that paved the way, like you said.
Mm.
To you have brought up Jesse, I didn't know this, that Jesse's family, well, Jesse actually did not get along with Barack Obama. The family asked Barack not to show up to the services. Barack still showed up. And I never knew this. I never knew that they did not get along. And
Mm.
the hope thing with the word and the sign and everything,
Mhm.
Barack
Uh-huh.
took that from Jesse Jackson.
Yeah. Yeah, because Jesse was the one who said keep hope alive.
There
Right.
you
And
go.
that's from
Correct.
the hit, that was the slogan of the coalition.
Yep.
And the
Yep.
Rainbow Coalition wasn't what
Yeah.
it is, what they're showing you right now.
Correct. Correct.
The Rainbow
Yep.
Right.
Coalition was all inclusive of every ethnicity,
Correct.
nationality,
That's
Correct.
not
right.
just some rainbow stuff that's happening now with glitter.
Correct.
No, no, no,
Correct.
not the glitter. No, that was a different. This is a different rainbow. This is a
Yeah.
Yeah.
different. This is
Yeah.
a different rainbow.
Yeah.
I
And then
didn't
I think the Black Panther Party was part of that coalition, or they was the ones who presented that with the Latins, right? With the Puerto Ricans or something like that, the other groups, I believe, or something like that.
They
Um,
tied in at certain points in history. They did tie
yeah.
in.
Yep.
Um,
Correct.
so
Yep.
yeah, that was a
see
turbulent
my
time for my
mom.
dear.
Yeah, and my mom was more she is artsy. So she didn't get into the real like advocacy until later on, like in your
Mhm.
what 20s, late 20s, 30s
Late
when
20s. Yeah,
yeah.
that's when. Yeah, when I started to join the union, and I had people who groomed me to get into the union, and fight. And I've gone to lots of the conventions, and certain legislation was passed thanks
Yeah.
to having the delegations go out to these different conventions that were held.
Mhm.
Mhm.
So,
Mhm.
and this is the thing that I was just reading my union paper just briefly. I'm glad to see, I'm looking at the pictures there, and I'm glad to see a lot of young people still getting involved with the union.
Mm.
It is so important. And
Yep.
especially during this time,
Mhm.
with Pito being in realm,
Mhm.
uh, now we have to fight. I'm serious. We
Yeah.
really have to fight. It's not a let me sit back. No, no, no. Something has to be done.
Mm.
And
And when you say
whatever it is,
union, you're talking about for the workers, correct? What Jimmy Hoffa started? Is that what you're talking about? Okay.
he started with the Teamsters and then it grew, baby.
Yeah.
AFL-CIO. Do that
Yep. Yep.
research. And that's, you talk about the backbone of the United States.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Every immigrant, you had the Irish that came over, you had the
Correct.
Italians that came over, and they were
Correct.
very strong. They got into every nook and cranny.
Correct.
They
Correct.
went and they were the ones that built this country.
Yeah.
They
They
were
were
the
the true
ones who
immigrants and foreigners. Yep.
Well, yeah,
absolutely
besides the indigenous people that were already here.
Correct. That were already
right.
here. Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
Correct.
But the
And
team
and 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 we'll go with the indigenous people. You know, that's another thing. That's another chapter and another story in the book.
correct.
But here's the thing with that, real brief. Those folks have been given an obscene wrong end of the deal that
Hmm.
it makes me scream sometimes. It really does. It makes me scream. We talk about how with us being brought over from Africa to this country, and then what they did to us, they just did to us. They've been doing to the indigenous folks for many years
Hmm. Correct.
before before
Correct.
us. And
Yep.
it's obscene. It's obscene. That's the only word I can say. It is obscene.
Yeah.
But you
So
just
what I
you're gonna
was
get
saying earlier, Mom, that you know, with Grandma and Granddaddy coming over, because as we were talking about migrants and things, and how New York City or New York State rather, and I think Texas, and I'm not sure of other states, but they are sanctioned states, and these migrants were being brought over by the busload.
Hmm. Hmm.
So I mentioned Granddaddy and Bama coming from Jamaica. Now, these, for those are listening, these are my mother's grandparents on her mother's side. And, you know, they busted their butt out in their country, but they also wanted more opportunities. And this is why they came to the States.
Right.
But they solidified themselves. They became naturalized citizens.
Correct.
And, you know, they didn't, there were no handouts like
Nope.
that. They bust their butt.
Yeah.
And that's how it should be. And I'm not, it's not that I'm annoyed or upset that there are people that are coming over here, but it's like you're draining the citizens, you're draining the resources, and it's not even really their fault. It's the alphabet boys that are controlling this, that they're the ones giving them our money to
Correct.
these people.
Correct.
So yeah, I was just mentioning that if you want to tap into that part as far with granddaddy and Ba Mama. Mother. No, her mic is off. But yeah.
I
Yeah,
agree.
I mean, it's not like I got beef with immigrants and things of that nature, because I'm a product of immigrants.
Correct.
Can you hear me?
Go ahead, Mom. Yep.
Okay. With with Granddaddy and Bama, their situation, there was oppression too, because you got to remember that Jamaica was under the British rule.
Right.
And not too many folks were down with that. I mean, after a while, it was like, okay, when do we get liberated? You know, when do we shine? Same thing with now, Bama at some point left.
And so for those that don't know Bama is your grandmother, your
My
mother's
grandmother.
mother.
Mhm.
Correct. When she left Jamaica, she stayed as a domestic in Cuba for 18 months. But that was when Cuba was Cuba. It wasn't under any dictatorship or anything like that.
Mhm.
And then, memory serves me correct, Granddaddy went on to help build the Panama Canal.
Mm.
Yep.
Okay. And at some point they met. I forget how, but they met in New York. And theirs was
Well,
a
they met
source.
coming back. They met once Bama, so your grandmother came back to from Cuba, because there wasn't, the resources were kind of drying up. So she came back. And granddaddy, your grandfather, this is after the British war, and he came back. And so they met like in passing, but they didn't. It wasn't in New York, because they, from what Aunt Flora said. Now this is my mother's aunt. That they came to Florida first.
Okay.
And it was Bama, your grandmother, that had the money and the ticket, and granddaddy, your grandfather, only had a ticket but no money. And she slid the money to the side and gave, because you have to show like you had $50, because that's how much it was, through the like the immigration, because they came in not through Ellis Island, they came through Miami. And then that's when they met in New York after, because he worked the orange grove down there, and she came up north because she had like a voucher or something, a sponsor or something like that, that helped her with getting a job in New York. And then he came up to New York, because she was telling, they were keeping correspondence. And then he came up to New York. And so this was so to put a time frame, this is 1920. And in 1921, they got married, and they stayed in Harlem. So can you talk? Can you go back in time, Mom, to when you were? Do you remember like growing up in Harlem, or were you already in the Bronx?
I was already in the Bronx. I was too small. Uh,
Okay,
Actually, yeah, I only remember the Bronx.
but you were
He,
born in Harlem, right? They all were born in Harlem. Grandma,
no, I
your
was
mom,
born.
and Aunt Flora were born at Knickerbocker Hospital.
I was born in the Bronx.
You were okay. Okay.
So, yeah, I was born in the Bronx. But to show you how sweet history is, um, that's another thing that uh, folks need to get into is learning about their roots. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
yeah, actually being able to go. I just got my ancestry box. It's looking at me right here. I'm
Right.
gonna go.
Your
Yeah.
son got that for you. That was awesome.
No, actually, yeah, it was him and his
And
and your sister.
your daughter, yeah. That's
Yeah,
cool. I
that was
mean,
the
it
inauguration.
like for people that are interested in doing that, there's pushback with those tests, but we know our genealogy because our parents, our grandparents,
Told
um,
us.
yeah,
Gave the
they
oral history. They gave
oral
us oral
Yeah.
history,
history.
correct.
Correct. Correct. They knew the whole bloodline. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
Yeah.
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 So it's interesting because um my aunt Flora, which is my mother's aunt,
Sis-
her
Sister,
mother's sister,
sister.
there was only two out of the union of granddaddy and Bama. There were only two daughters, and one was her mother, my mom's mom, and her aunt. And back in 2021, I think she got her ancestry kit too, and she did it. And what's so bugged out is that she got back a portion of like the African, especially in the the Ivory Coast of Benin, Togo, and it lines up with what they were saying in the genealogy as far as the one or two ancestors that were African that came over. And I was like, wow, that's interesting.
So
So
this has
it did
been a
line
really
up.
this has really been a very mindful Monday, and congratulations, Del, on your 5 year
Ah,
anniversary.
thank you. I'm
Um,
gonna drop the link. My sister's in the chat. I'm getting the love from the family. So if you want to come up and chat and talk, I'll put the link in the chat. It's so cool. We got
Family
family.
affair, huh?
It's a family affair. Thank you,
mm,
Mom. Yeah, 5 years. I had a brother here by the name of Yellow Jesus, who's a Pisces,
mm,
that Mediterranean and West African. Yeah, so that makes sense.
hmm.
Al saying that her blood work was showing too that it's Mediterranean. And what's crazy, so because you all know I deep dive and go around the world with certain information, right? And I've come to find out because at one point it was told that the autoimmune disease sickle cell anemia, right,
Hmm.
is
Yeah,
from uh, the people so a group of people in Africa, Asia, um,
the
mainly. I
Mediterranean,
don't remember the other. However,
Mediterranean.
Mediterranean.
Yes.
However, it's also showing that the indigenous people here had it or have it.
Mm.
Hmm.
Wow.
So it goes to like propose that, you know, it goes back to the Moors and these tribes that were traveling, continentally and moving back and forth. So it's like, well, which came first, the chicken or the egg? Because, to some people, they say that, we all came out of Africa. Well, we all didn't. Some
Mm-mm.
of us did for sure. And I just said it right now, like, the blood test and the genealogy matched up. And these people that came, the people that came over from Africa or the West Coast, specifically Benin and Togo, that they came to the Caribbean islands. So like Jamaica, like Haiti, like Cuba, they're there. Now,
Right.
as far as the states go, it's not that many.
Mm-hmm.
It's not that many. And what I've come to this knowledge from listening to brother Asir Dukatir, who's a more American, that they were taking the indigenous natives from different parts, especially like in the east,
Hmm.
and we're bringing them down to the islands.
Yeah. Yeah. That's
So
what
you
I
have
learned too.
like,
Yeah.
the Gullah Geechee, especially in that hub
Mm-hmm.
where Louisiana, the Carolinas,
Right. Yeah.
those tribes there, the Choctaws and Blackfoot and stuff. You had some of those people being, because you got to think with the canals and the waterways, they were, back and forth, back and forth, and
Hmm.
some of them being roped up and
Mm.
taken as in slaves. But they don't
Mm-hmm.
talk about that because they want to
Right.
run with the narrative of the antebellum slavery and during that time. But if you go back to 1492, you'd see that's not the case.
Yeah.
Hmm. Yeah.
They
It's
talk
a
about
fact.
the Arawak Indians and
Right.
in
And the Tainos.
yeah, and the Taino Indians as well.
Hmm.
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
And they
History.
occupied the Caribbeans, Haiti, Puerto
Mm-hmm.
Rico, Dominican Republic, which is the same land as Haiti
Right.
anyway. So,
It's known as Hispaniola. Right.
correct, correct, correct. Yeah.
Now, brother Maybach's family, his parents are from Haiti.
Yeah.
Mm.
So my great parents, great grandparents, they all from Haiti. My
Mm.
parents, their mother, so my grandmother's grandfathers, they all come from Haiti. This is something that
Okay.
I just learned today as far as not that, but I was watching a video where this guy was breaking it down saying um I was gonna send it to you, but it's in Creole Foxy.
Oh,
So
you got to
yeah.
translate.
But he was basically saying that we are not descendants from Africa. This is what the people told us. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? He's like, yeah, we have our own bloodline. We have our own lineage of people. Again, when we talk about indigenous, you know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? People that occupied certain parts of, the world, whether it was the Caribbean, out here and stuff like that. So even with Africa, you know
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Some of those tribes is not the original. I mean, they're not the indigenous.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What's the other word? Like meaning you're from somewhere else and then you settled there. I
Native
believe
or
so.
Aboriginal?
Aboriginal. There we go. So he was basically saying we are not. So Caribbeans. He was like basically he didn't say all, but he was just mainly speaking about Haitian, and that nationality is not. We're not descendants from Africans, which they
Right.
say, oh, we were connected to West Africa and stuff like that. Again, we have to, like you said, we love reading. You love reading, I love reading, especially when it comes to factual, the truth and stuff like that. I love reading and really knowing what it is compared to what I'm being told. So
Absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Very,
And
very.
we were talking about the other day, Maybach, is that they told us, "Oh, you bored? Go read a book."
Yep. Correct. We were saying that.
So it's
Yeah.
almost like
I
we had
error.
no choice to
Correct.
read.
Correct. Go to the library too, just to leave the
Mhm.
house. You know what I mean? We
Oh
had
yeah.
the now. If somebody is not well informed, that's because you don't want to be well informed. Because everything's at the end of your fingertip. You know.
Mhm.
But I still would rather go get a textbook though. Still too. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? A
Mm.
authentic textbook. You
Not only
know.
that, but with me,
Um,
I got to renew my Barnes and Nobles because
Yeah. The Barnes and Nobles is good too. I'm up in the
yeah.
Barnes and Noble, man.
They shut down a few of
They
them out
did,
here.
yeah.
Yeah, they shut down a lot of them. So you know, but you
book
definitely can buy
book
through
club.
Amazon though.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. But she does. But they advertise it on the View for summer reading,
Mm.
Hmm. Hmm.
and yeah, I definitely have to get my membership back up there because there are some books that she has on her list that I definitely want to read.
Yeah, yeah.
Definitely want.
So my sister said up here, there are stories about the natives or indigenous people, the true tribes of Israel, or the true tribes of Israel. Yes.
Correct. Correct.
And that's the other thing. It's multi-layered, and for
Correct.
people to just be on really just black and white and not even the color, it's just they want it to be that or that.
Mm-hmm.
We're multifaceted, multi-layered peoples that you can't
Correct.
just put us all in one bag just because you see us either with this complexion or speaking
Mm-hmm.
like how it is now. Godfrey, the comedian Godfrey, he's got this gag going about Dominicans. Oh, me no black, me no black.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
But the thing is that it's because the way the American Jim Crow thing was, it indoctrinated people to say, okay, well, based off the color of your skin, you're black, right? Or the one drop rule. But in the islands, they knew, but they didn't. It wasn't like that's how they associated themselves. And when Dominicans come here, and one guy, I was in the cab, it was a Dominican cab driver, and he's looking at me and he's like, "You Spanish?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm half." And he said, "Oh, you don't." And then when I said, "No, my mother's Moreno," he's like, "What? No." I said, "Yeah, her family's from Jamaica." He said, "Oh no, you don't look like it."
Mhm.
Then I showed a picture of my mom. He said, "Oh, she looks like she's Dominican."
They always said.
Yeah.
Well,
But
I was I
the
was known up in
complexion,
Washington. I was also known in the Washington Heights area of Manhattan as the honorary Dominicans because I was
she could
for
speak
the simple
Spanish.
reasons that I could speak Spanish.
Mm-hmm.
I had really had 3 years of Spanish, and I kept it up. And even when I'm down now here,
Mm-hmm.
I still maintain speaking it and keeping up with it because there are a lot of Cubans here. There
Mm-hmm.
are a few Puerto Ricans here and there,
Mm-hmm.
but predominantly, and the Mexicans, even though their dialects are different, as long as
Correct.
if you can speak something and be able to communicate with them, that's
Correct.
key. Yeah. So
Correct.
I
Mm-hmm.
maintain it. I keep it
Yeah.
up.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
what I'm
but your
saying,
sister's right though about the Israel.
mm,
We the true Israelites too. Jamaicans, Haitians,
right,
you
we're the
know,
tribe. What
yeah,
for
there's
your
12
tribe is what?
tribes.
What's
Huh?
what's Sadie's tribe again?
Um the tribe of Levi.
Right.
I forgot what what's the Jamaicans again? I forgot what tribe.
Benjamin.
Benjamin, okay.
Yeah,
And those supposed to
we're the little brothers.
the 12 tribes are supposed to be what Jacob's children, right? Or something like that?
Yes.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, all
Yes.
right. All right. Yeah.
So even that is like, I had this conversation with my son the other day,
Mhm.
and because he is a Muslim, his religion,
Mhm.
and so where I was talking to him about the different sects, and how these different religions are all under the Abrahamic faith, regardless of that they Islam studies Muhammad the prophet and things like that. They all still have that Abrahamic, because if you take the Torah, the Bible, and the Quran out and you cross reference it, you'll
Mhm.
see Abraham is in there, Moses is in there,
Mhm,
Correct.
mhm,
Correct.
there those three heavy
mhm.
hitters, David, right?
Yeah.
So he's like, "Ma, how do you know all that?" I said, "Because I studied." I said, "And I
Mhm.
questioned, and because I wanted to become a Muslim back in the
Mhm.
days that because I couldn't take Christianity anymore. I was like, if you can't answer me these simple things, I drove my grandmother bonkers when she tried to get me to do the confirmation like the Christians,
Mhm.
and I was like, I'm not doing this. I said, the pastor can't answer my questions. I'm not doing this. I was flipping tables.
Mhm.
She was so pissed off. But
Yeah.
by the time I was like 14, 15, by 12, I was having knowledge of self. By 15, I was like, no, something's got to give. And
Mhm.
was in high school, and I was with a girl that her parents were into Santeria,
Mhm.
but they also she also had like some Muslim family relatives as well. Me down that rabbit hole of let's talk to the brothers over here on this.
Mhm.
Well, for us, it's Fordham Road, right? But it was a little section
Mhm.
in the Bronx. And, the Sunni brothers wearing the all white, the turban, they had um,
The beads.
yeah, the incense, the oils
Mhm.
they would sell on the street, right?
Mhm.
So I'm looking at these brothers and they got these books out and stuff. And this is not the Nation of Islam. This is like the true Muslim, the Sunni Muslim. So which would be like Orthodox.
Yeah.
And
Right.
I started questioning them. I even questioned the Hebrew Israelites because I wanted to know. I wanted,
Yeah. Yeah.
into all that stuff, right? So I'm talking to these brothers and they were giving me the books to read. And they said, you know what, come back next week with your questions. So I was like, all
Yeah.
right. Every week I would get a new book. I would transfer and get a new book.
Mhm.
These brothers gave me this one book that was talking specifically about the women and that if you're menstruating, you can't be apart with your family. You can't sleep with your
Yeah.
husband. You're considered
Correct.
unclean.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ronan's in the building. Salute, salute.
Salute.
Mm-hmm.
So that's old head.
Mhm.
You couldn't cook for your family because you're considered unclean. And I was
Yeah.
like, oh hell to the no. And you had to walk 5 paces behind your husband. I said, you know what?
Yep.
I went back, I gave them the book, and I was like, you had me up until this point. And I was like, I don't want to.
Yeah.
And they were
Yeah.
like, no, but that's the way. Da, da, da. I said, no, that's not my way. I grew up 3 generations of women working, and there was no assigned job. The men weren't like, oh, the women just do the laundry and take care of the kids. No, my grandmother.
Everybody was doing everything.
Oh,
Correct.
exactly.
Yep. Yep. There
So
was no specific job for
yeah, and I
anybody. Yeah.
just couldn't do that because I didn't grow up that way. So I was like,
Yeah.
I can't conform, and I didn't, and that's why I just left these religions. So my son was like, "Mom, you should take your shahada," and I'm like, that's not my journey no more. My journey is this what I am, what I'm doing now.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you got to understand now, back, with this whole situation that's going on with Iran, is that the women now are feeling liberated too because they don't
Mm,
have to wear the
the Hajj,
Mhm.
they they're full, yeah.
Yeah. She went out.
Because you might be having some signals issues, but her mic is up.
Yeah.
into a religious realm.
You
Certain,
you were going in and
uh,
out, Mom. Repeat what you just said.
certain, how should I say?
Mom,
Yeah,
you were going in and out, so repeat what you said. Your
that
service was going in and out.
okay. Bottom line is basically now what's going on in Iran with the religious factor, and these
Mhm.
folks were the women feeling a little bit more liberated.
Yeah.
They don't have to be covered up. I mean, they
Mhm.
do have to respect some modesty, but not to be totally confined to a specific kind of uniform.
Yeah.
Mm,
Yep.
So,
You're right.
I mean,
And those countries, when you think about it, it's like it's very patriarchal. That's the other thing. And those women are treated less than, it's almost like slavery. They're treated less than a human in some regards. It's
I
like,
was gonna say that. Correct.
yeah,
There's some contradiction. There's some contradictions. Listen, I feel like all of these religion, you know, no disrespect to no religions. First
right,
and foremost, it
right.
all starts. It's a business at the end of the day. That's why they get a tax exemption. Okay.
Hmm.
Um, I was saying on OG's platform, I didn't know this. I just learned this about a month ago. All churches in America gets SA insurance.
Mm,
Did you hear me? Yeah, gets the SA insurance. This is facts.
hmm,
Every church in America get SA insurance. Yeah.
that's
You
crazy.
wonder why they get it. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah.
hmm,
Oh,
Remember the big
especially the Catholics.
correct. I was just about to say that, going to what you were saying. I was the same way when it came to Catholic church. So my
Hmm.
father was always getting called, to the school.
Right.
So one day I told him to ask the teacher. I said, "Yo, I'm not. like, interrupting by being a class clown, or, I'm talking or whatever. I'm
Mm,
asking questions. You always say, if we don't know something, to ask. So then when my father finally asked, the sister's like, oh, he's asking all these questions. My father's like, oh, so you called me here for me to not work because my son is asking questions? I'm thinking he's really, being disruptive, because I
mhm,
questioned everything. It was like, yo, why we kneeling in front of the statue Mary, and Mary
mm,
was nobody. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, why we saying Hail Marys with this, the necklace around our neck, and we got to touch every bead and repeat it all? That was me. And
mhm,
I did that with all religions. And like how you said, I would challenge some of these people, deacons, priests, and look at what the priest was doing. Remember what happened to the story that happened out here in Boston, with the newspaper that uncovered that, the Catholic Church
mm,
was,
Mm-hmm.
the priest was touching all, the
Oh
children and
yeah.
stuff. Yep,
Yep.
and the archdiocese was sweeping it under the rug, and
Oh
you
yeah.
know, yep,
Yep.
yep. So
now I'm to say that if someone needs to have religion and they need to have some type of structure,
yeah, yeah,
or that's how
exactly.
they then by all means, I
Correct,
will never, like what my son did. I said, I'm not going to stop him. If that's what he feels that's going to
correct,
help him, I still
correct,
read my Bible. I still
correct.
have the faith,
Yep,
but I'm just not, me myself. I'm not engaging with that anymore, because when you do the rabbit hole, you see it goes deeper. But
correct,
I'm like, I got my direct line to God. I talk, I,
correct.
I still do my prayers and
Hmm.
all that. I have my faith
I agree with you. I totally agree with you 100%. That's the same way I am too. By
because
all
I
means,
have a
do you.
foundation.
Yeah, by all
Well,
means, if you need that, go ahead. Yep.
Yeah.
that's what my mom was always talking about. She used to say that, and not to just to slam Catholicism, but
Mhm.
she would say, I don't need to go through saints to speak to God.
Mm-hmm.
I need to just talk to him directly.
Same
And
here.
that's exactly, and that
Yep.
that that kind of was what instilled in me.
Right.
Uh-huh.
Now, as I said, I've gotten back to being able to read the Bible now that I got my new glasses, Dell.
Yeah.
Um, uh, but to be reading the Word,
Mm,
and um, the church that I attend, it is interdenominational.
mm,
So
Hmm.
they do a different spin on it. They will
mhm.
talk about, they don't go and preach fire and brimstone, but they will take scripture and talk about it in modern day times, and how we as uh, children of God, how we will learn to interpret it and live by it. See,
Right.
it's basically broken down into not being DOS for stupid for dummies, but
Right.
basically the language that you can understand.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
I get a better understanding by attending this church than I
Hmm.
did basically when I was attending the other churches.
Right.
It's more on my level. I can communicate better, listen better, understand better. And then when I do go back and read the Bible and see, oh, okay, that kind of thing. So yeah, it's an
Because it's a
awakening.
non-denominational, and when you're going to a denominational, that's where the imprint, they're
Hmm.
implying their stuff. So Pentecostal, Baptist, Methodist,
Right, 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 right.
Catholic. It's like those denominations. It's like you got to abide by that. But with the non-denominational, it's a little more free. It's not constricting, and
Absolutely. And you're taking the scripture, but you're actually putting it to modern day times. It's also something that you can easily understand. That's what I was trying to get at. It's something
right.
that you can understand. You apply it to everyday life. Even when
Hmm.
you're going to the grocery store, or whether you're driving, or whether you're going to the doctors, or whatever.
Right.
It's something that you can understand and apply it to you at right now, as opposed to, fire and brimstone. But that's
Yeah.
how they listen. That's how it's an evolution. Thank goodness, it's an evolution, and by now, more and more people are getting into what they are feeling comfortable with, which is great, which is really great. Um, but back to your fifth anniversary, my dear.
Yeah.
Um, um, how do you, uh, how does it feel to have the 5 years in? And uh, you said that you have close to almost 600 followers. How does it feel?
Well, to have that amount of people now, it's not all at one time with those people, but that's amazing. I don't do it for the numbers because clearly, if I was, I should have been on here every day. But that's amazing, and like, you know, Andre says, listen, if you got 10 people listening to you, that's a problem. He's like, and not in a bad way, but saying like you have
Hmm.
the power to, do some things, right? So I don't take that for granted. And to be here 5 years, it's like, oh wow, it didn't feel like that. It still feels like new and um, not that long, and it hasn't been that long, but in the world of social media, that's pretty long. That's
Yeah.
pretty. So I feel good. I'm happy. I love the people like Maybach and the people that showed up in the chat, the people that probably show up later on. Some have been rocking with me for a couple of months, 2 years, and some have been rocking since 2021 when I started.
How long
So
do you go on air now?
I haven't been on
I
like
mean,
lately.
on this chat. Well, how long would you be on with this chat?
This also was about, I think I signed up in 2022, something like that, with
Oh,
this app,
okay.
this particular app. But yeah, I mean, just if people like they take into consideration what I'm saying, that makes me feel good, and and it makes what I'm doing worthwhile. Like it's not going in vain. Um,
Okay.
yeah, so it's cool. I like it. I appreciate everybody that has supported me. I appreciate the trolls that say, I'm selling snake oil and doing Uno tarot cards. It's all good. It's
Of
all
course,
good.
but that's to be expected because you have that.
Yeah,
You always have that negativity in whatever you're doing, whether
yeah.
it be something.
But that person that said that, Jay Savage, we are cool now. Like it was the breaking of the ice, and um yeah, that's to be expected, like you said. So I hope to continue to be on. I don't know if I'm gonna be as diligent as before, um, because like I was saying a while ago, yeah, haters, that I've talked about so much, and it's like, what else do you talk about? Unless it's like social media gossip. And I'm like, I'm not a gossipy person. Like I brought up
Mhm.
50 Cent and stuff because that's like in the media like that. But I don't, my platform is not like that. So it's like, well, what do you say and do after these 5 years? Like you got to reinvent yourself. And the number 5 is about change. So
Gotcha.
yeah,
That's
it's like
good.
what else you gotta what else do you say? I talked about the crystals, I talk about religion, I talk about spirituality, I talk about, you know,
Did I hear you speaking about pink?
yeah, pink sugar. My pink
Oh,
sugar.
pink sugar. Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
No. But yeah, so it's like what you do, what else is there to talk about that isn't gonna come off gossipy, that is gonna keep the people engaged. So that's something that I think about. And then it just pulls me back even more because it's like, all right, you got to think. And then I just don't have sometimes the ambition, because like I was telling Maybach the other day, I was like, if I don't have anything important, or I could uh show the receipts for it, I'm not going to talk about it. There's
Gotcha.
so many people on social media that can do that for me. I don't,
Mm-hmm.
that's not my style.
Right. That's cool. And you're That's what makes you unique.
Indeed.
That's what
Yeah.
makes you unique.
So I wanted to go. I don't know if Maybach has any more questions, but I was going to ask you a question.
No, I don't. Go ahead.
Okay. So you said you grew up in the Bronx. Now, what part of the Bronx did you grow up at, Mom?
This is for me.
Yes.
What was considered now that hmm, again the politics. Uh, it was. I grew up the hill from the. Ugh, let me start again. I grew up in what is now the South Bronx, or part of the South Bronx. But
Mm,
let me just be a little bit more specific. I
mm-hmm,
grew up um, in a neighborhood that I was up the hill from the Yankee Stadium. Now, again, the politics. They decided to consider where the Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium was. Uh, I don't know what it was deemed as. I just say the Bronx. Period. I didn't delineate whether it was the oh, back in those days, it was done by like Fordham Road,
mm-hmm,
Baychester, those kind of sections. So I want to say, damn, I can't really remember what my section was called.
mm-hmm,
But on a good night, when the Yankee Stadium, the old Yankee Stadium was, there was a game going on, you could literally hear the crowd roar. You saw the floodlights and everything,
mm-hmm,
and the stadium lights, I should say, and it was a mixed neighborhood. We had
mm,
Irish, we had Italian, we had Jewish. You could count the number of Hispanic, which was Puerto Rican,
mm-hmm,
and blacks on one hand. Literally, literally. That time period that I grew up in the Bronx, the Jewish folks had it pretty much nailed down.
mm.
Yeah, they
Okay.
had it pretty much nailed down. You had the butchers, the best butchers there. You had a bakery store there. Uh, you went to Fordham Road. Uh, was where the shopping area was. There was a store called Alexander's there. Then the concourse was like Fifth Avenue. Just to give you
Mm,
an idea, guys, Fifth Avenue is very chic, very posh. Well, the same thing with the concourse from 158th Street all the way on up to 205th Street. And people of color couldn't get in.
mm,
People could not get in. And that's what I said. You can back. I want to say this is when okay, so I can remember that up to 19. I'll start. I'll stop with the age there. But um, in the 60s, that's when there was the change. To answer Maybach's question about the term, that's when all of this civil rights. Kennedy came in as president, so you had the Bay of Pigs. That is when the country started to really get a serious turn because the fear of communism was getting ready to overspill into this country. Uh, and you had the McCarthyism, which I didn't wasn't a part of that, but as a child, that was what was happening uh, back in the 50s. And the thing was is that these folks were actually talking about having Cuban Missile Crisis. We definitely, guys, just to show you how scary things were, we would have air air raid drills where the
mm,
sirens would go off, and we had to learn how to go under our desks to protect ourselves in case of bombs. That and it was done on a regular basis too, like once a month.
mm,
Yeah, yeah. They even had people in the offices downtown practice going into the drills. I don't know if you can still see them, but they used to have these yellow stickers on the building with the triangles on them, and that was like where your bomb shelters were. That's to show you where to go in case we were attacked. Uh, it,
Now
then
I want to. Okay, so thank you for that part. I want to go back to when you mentioned the neighborhood was mixed with different ethnicities. Given that time frame, did you ever feel yourself or know your family to mention like how the discrimination was, say Jim Crow down south? Did you have those same issues or was it different?
no, it was different. Uh, I want to say that it was, to use that cliche, melting pot,
Hmm.
because Sam the Butcher, excuse me, knew your grandfather. He was a regular customer. Uh, and I guess Sam at the time, I want to say, might have been Jewish.
Okay.
The bakery down near the Yankee Stadium area by the um, Lexington Avenue subway,
Hmm.
they knew your grandfather. Uh, the population at that particular time, growing up as kids, we just didn't see color like that.
Hmm. Okay.
We didn't see color. We didn't know, we knew that we were different, but we
Right.
didn't see color. Um, and the people that lived in the tenement building, okay, so I'm that was south of me, the next building over, the big,
What year
they were
time
Irish.
frame? What year time frame would you say that this was about so we can have a better understanding?
Like okay, from the time I was in grade school to, okay, let's see, grade school to before I went into what's now called middle school. We called it junior high school. So I would say maybe 8 years.
Okay, but the year frame with I mean, I know you don't want
Oh,
to disclose your
1960.
age.
No, I don't mind. I
Okay.
listen. I really don't mind. Okay,
Some people have
so
like I don't care. You know that I'm celebrating. I'm about to be 50 in July. Woo-hoo.
here. Okay, so let's say I'm trying. Okay, so in 1953, 50. Okay, so 1958 to about 19. Kennedy was killed in 63. Okay, to about 60. Okay, so from 1958 to 1965.
Okay.
So what's that, 7 years? Yeah, I was right. I was like said 7 or 8 years. So we didn't go through all that stupidness. I mean, yeah, we had, kids would fight and everything like that, but it was over some stupid
But
stuff.
did any of the children ostracize you or your brothers in like school or playground? Did you get any
No, bullies.
negative?
Oh, there was one kid that did go after my brother Lamont, but that was because he was deaf. That was the only
So
thing.
it had nothing to do with your color.
Not,
Is what I'm trying to
no,
say. Okay.
no, no, no,
Yeah.
no. And the same thing with me with them, and the same thing them with other kids that were, they just were. We were just kids. It was
Right.
sort of like, if you guys could relate to the Little Rascals, our
Hmm.
gang, that kind of, that it was that kind of atmosphere.
So y'all had an alfalfa.
We did. Well, yeah, we
She
had an
was the
alfalfa.
alfalfa.
And we had a spanky,
I was about to say you had a spanky too.
and we had a spanky,
Mom was
and
the
we had
alfalfa.
a Darla. But
And
it
basically
was,
you're saying there was a butt week too, right?
we,
Her brother.
okay, okay,
Oh, say.
yeah, okay. But this is how
Okay.
kids as we yeah, but we just there wasn't any of this other definition of oh and it wasn't displayed,
Yeah.
okay? Uh like I was about to say that the tenement building that we lived down that was right two doors on the south of me, on my side of the street, the super there, he was Irish.
Yeah.
And he and my father, forget it. They were like they were like brothers.
Yeah.
Another thing too that I got to bring up to you, Dell, and to Maybach, and whoever else is listening, is
Yeah.
that back in those days, um, a lot of being that my father was in the service, they got they were able to go into civil service jobs, with civil
Right.
service meaning that they were municipal jobs. So
City
my
worker.
father, city workers, right? And my
Yeah.
father became a conductor in the subway system, the guy who
Mm.
opens and closes the train doors.
Yeah. Yeah.
Uh,
Yeah.
the Irishman, he was a bus driver.
Mm-hmm.
Um, they uh, we had one oh, and another most important thing, the patrolmen, the neighborhood cops, the
Mm-hmm.
police that came in the cars. And at that time, yes, they were black and white.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
They were not only foot patrol, but they were mobile patrol. They got to know you in your neighborhood.
I was about to
Hmm.
say that.
And they got
Mm-hmm.
to know you as um, Joey and Susie and
Correct.
Bobby.
Correct. Correct. Correct.
And then
Mm-hmm.
the other thing, too, is that they had a black cop riding with a white cop.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's the
I
thing,
mean,
though. What you said,
we're
that's
talking about
important.
wholesome. Yeah, I'm sorry. We're talking about
No, go
wholesome
ahead.
days, guys. And this is
Yep.
the thing that, in my eyes, that I have seen, and folks in my generation that are from New York that have seen, or in and maybe even in other metropolis, Chicago and Detroit and stuff like that, because in Boston too as well.
Mm-hmm.
Um, these are wholesome times,
Correct.
Mm.
times where there was no poison.
Mm-hmm. Correct.
There was no poisoning. The poisoning came once we hit Vietnam.
Yep.
Mhm.
And everything changed.
A whole lot. Just like
Mm-hmm.
COVID changed everything here.
Correct. Correct.
That, yeah, there you
Yeah.
go. I'm
I
telling
hear
you.
that a lot. I hear that a lot. And going back to two things that you said, one of them being that back in those times, and I could even remember in my time, like being a kid in the 80s, growing up out here, policemen patrolled the areas, and a lot of them, 9 out of 10 of them, lived in those neighborhoods.
Uh huh. They
So
did.
so they knew everyone. And like how you said, they either knew you by your name or they
Mm-hmm.
knew who your parents were. You
Right.
know, they knew, oh, they'd be like, oh, yeah, there's the Montez kids over there. You know, there's the Johnson kids. Like, so if you were
Mm-hmm.
doing, and again, there was a sense of community
Mm.
where
Absolutely.
if our parents was at work, the neighbors still can keep an eye on us and we respected the neighbors. So if they said, hey, Maybach, you better, chill out, I would listen to the neighbor because I know she was given authority to discipline me if need be, you
Mm-hmm.
know. And something else, it's funny, but I'm glad you defined when you said Sammy the Butcher, because I'm like, hold on, the Italian mob Sammy the Butcher who owned the butcher shop. But you broke it down without me having to unmute. You broke it down and said, yeah, I think he was Jewish and your father knew him, he knew your dad. So I was like, okay, I don't need to ask about which Sammy the Butcher was. Was
That's
she?
Yeah.
Sammy the
No. No.
Bull.
No.
You're thinking of the
No, 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 no. I know the Sammy the Bull. That was John Gotti's underman. But
yeah.
there's an infamous story of a Sammy the Butcher who owned the butcher
Mm-hmm.
shop, right? Who had the meat shop that people would buy meat, but they also brought him bodies. You get what I'm saying? For him to get rid of. Yes. So, you know,
Yeah.
that's why
Yeah.
that
But
was
no,
funny
this is the
when you said
She
that.
yeah.
But
she'd be
Oh.
too young to know about that.
uh,
Oh yeah.
uh, yeah.
Also, there was back to the community. Yes,
Correct.
Um,
Correct.
everybody knew everybody there, and even though that block covered
Mhm.
like three or four,
Mhm.
uh, uh they picked whoever was your merchant there. They knew you. They got to
Correct.
know you, and the
Mhm.
fire department was right there.
Mhm.
Um, there was back in the late 50s, early 60s, there was a TV show called Naked City,
Mhm.
and it's a black and white um show. I had the dubious honor of watching all five, I think, seasons or whatever last year. And there was this one particular episode that they shot a scene in my
Mhm.
neighborhood.
Mhm.
Uh, and I saw it and I was like, I remember that. And then my
Yeah.
father was like, where are you going? I'm like, but they're showing that kid back over here. I was like, but yeah, they did a lot of um, film shoots in New York. And this
Mhm.
one particular episode and it was about a kid that I forgot that was killed or something like that.
Mhm.
And the protection that this one particular parent was fighting back to get the neighborhood patrol to come back and all this
Mhm.
other stuff.
Mhm.
But there was also like rules. You know, you didn't do such and such thing.
Right.
Correct.
You
Yeah.
respected Mr. Moriarty across the street. You respected
Mhm.
his property.
Correct.
And the lady across the way, she wasn't too sociable, but she was pleasant. She was a French German woman, and
Yeah.
Mm.
she kept her place really. Oh my gosh! And then right next to her was a Puerto Rican family. Now you couldn't get any more interracial. I mean, you couldn't get any more UN than that.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I mean, really,
Yeah.
that's what I grew up with. And
Yeah.
it kind of galls me, now as an older person now, seeing such bigotry.
Mhm.
Mm.
I've experienced outright bigotry when I was a camp counselor, and we went to a camp somewhere in Joplin, Missouri.
Mhm.
And guess what? God don't like ugly. Joplin was one of the places that got hit by a tornado. I think it was about 4 or 5 years ago, and almost decimated the entire city. These
Mhm.
little kids came out one day. We were playing. I was a counselor, and I had a group of young
Now,
people,
how old were you at this time?
20,
Okay.
8 years, yeah, going on 20. Might have been, yeah. And this was my first experience of racism. So these little kids are coming out, and he says, "You niggers have to get off the property." Now the kids didn't know what was going on. My kids were just
Mhm.
playing and everything. So I said to the little kids over there, and they were white kids.
Mhm.
I said, did I hear you correctly say that? She says, well, yeah, well, that's what mom and dad told us to call you niggers. And I said, no,
Mhm.
you're wrong. Mommy and daddy don't know what they're talking about. So I took my
Mhm.
kids and came out, and then little kids ran right into the house. And I said, oh, but like I said, God don't like ugly. I
Yeah.
hope, I pray that those kids, well, this was
They'll
back,
be
oh my
adults
God,
now.
they
Mhm.
will be
Mhm.
adults. And if they're adults, and
Mhm.
they're not living in that area, or if they did grow up, that they didn't get killed. Because I'm
Yeah.
telling you, Joplin was wiped out.
Yeah. Yeah.
It like it was leveled. And I said,
Yeah.
huh. So those
You-
folks that are calling everybody niggers and
Mhm.
niggers,
Yeah.
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 huh? What happened?
But the thing
That's
also, mom, is not to and that's your experience, and that's also my experience with growing up, also having that same, living in the neighborhood where there are Puerto Ricans, there's, down south, Black Americans, there's Caribbean, right?
Mhm.
Well, Puerto
mm-hmm,
Ricans, Caribbean too, but Jamaican, Haitian. So
mm-hmm,
it's still, just because we didn't experience that didn't mean that that didn't exist, because it's
Mhm.
still New York City,
mm-hmm,
like Boston. They people don't think that we have that type of racism the way it is like in southern states
Hmm.
or Midwest. And I'm like,
It's
it
more blatant down south than it is in the north. In the north,
exactly.
they just kind of what they do is they cover it up. Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
But down here, yeah, they'll definitely, uh, they definitely
Hmm.
call you out.
Well, well,
Um,
here wasn't really too covered up here. They try to do it now, but back then it was real bad in Boston. You know, like
mm,
South Boston was predominantly Irish. That's where I don't know if you ever
yep,
heard of Whitey Bulger, the Irish mob. That's
yep,
so
yep. Oh
they
yeah.
got projects out there. So that was predominantly all white. Then there's a
Hmm.
Carson Beach that's out there. Blacks there's footage of this that you could actually see of black kids that were young and some their parents too going to Carson Beach and being called the N word, just like how y'all have the infamous one in New York. I forgot what part of New York that was when the Italians and all of them.
Heights in
Yeah,
Brooklyn.
so it's the same type of thing. So like Foxy was saying, it's not to say, but I get what you're saying. My area was like that. Where I grew up in Dorchester, Dorchester's like equivalent to Queens. We have a
Mm.
project, but it's more residential homes, driveway, and all this other stuff where you get a house with a garage.
Hmm.
Everybody, there was all types of. It was a melting pot. Mattapan would be equivalent to Brooklyn with the like East Brooklyn with the
Yeah.
Caribbean.
Mm.
Hmm.
So there is areas where people grew up with different nationalities and there was no segregation, there was no being called names. But when you went outside,
Oh
your
yeah.
neighborhood, then you see the difference on how people look at you, how they treat you. And you could be a kid and this is a grown adult. And I want to say this, right? I brought my children to Legoland Saturday, and
Mm.
it's basically what we're
Mm,
talking about. um my children was interacting with all types of kids that was there. So the point I'm trying to make
mm,
with when you said you went to Missouri or Joplin,
mhm.
racism is taught. You know what I mean? It's something that is
Yeah,
taught. Because
yeah.
children, like, and I listened to what you were saying, where you said all of you guys
My
didn't see color. You knew you was different. Oh, I'm darker than this one. That one's lighter than that one. Or this one's a white kid, but he's friends with me and my brother, so we don't treat him no different. You know what I mean?
mhm,
Like again, children will play with other children. They don't see skin tone. They don't like. It's not like my son comes over and say, "Daddy, that white boy wants to play with me. Can I go play with him?" He's like, "Hey, Daddy, that kid wants to play with me." You see what I'm saying?
right.
It's not.
Yeah,
He doesn't mention his skin tone or how
right,
he
right.
looks, or you know what I mean. It's just like,
Yeah.
Daddy, can me and my sister go play with those kids over there? Yeah, go ahead and let me keep an
Mhm.
eye on you guys. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah,
a lot of that
yeah.
is taught again. Racism and
Oh,
and,
yeah.
and is taught, you know, and
Right.
stuff like that. So
I mean, with me, it was more of a shock because I had heard about it.
hmm
Mm.
I've I didn't experience it, but I had heard
hmm
about
hmm
it. And when I was
hmm
a counselor, get to see it. Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
you
Was
know,
this also when you were going to Colorado as well?
yeah, this was that trip that I had. That the uh, the group home had
hmm
need was in need of a counselor, and
Mm.
I think there's all going all around the country and everything, and it's different in different places as well.
Correct. hmm
Uh, did I mean the kids that I was in charge with were primarily inner city children, and
Mm.
these were they a lot of them weren't too much younger than me. I mean, they were like 17, 16 years of age, so it was like, you know, they were very close in age as far as I was concerned. But
Mm.
the experience that they had, um, and I years later I met one of them, and we exchanged thoughts about that, and he said, "Yeah, Miss Stephanie," he says that we, he says that was a very educational trip,
Mm.
just to just to reflect on it. Yeah, and he was doing pretty good for himself too.
Mm.
So, uh, yeah, racism, babe, is definitely taught, and
hmm
like I said, those kids really gave me an eye. oh boy. Now that I'm here in Florida, uh, not I haven't really. No one comes out of their face, but you got a lot of Pito followers down here. So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
that's the other side of the coin that
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
that you got to deal with. And there are parts of where I live at, if a
Mm-hmm.
next township over, two townships over. Oh
Mm-hmm.
yeah, you could. We went out to eat the other day,
Mm-hmm.
and um, Dell's sister says I can feel the N word about to come on because we were in a Trader Joe's, and
Uh-huh.
all was a sea of the
Uh-huh.
Caucasian persuasion.
Yeah,
And
yeah, yeah.
I was like, okay. She says, now for me,
Mm-hmm.
I she could feel it more so. I
mm,
didn't
Mm-hmm.
get that vibe. I mean, yeah, they're snooty and everything.
mhm,
Hell,
Mm-hmm.
I went to a restaurant. I had just moved here, and I
Mm-hmm.
had gone to a restaurant with them to get an order of cookies because the cookies that this particular establishment sells was like the cookies that this Jewish bakery used to sell.
mm,
And
Okay.
so this
Mm-hmm.
lady, now mind you, here's the kicker. The lady at the counter is saying, "And what can I get for you, sweetheart?" And the woman on the other side, another Caucasian persuasion, says, "Uh, I would prefer that you didn't call me that. Okay, I'm not your sweetheart." I was
Mm-hmm.
mm.
like, "OMG!" Now this is
Mm.
one persuasion to the other persuasion,
Yeah.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
come to find
One,
out,
1%.
Parents.
come to find out from um your sister Dell
Uh-huh.
that she was a snowbird.
Mm,
Now, to show you how crazy it is down here, I don't know what God had intended with this state, but he must have done something wrong because I have heard this state being referred to as the toilet bowl of America.
yeah.
Yeah,
Everything and anything comes down into here. And
yeah.
she she said to me, "That's a snowbird." And I said, "What do you mean?" She's what it is that it's the northern persuasions that come here every
Mm-hmm.
so often. They don't like the southern hospitality.
That's a
So when
Mm,
the
fact.
lady, so yeah, I mean, I wanted to haul off and slam that woman. So when the lady did, when the cut so when the salesperson came to me and I said to her, "You know what? You can call me sweetheart anytime." And
Yeah,
she
yeah.
smiled and she smiled. I had to diffuse it because
mm,
I could see she was rattled. I could
Yeah,
see that
yeah,
she was definitely rattled. And that
yeah.
was the same experience that these kids that I had with those little kids.
Mm-hmm.
mm,
I was rattled. And I was like, oh boy, you
Mm.
know. And
Yeah,
so listen,
mhm.
there are they have to answer to someone and I don't worry about it anymore.
Exactly.
yeah. You at that age, that's why. Like, see, like you said, your daughter, she felt it, but you probably was just, enjoying yourself,
Yeah,
ready to get
shopping.
some cookies. Yeah,
Yeah, we're shop. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
And
I
then
live down there, so I've lived down there. That's the second place I've ever lived besides Massachusetts, and
mhm,
I
yeah.
I could respect it because, like you said, it's up north. They kind of do it behind your back, depending on where you at.
Mhm.
Um, Down there, it's in your face. You know exactly who your neighbor is from the outside of their home. So I respect it. But yeah, one time, because actually went to school down there. So I lived in Orlando. I lived in Fort Lauderdale, all over Fort Lauderdale. Lived
Not too far from Fort Lauderdale.
say that again.
I'm not far from Fort Lauderdale. I'm about 35 minutes.
Okay, okay. Lived in Miami. Lived in North Miami, Little Haiti.
Mhm.
Um, so again, when I was in Orlando, there was in this town called Ocoee. I never knew the town was founded by a black man. I know that I
Mm.
learned that 4 years ago. I learned that. But when I was out
Mhm.
there, it was where we lived at was residential, Then you had the trailer, the trailer park.
Trap Park, right.
Yeah, exactly. And then you had Mexicans. The Mexicans never had no issues with them, but
Yeah.
the trailer parks, yeah, we had
Yeah.
plenty of issues. So one time I was driving and I got lost, and I saw a sign that says private property, but for some reason I just kept driving, right? So and there's gravel roads. You know exactly what
Mm-hmm.
I'm about to say. So I landed on somebody's property. Long story
Mm.
short, all I heard was shotguns being cocked back. And I'm talking about the whole family was outside like
Yeah.
Yo.
and
Oh
it
yeah.
was like the father was talking, and I had some young kids. I was the oldest, so the young dudes in the car, they were like 18, 17. I was the oldest
Mm.
at the time. So I said, let me talk because I have the northern accent. So if y'all talk, might be some problems, but let me speak. So the father, he spits out his tobacco and said blatantly, boy, did you not see those signs back there?
Mm.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, sir, I am lost. And when he heard me speak, he said, oh, you a city slicker. This is what he's calling me.
Oh.
Yeah.
He said, you're a
Yeah.
city slicker. I could
Yep.
tell you're lost. But he said, I know you can read. Did you not see the private property? I said, sir, I lied to him. I was like, sir, I didn't even see none of that. I kind of dozed off and I'm on your property. I'm sorry. He said, yeah, make a U-turn and get out of here. Because if I
Mm-hmm.
see you again, there's not going to be any talking. It's basically what he said. And like I said, he's the only one who said something. His wife didn't talk. And his son and daughter, they all had shotguns. Every single one of them cocked back the shotguns. No lie.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
And I said, guys, let me talk because, again, I made sure I thickened my Boston accent so he knew that I was nowhere near from Florida just so I could make it back for real. You know what I'm saying? And I said, wow, I heard about this in
Mm.
my lifetime, but I never experienced it. And I said, wow, I finally got to experience it. Now I know what it feels like. And I'm not playing with these guys. You know what I'm saying? I don't care what anybody say, how tough you think you are, how gangster you
Yeah.
think you are. Go down to one of those places and let's see how
Yeah.
tough you are. Because
Mhm.
it's not about being tough. It's about being alive and making it out alive, and going home,
Right.
because,
Not being
you know,
stupid. Don't do
correct,
anything.
correct. Because we could have
Don't
been
and
buried on that property and never been found ever,
Mm.
exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
so,
Yeah.
but,
Yeah.
yeah, but, yeah, Florida is crazy, man. Florida is really crazy, but
And I
think,
heard that from a guy. I heard that expression. I'm sorry. I heard that from a man one day. We were picking up pizza from
hmm
one of our favorite places, and this
hmm
guy's from Jersey, and he has a business here, or had a
hmm
business here. And he was
hmm
about. So he was talking, and he says, "Yeah, this is the toilet of the or the sewer of the country."
hmm
And when he said that, I could think of what he was talking about because
yeah,
in the short period of time that I have been here or had
hmm
been there, I've seen all kinds of crazy and
Mm.
and,
hmm
and witness. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
yeah,
However, I'm here because the sunshine is good for me,
correct.
and I don't pay these people no mind.
Yeah, yeah. The sun definitely is healing and it charge
And
you up. And it's funny because when you talk, I don't know how long you've been out of New York, but you just said talk. You said the guy from New Jersey, he talked, and I was like, wow, you can
yeah,
hear that New
yeah.
York, that New York accent in
It's
him.
the Bronx. It's the Bronxies.
Yeah,
We folks from the Bronx. We talk a different way.
yeah, yeah.
Well,
Definitely.
not. It's just, yeah. It's just you haven't lost your
Correct.
No, and I
your
have no
accent.
intention of it. No, 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 no.
Well, you're older, so it's not like you are heavily influenced, like
Listen,
with.
New Yorkers will never lose it. I don't care where on the planet you guys
Exactly.
move to. You
New
always
Yorkers would
gonna have
definitely.
it.
There we go. There
Yep.
he's right. He's right.
Yep.
You could be living in Kitty Ohio, and you
You can.
still there is such a place. My father
No,
told me,
I know, I know. I think I heard of it before.
and
It's how you
he
said it.
and then and we'll never lose our accent.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
We definitely will. I have a girlfriend here. She's from Detroit, and I could definitely hear her Midwestern accent.
Correct.
You did, sir. There's just you
Yeah, but if
and
you're a
yes,
child, like I was gonna say, if you're a child, like you left like teenage years or whatever,
Oh yeah,
you're
you'll
gonna
lose
be
it.
influenced.
Of
You're gonna
course.
be,
oh yeah,
Of
like
course.
you.
but as
Listen,
an
I
older
can see.
adult and you move down to another state or whatever,
Yeah,
yeah,
you'll
it's
always
hard
have
for
it.
you to lose.
I can hear it with these two, my two granddaughters here, a little bit with their they pick. I mean, the older one, I can definitely hear a little bit of the southern.
Hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Um, I don't know. It hasn't registered yet with the littlest one.
Hmm.
Um,
Hmm.
but I'm pretty sure that if they were to go to New York, they would
Hmm.
definitely. Oh, okay.
Mm-hmm.
They would hear it.
Hmm.
That or you'd hear it, Dell, and probably maybe somebody else in the family might hear it and stuff like
Mm.
that.
Yeah.
But yeah, yeah.
Well, I wanted,
And
I
then
there was
I
a
don't want to even to oh, and I'm so sorry, but
uh,
the folks from Boston,
Uh-huh.
definitely. We know you
Correct.
got that. Yeah,
some
got
people
that.
think that
Love it.
they'll hear like Staten Island or not like Long Island, and they'll be like, "Oh, you guys sound like you from Boston,"
Hmm.
because
Yeah,
it's
because
almost
everything is kind of like broadened.
yeah.
And
Yeah.
I mean, I can tell there's a thing that I watch sometimes on TV here, very local, and it's Boston Rob. And he has a show where he he highlights different parts of. Ooh, there's one place in up there in Massachusetts that I definitely need to hit. Besides Cape Cod, I've been there on a
Hmm.
couple of occasions. I love it.
Yeah.
But with him, when he opens his mouth, he
Hmm.
definitely you can hear it. I'm like, I love it. I love it.
Well, they don't pronounce Bostonians
Maybach
don't
didn't
pronounce their
say when
R's.
we were talking. Maybach, if you never said that you were from Boston and you
Mhm.
kept talking eventually, but like I thought you were from New York.
Yeah,
Yeah.
brother Nasir said the same thing to me too.
Mm,
He said, yo, if you didn't tell, for one, he said, if you didn't tell me you was Haitian, I would never know. And he was like, if you didn't say you was from Boston, because he don't, again, I tell people, it's only the clear folks that says, Boston, I'm from Boston.
uh-huh.
We
Boston.
don't
Yeah,
say
yeah, then
that.
I parked the car. Yeah.
Ka, yeah, exactly. Park the
Parked the
car,
car.
Harvard Yard.
Yeah.
I'm sipping on Bacardi. Yeah, they don't pronounce their R's. Like Chicago. I was listening to some kid in Chicago. He said car, and the way he said car is kind of like a Bostonian. That's the only
Mm,
thing I
Mhm,
will say. But
mhm.
when they speak, they don't sound like I can hear the Midwest accent too.
mhm.
And
Yeah.
it's funny. Chicago to me is not the Midwest. I don't know who drew up this geographical lining or whatever, but how is Chicago in the Midwest when it's really in the East
Right.
Coast? Same
Well,
thing with the
well,
West Indies. If it was called the East Indies, it should have stayed the East Indies because it's in the Atlantic Ocean. So how is it called the West Indies if it's on the East Coast? That
I
make no
believe.
sense.
They were coming from the east, and so
Yeah,
they
and
dubbed it west because they were
No, but
coming from the
I,
east.
I get it, but remember, they said north is really south and south is west. I mean, is north. East is west and west is east. You get what I'm saying?
mm,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they said
well,
everything was different back then when it was being taught. They
Right.
switched it whenever. Again, I guess it's the Mandela effect, you know, that's
mm.
been going on a lot. But go ahead. Uh-huh.
Mm,
Because, like what your mother said earlier, that's true. I've been hearing a lot of people say the world for them, the elders who are still alive, 80s, 70s, say
Mhm.
um, things changed for them after the Vietnam. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? After Vietnam War. For us, a lot of people are saying 2012, 2010. Some people even saying 6 years ago with 2020.
mm-hmm.
Everything's been different for them.
hmm,
Time flies now. It was just 12 in the afternoon. It's already going on 6,
yeah.
you know?
Well,
Every
that's another. That is another story in the other chapter of my
Mm-hmm.
book
Mhm,
about the time change. But
mhm.
yeah, it is. It's going on 6 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A lot of things is changing, but yeah.
But but you know what, guys? I'm going to sign off
Oh,
because it's
Okay.
getting close to the time when I have
dinner
to
time.
that, and I have to give Mr. Puppy his medicine, and it's getting
Okay.
ready to cloud up and thunder here. So I'm
Mhm.
going to be Oh, I'm going to be going through changes with trying to get this dog his last pill for the last,
Okay.
you know.
All
But
right,
Well,
Mama.
good
Well, I
talking to you.
appreciate you.
It was great talking to you again.
and I'm glad that you got part 2 in.
Yes. Oh, next time I'm gonna have more questions next time. I'm gonna start thinking of questions now. So whenever you pop up, I could just grab my notebook and pull the questions out.
Okay, all right, I'll be ready. And thanks,
Appreciate you.
Jill,
You're
for
welcome, Mama.
this mindful Monday. And I hope we next time that I am able to chat with you, we get more people on the line,
Mm,
Yeah.
on the
exactly.
call, on the call. Uh, I know that you have had to change. You've got a little
Some people
censorship
just
thing
don't
going.
like to come up on the panel. They just like to hear. So,
Hmm.
All right, but listen, those of them who are on the panel and then that are listening, it is
Hmm.
always good to say something. And we're not in this by ourselves. You know, we got voices. We can be heard.
Correct. Correct. Don't be
Okay.
scared, y'all. It's Mama Foxy.
and that's the advocate right there.
Hmm.
So she's letting you know you got a voice. It can be heard. All right, Mother. I will talk to you later. Love you.
Love you too, sweetheart.
Okay, Mom.
Have a good night. Enjoy your night.
Thank
You're welcome. Oh, that was dope. Another
Thank
one.
you.
Another banger.
Another banger for the anniversary. So that was cool.
This was not scripted, y'all. This was,
Nope, not at all.
Mama was tuning in and Mama came up on the
Yeah, because I
panel.
sent her the link
Hmm.
earlier and told her that I was going to go live. And then she texted me. She was like, okay, I'm listening. So, yeah, I
That's
had
dope.
sent when I was sending everybody the text messages, I sent
Hmm.
her one.
That's
Just
dope.
on the whim. I was like, if you can, you can't. And she
Yeah,
came through. So,
that's
appreciate it. And
dope.
my sister helped her get through.
Yes.
Latasha's been in the building holding it
Appreciate
down.
sis too. Got it out to sis. Appreciate you. Definitely that's history right there, man. Like I said, I love asking, you know, um, the OGs,
Mm-hmm.
the elders question. I don't want to call your mama elder because, they don't want to be called grandmas. They be like, call me G Ma or Tati. We have a thing called Tati. That's what the grandmas are called, Tati.
Okay.
Yeah, it's kind of like auntie. It's a
Right.
nickname for auntie and grandmas. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause,
Oh, okay.
again, they don't want the grandma name. It makes them feel old. So, but so I say the OGs, man, the quadruple, triple OGs, the double OGs. I like asking them questions about those times, because
You know
again,
what?
they lived it.
We're
Uh-huh.
considered OGs now too.
Oh yeah, yeah. These young bucks call us old. I told
I
them.
embrace it.
No, I do
The
too. I told
OG.
them.
That's a
I told.
status.
I told. I told the youngins that listen, man. The old to me is broken down to an acronym, and it's outliving dummies because a lot of them is taking each other out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's not the man taking them out; they
Right.
taking each other out. So, call me old all you want. Like you said, I embrace it because we don't look our age, so I'll take it all
Nope.
day. We don't.
Exactly.
We don't look washed or rinsed.
Right. I was on the line. This was a couple of weeks ago in the grocery store, and so it was me and my son. And this old man was, I would say old man, but he was the age of my dad. So
Mhm.
he was saying something, and I said, what you said, Pops? And he looked at me. He was like, Pops. I was like, oh my. I said, I'm so sorry, sir, because I was getting familiar with them. And he was
Mhm.
like, he said, no, that's okay. And I said, well, would you want me to say Unc? And he was like,
Yeah.
oh, he's like, I hear the kids say that. And I was like, okay, then, sir, Pops. I said, you my dad. I said, how old are you? He was like, I'm 67. I said, yeah, you're the same age as my dad. So he's like,
Yeah.
okay, I'll take that. I got my
Yeah.
sister in the building.
Salute.
My real sister, my blood sister. She's in the building.
Thank you.
Keys.
Hey, I've been trying to join, but not have too much background sound.
I see you. I saw you spilling that information in the chat.
Oh man, I was like talking in the back, like I was like, oh yeah, I was like, it was getting me excited. I'm like, oh yeah, these are my people because this is a conversation I wish I could have with normal people, but there's not too many of that in the
Mm,
South Florida.
not at all.
Yeah.
So, okay, so say your stuff then now. So now that you have an opportunity.
Well, I had logged off a little bit because I went to the store, but I was listening to mom talk about like racism. I mean, for her, it's a different generation, but for me, being in the mid 30s and being depending on who you ask, maybe blanc passe, white passing, or
Mm,
mixed race. Who down here, uh, I've experienced more of that than I've ever
mm,
done in New York. New York is either oh you too white to be hanging out with the black folks, or you too black to be hanging out with the white folks. But you still were able to play basketball and break bread
mm,
with anybody. But you still had that kind of reservations that you up north, like in New York, where people would still kind of treat you differently, but then it wasn't too big. But down here, it feels like very cut and dry, like,
Mhm.
and it's very and then when you come down here, where there's a lot of different uh cultures from like the Caribbean or even just like South or Central America, you know, they're not big on race. I say they're big on their nationality before
Mhm.
they identify with any color. However, within their culture, like, yeah, they might identify you as like the dark one or the light one or the blonde one or whatever, but it's always nationality first and then
Mhm.
uh your race, so to speak. But here in America, it's like we're so hung up on just the technicality. People are arguing over Jesus if he's black, white, Middle Eastern looking. I mean, it's always that is like the biggest thing that I feel like Americans just are fixated on is just race, color. But I was also listening to just the history of mom spilling about the family, and I didn't know a lot about that, so I was just really grateful to be able to have a moment to chime in because I don't really get any moment to
mm,
participate and just do anything that is outside of me giving myself to the children. So I
mhm.
am grateful to be able to listen to you and Maybach listen to him and just mom, I just appreciate the the platform that you're presenting.
Thank you, Keith.
We appreciate you too. Thank you for blessing us with your grace. Well, blessing me because you're new to me. You know, your sister, y'all are sister, y'all are blood. But I appreciate you for coming up here. This is my first time hearing you, and I like the way you talk. Um, that's good for your age that you know a lot of things because there's a lot of people that's your age and they lost in the sauce. It's like I like to say, you know what I
Oh
mean?
yeah.
But that's
And
dope.
even my elders are lost in the sauce, and I'm over here and I'm like trying not to be such a know-it-all, but I'm like, oh my gosh, like you don't understand how much knowledge there's out there. And I even tell mom, like, I'm like, you can't drink liquid death. That stuff, people, you got to be careful what you put in your body, even if
Mhm.
someone's not, if it might seem like water, but someone's literally putting a intention of harm to what you digest.
Mhm.
And she's looking at me like I got 10 heads. I'm like, I don't know how I could keep putting this information out there, but I'm
Yeah.
over here looking like the cuckoo
Nah, no, you're
person,
not.
but
I
I'm
get it.
gonna
I
stay
get it too.
consistent.
Yeah, I like that you say that because I tell my friends too that drink that. I'm like, why would you want to drink something with that name or as a late? You know what I mean? Like,
hmm
what
And
was correct. Go ahead. Go ahead.
and then to find out that people literally prayed over it, like
Correct.
it's
Correct.
Mm.
like,
Yeah, they
and
did
not
what
in a
they
way
did.
that's to be beneficial. So I was like, nah.
Oh, that's
What?
fire. Yep. I love her already, Foxy. I love her. She's informed. She knows.
Oh yeah, she
Look
sent
up look
me
up
stuff.
Celsius. Look up Celsius. Watch when you read up what's in Celsius and how they make it, you're gonna be like, wow, this is crazy.
Oh
Whenever you
man.
get a chance, when you get off, look up Celsius. I've done inform people and they still drinking it. And I'm like, you know what? I can't save everybody. I'm not trying to save everybody. If I give you the information and it's factual and you still want to buy this product and drink it, then that's all on you. Go ahead, have at it. You know? But yeah, look up Celsius when you get off here, what they make it with. and you'll be like, wow. And you're gonna look at people who's drinking it. Watch, I guarantee you're gonna be like, yeah, Maybach wasn't lying. Then you're gonna start looking at these people weird that you see drinking it. Just look it up. Watch what you see what they make it with. You'll be like, what? And it's allowed. And it's allowed.
I'm
And
sure the FDA puts out a lot of stuff that can slide through. Now they're recalling, just like the red dye and which I was licking my fingers off of Doritos the other day.
Oh yeah, you talking about the Doritos yesterday.
I was eating
It
some
was a mixed
Doritos the
Dorito?
other day, Keys, and I was like, I sure am licking that red dye off my fingers right now.
But at least you wasn't eating it for a minute, though. I'd give you that.
No, I hardly eat that stuff. But, you gotta, when you have a craving and it's there, and it's like, let me just grab that real quick.
Yeah, it's like the rabbit holes just keep getting. Every time I go to physical therapy, the therapist asks, "What rabbit hole have you gone down today?" I'm like, "Man, you don't even want to know. The weather right now is changed because they're trying to either keep the serpent down." And they looking at me all like, okay.
Oh yeah, you need to be a guest. We need her. She needs to be a guest.
I'm like, man, no. But no, I go down. I didn't know about the Celsius. My teenage daughter, so I know like all the kids and like young adults, they drink that. I don't drink any. Mine is, regular coffee. Like that's my caffeine.
Yeah.
And soda. But the kids drink it, and because she has low energy, and I feel like that kind of fuels her like depression or whatnot. That just a little energy drink would help her. But now I'm like, man, I gotta reconsider. I might have to just get her some vitamins and then you got to be careful with the vitamins because Correct. It's just sugar and this. And I stopped eating. I don't really eat fast food, but once I found out like we eating probably 30% of human meat, I'm like, I'm not eating no red meat unless I'm going to a butcher shop and I see that they took that roast and then they grind.
Like to be a guest, my channel is Maybach Melt 1804. You could be a guest anytime you want to, because this is the stuff I go down those rabbit holes. I talk about those. I've been banned for like a whole month and a half for exposing the Charlie Kirk thing. So I love stuff like this. Yes, you talking
rest
my
in peace,
language.
Charlie Kirk.
Huh?
Yeah, I said rest in peace.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Yeah, rest
possibly.
In peace.
Possibly.
Right.
Yeah. But you speaking my language. Yep. When you said all of that, I was like, yep, that's what I like. We could talk.
Yep.
Foxy will tell you. Your sister tell you. Listen, we talk about the moon, the stars. Next thing you know, we talk about the weather. Who's in control? Who's putting on the switch? Who shut it off? We talk about everything. Yeah.
I try to educate as much as people down here. I try to be like I don't know. I wouldn't say disciple, but I guess you could say that. Like trying to, like a shepherd, trying to educate people on the truth. I don't go. I guess I consider myself a truth seeker. My mom likes to call me a cynical. I said, no, I like to seek the truth.
Right.
Because mom said that to me. She's like, you're such a cynical. I say, Mom, it's not being cynical. I could come with receipts. I'm not just saying I don't just trust anything or I just go jump on this bandwagon. I'm saying, look, I like to make informed decisions. That is how I move. I like to say, okay, well, I did my best in researching. If I was wrong, I'm wrong, but at least I feel comfortable with the decision that I made.
There you go. Yeah,
that's just how I'm.
Yeah, you're a truth seeker. That's all.
So just to let you know, Maybach, she's also a Cancer too. So thinking and calculating everything is with intention. Our brother is a Cancer too. So my mother.
I know. Mom knew when to get fertile.
There's 3 Cancers in the house, and we are all different, all in July, but there's.
Oh yeah. You could see that there's a variety. Like we're super different, different. It's just
but
odd.
All this talk, that's one thing definitely on our accord with. We can definitely politic and talk about this. That's like the, but as far as like characteristics and stuff, all different.
No, but that's all signs. That's like that. There's things y'all gonna vibe on, and then there's things where y'all gonna be different at. You know what I mean, and stuff like that. You might be a morning person.
Especially like with people with the Cancer, and how it's like they'll say, "Oh, Cancers are this, Cancers are that," and I'm like, each one of us has the different Cancer trait, but it's not like what they keep saying. They keep saying, "Oh, we this, we're
The
crybabies."
crybaby. I'm
I
the only
promise you,
crybaby that I know as a Cancer. I'm the only one. I'm the only one, and it's only because I'm fighting back having to murder somebody. That's it.
exactly, exactly.
No,
And my
but I feel
brother,
like, but again, right? Isn't that like when you say y'all are different? Isn't that have to do with the moon rising and the sun? Like
Yeah,
meaning
or
having,
in the years apart
yeah,
too.
right?
yeah, yeah.
But
The like
categorize, the like all Libras, or they'll say all Cancers, and it's just like, well, I'm just saying, there's 3 Cancers in the family, and
Hmm. Hmm.
the statistics that they tell about Cancers, I'm like, eh, we don't fit
so
them.
what
We
what
don't
is
fit
your
that.
sign, Maybach? If I
I'm
had
a
to
Lib.
guess, I would say. Oh wait, you said it already.
Yeah, I'm a Libra. Sorry, sorry. Yeah, I'm a Libra.
I was gonna say Leo. I don't know if something L was coming to my head, and then you said Libra. I was like, oh, well, I was off.
Uh-huh.
I don't know too many Libras, but definitely I was getting
Uh-huh.
this download of like with an L on a.
Nah, we
Okay,
not. I'm not no liar. I call Leos
Leos are not
lions.
liars.
Hey
I
man,
said,
Leos
huh?
are
You
one of
said
the
what?
best
They will lie
signs.
till they get to the top,
That
Foxy.
may be just one experience that you had. How many Leos have you had encounters with?
Yeah, you're right. I don't know if you know.
See,
I'm
Yeah,
not
you're
gonna
right.
lie. I feel like one of the best groups of people are Leos. Like our grandmother was a Leo. I have
Uh-huh.
2 good friends that are Leos, and I'm like they have their, I guess, their quirks about them that I can see why they would be like people would be turned off about them, but it doesn't make me, it doesn't turn me off. It doesn't make me say, oh man, I can't hang out with this girl because
Yeah.
it just it's like a balance.
Hmm.
One of the best, and they keep it real. I don't know about them lying. I feel like they tell you what it is.
yeah,
They tell you like it is.
that's
Right.
the same experience I have with Leos. It's
And I
like,
don't know have too many experience with Libras. I have to learn a lot about a
Yeah.
Libra. I know that's what about the balance, right? With
What?
the
Yes,
scales,
with the
right?
scale. Yes, we the best. No DJ Khaled,
that's
but
what
we
he
the
said.
Oh,
best.
okay.
Yes, we are the best.
Please don't
Yes.
believe him. That's what
If
he
you
said.
if you like Ti, he's a September Libra. If you
No,
like
I'm
Little
sorry.
Wayne,
I'm gonna always support 50 Cent, even if he's wrong and messy. I'm sorry. That's just the
of
cancer in
course,
me.
it's
Oh wait,
Cancer.
so
I
were
get
you
it.
here
Cancer
earlier,
gang.
Keith? Were you
No,
here
I did
earlier?
hear you talk about
Okay.
a little bit, but I missed
What's
it.
your
I
take
missed them.
on it? What's your take
Well,
on this whole beef or so-called beef that he's been stirring up with everybody?
I
Fat,
feel like okay,
Kim.
so me, I'm a controversial person internally. I like messy, but I like calculated messy. So, for example,
uh-huh.
I'm going to talk about a little bit of like a basketball player. I love Kevin Garnett.
Hmm.
His fundament, like the way he played basketball, is it was like the typical fundamentals. It's
Yeah,
all about taunting. Obviously he had the skill set, but
yeah,
it's about the mental getting in your head. If you can
correct.
allow somebody to get in your head, then to me that you're weak. You get what I'm
Yeah,
saying? And Kevin
yeah,
Garnett knew how to play on that. I feel like
correct.
50 Cent is the same way. He's very intelligent. He has an emotional intelligence too. Like,
Hmm.
yeah, he might be petty and he might pick his battles,
Hmm.
and it might seem like he's only targeting women and blah, 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 but
Hmm.
he knows that's how he could get through to the men. He
Correct,
knows that,
correct,
and
correct.
he turns everything into a business opportunity. Nothing really phases him. He. I mean, maybe his music may not be the best now. He got that song out with Max B, but I mean, I represent. I love Max B
Yeah.
too.
Uh-huh.
But the song sound kind of trash. But I
Hmm.
like the motivation behind it. Like you know what I'm saying? Like I
Yeah,
like the pettiness. A lot of people,
yeah.
bless you, they're not really tactful in how they are targeting supposedly their op or whatever. I feel like he's too old. He has too many allegations of him touching people that he's up on the Epstein. He's up in that tier with Epstein for me. So I feel
Uh-huh.
like, okay, you want to bring it to the streets or whatever, and you want to make it about like, oh, I got a better catalog. Okay, cool. But you know what? You got sexual allegations
Yeah.
that I'm like, does
That's
50
what I
have
was
those kind
telling
of
your sis.
allegations?
That's what I was telling your
He has
sis. Like,
domestic violence issues.
yeah.
So
I
he
was
went.
telling your
Man,
sis they was calling him the Diddy of the South at one point.
and I believe it. I
Yeah.
feel like a lot of these people are. And I feel like, you know what? There's a lot of men Muslim men that be beating on their wives too, and they're gay. So I mean,
Mhm.
Or
they-
I'm not saying what I'm saying is that they both have their skeletons.
I get that part, but I'm just saying, like, I feel like domestic violence is just so common in a sense that, like, it's not okay. Don't but it's like men have been beating on women since the beginning of time. But as far as like the touching of the kids and you raping people, like, yeah, that's been something too. But we all know that, like, you have to. I feel like it's a calculated thought process to sexually assault somebody, but beating on somebody, sometimes you can't control your rage and you just do something. Like, there's been times that I might have struck somebody out of rage, not okay, but I could do it. But when it comes to assaulting people, I feel like you definitely are making a conscious decision,
Yeah, that's
because there's layers and steps that you have to do to assault a person in a sexual manner. So that's why I was like, no, I can't rock with that.
Yeah.
I know T.I. used to be your boy because she used to blast T.I. in the
I
house.
said,
She
when you
said
see
it.
me
She
in the
said it.
street, shorty, you don't know me.
Yeah, she said it earlier. She said that.
That was especially when he first came out, because she was.
Right.
I mean, my sister was such a big, like, like, she just loved music. I mean, between Mariah Carey, 112, maybe
Mhm,
not too much
mhm.
50, but my sister just loved music. If it sound good, she's rocking with it. But I know that was her boy, but I don't
Tupac
know. I'm
too.
always
She's a
gonna rock.
Tupac lover.
Oh,
She loves
Tupac
Tupac.
goes without saying.
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
her husband.
Right.
yeah, yeah. I think the whole YouTube streets know that Tupac
I
was
think.
with. Yeah, she
Hush
was
your
with
Yes,
mouth,
Tupac.
I
Maven.
think
She was with
everybody in Cuba
Tupac. She
knows
was with
too.
Tupac too. Yeah, she beat up. She fought. What's the chick's name? The one with Will Smith. What's her name
No,
again?
now you slandering me. Shut up, Maven.
Oh my gosh! I think everybody in Cuba knew too.
Exactly. Yeah, she went to Cuba. According to her, she went to
Yeah,
Cuba to visit him. Yep.
I did
I
not.
believe it.
I went to visit. He came to visit me in my dreams.
Oh, okay. Now it's in the
She went
dream.
to go to the aunt's funeral and everything.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
did.
yeah.
I went to. I was just watching his cousin the other day. Me and his cousin was talking. The same, one of his cousins. Like, no, for real, for real. Like, this was like a couple of years ago. He was on Instagram. This is his brother. His cousin is it Kenny? I think it's Kenny. And they're from the Bronx too. So, I had said something in the chat, and then he responded, and then he friend requested me and stuff. So I was like, oh, I was trying not to fan out. And I was just like, oh my God, I'm in
Oh
the
man,
family.
the way he had like East Coast family members.
Yeah, he was born in Harlem.
So why?
Oh, that's another story.
Oh
We'll
man,
chat.
that's another. But real quick, I want to know: are the rumors true where he wasn't a real rapper, but he was
Oh,
like
don't get
a
started, Keys.
okay? Because you know where I was going with it. Like, he was just nothing but a tool to make
That's what that's the new thing because of social media. But nobody was saying this back in the days. We were rocking with him. And I was saying this on, I think it was Brother OG panel, that you see back in those eras, like the 80s and stuff, right? Because I was a product of this. Mom put me in ballet and tap. And I also in my camp, I also joined the dance club.
Oh,
So,
okay.
oh, who's that?
That's the little one.
Ooh,
Sorry,
I hear that
but
little
I'm
voice.
gonna mute myself so I can listen to what you say better.
Okay. So anyway, what I'm saying is that also Tupac's mother, Afeni Shakur, went to music and art, the same high school that mom went to. So it was natural for these people that are like gifted or talented to only do that with their children. And Afeni did that with Tupac. She put him into, he got accepted into Baltimore's music and art. And he did the dance, but he also, was on the art scene. So these people that are talking now, they're like, oh, he's a ballerina and da 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 da. And it's like, you have to, like, you're not saying that about Prodigy from Mobb Deep, and he was a dancer too.
Yo, hold on, don't bring up my favorite rapper.
No, I'm just saying that that's
I
he
know,
was
I
doing
know,
that
I
as
know.
well. And
I know. They went to drama school or dance school.
we were creative. You know, my mom, when she worked in the public schools, she was a counselor, but she would also set up the talent shows.
Mhm.
And she was involved in the talent shows. This is with junior high school, elementary kids. And that's the first time I ever went on the stage, was doing Donna Summer, She Works Hard for the Money. I played Donna Summer. I played my mom's daughter, the Donna Summer's video. So that that era, like, we were very into music, art, dance,
Correct. Drama, all of that.
especially drama, especially New York City. My mom, like I said, she went to music and art. Fame,
Mhm.
that's where they filmed that at. Like,
Yeah.
you know, so people saying that about Pac, and I'm like, you don't understand that because y'all probably didn't have that type of life, you know, that upbringing.
Yeah, I don't know who created that. I think it was Homeboy. Because once
Yeah.
he Homeboy, what's his name? John Singleton mentioned that he was batting on the same playing on the same team. That's when all of this weird stuff started being said about him. But
Mhm.
before that, like you said, they never said that about him. So
Yeah, and I've
again.
been rocking with Pac since '91.
Mhm.
So, you know, like, obviously, you know, we can't say we didn't have social media, because people keep saying, oh, we didn't have social media, we didn't have cameras. Yes, we did. And yes, we did. We had
Yeah.
computers, the internet was there, wasn't as fast. And did everybody have a computer in their house? No.
Oh man, talk about not fast. We had what was it? Dial up? AOL?
I'm talking about in the 80s.
Oh,
In the,
yeah, yeah.
yeah,
80s was
the
even
80s and
yeah,
90s, because that's when the computers were coming out. And yeah,
correct.
you weren't
I had him.
plugged in.
I first seen a computer in middle school. I was
Right.
about like I think sixth grade. Yep. Go ahead.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
So also football players, I don't know if they do this now, but football players also had to take up ballet class for the flexibility and to be agile.
Hold on. That's what y'all had those in y'all.
No,
Well, my
no,
schools didn't have that.
not. I'm talking about like NFL players.
Oh, to get some flexibility.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
it was like a requirement so that they can be nice on their feet.
yeah. But I know.
So
Certain schools you had to take certain classes too, like drama, like you was just saying, clubs. You had
mhm,
to join a club. Every school had some form of club. You
right.
know, that you had to be part of. So yeah.
So I mean, you know, people are gonna say that about him. They're gonna, you know, assassinate his character and whatnot. And I'm just like, whatever. You know, these people who are talking about Pac, I
Mhm.
think, forget that Pac was 25 when he passed away. And what were
Mhm.
you doing when you were 25? Did you even talk like this when you were 17, 18 years old? Because I guarantee you weren't. This man, this little guy was reading books. I didn't even know about all that stuff that he was on.
Yeah.
Like, his mind was like of a 45
Yeah.
year.
Look at who his parents were.
Exactly.
Look what
They
they
had
was
to
part
read.
of.
The Panthers
Correct.
had reading requirements. He had
Correct.
to read that.
Correct.
So
Yeah,
half
these
these
dudes, a lot,
ignorant,
like you said, a lot of these dudes wasn't doing.
no,
Man, listen, it's funny. Yeah. So he was supposed to be a gangster at that age. Like he was supposed to be a tough guy. You get what I'm saying? It's just like, come
right,
on, man. What are we talking about here?
right.
Like even the killers and gangsters, they the most intelligent ones. They
Mm,
the ones who got the most manners. You see what I'm saying? It's like that, how they say about some of serial killers. Maybe not all of them, but majority of them. They said, "Yo, if we didn't catch this guy, you would never know that this is what he was doing because again, they looked apart." You know what I'm saying? Like I said, I back in my time, it's just like it was in New York when you threw block parties. It
mm,
was the biggest, hustler from that area through the biggest block parties.
right.
Paid everybody, paid people's rent off, gave like groceries to somebody who might have needed some groceries. You get what I'm
Mm,
saying? Like again, nobody was like, come on. It's like it's not
yeah.
like how it is now. Like so when people say some of this thing, you got to look at them and side eye them. That's what I do. You know what I mean? Like what gangster was a gangster like at 8 years old? You know what I'm
Right.
saying? Like come on.
Hey, shut up. Like, you could, because now you could talk. You never was able to talk. So now you could talk and you say these things. And it's just like,
Correct.
I mean, you know, was he contradictory? Was he
Correct.
yeah,
Right. But who
absolutely.
wasn't? Yeah,
Right.
but who wasn't? You know what I mean? Like that's the thing about, a person. You know what I mean? It's about evolving. Did he? Yeah, he had Brenda's got a baby, and then he would say, fuck bitches.
Right. Or
You
I
know what I'm
get it now.
saying?
Yeah,
Exactly. But again, he had to be appealing and pleasing to the masses.
exactly.
Like, what are we talking about? You know what I'm saying? Again, but we all know all of this stuff now. Like,
Yeah,
with NWA too. It's just like I be, I was having a conversation with
exactly.
somebody. I was like, yo, the female rappers now, I feel like it's an attack on the young girls. What
Mm,
I grew up, or the era we came up with, yeah, we had at least a balance. There's no balance now. We had at least the conscious rappers back then. You know what I mean? Whether it was Common Sense, Poor Righteous Teachers.
right.
Um, so you talking about Tupac? Let's take it to KRS-One, who
Of
is
course.
dubbed the teacher, but
Right.
on his first album cover had what, a Tech Nine or a Mac 10 on it.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? He still was enlightening you, but still was talking about shooting people. It wasn't like NWA and
Right.
other rappers was talking about, but again, he was talking about being, we got to stand up and fight, and stuff like that. So again,
Mm-hmm.
it's one of those things, man. Tomato, tomato.
And as a music connoisseur, that's what I'm saying. Like my mom had uh eclectic, she still does, the
Mhm,
catalog that we listened to, like I said, Wham, Boy, she had the Boy George. We were listening
mhm,
to freestyle. We listened to,
mm,
what is not hip hop but rap.
mhm,
She had the R&B. Then we had like from my dad, we had, the Spanish music. We were listening to
mhm.
the Puerto Ricans and the Cubans, so I had all that jazz music. I'm listening to CD, the jazz station at like 14,
Mhm.
going to sleep, listening to the jazz music. So
Yeah.
um, I think people that also say this stuff, they're just narrow minded as well. Like they haven't evolved.
Mhm.
They haven't evolved. And when you can go into other genres and stuff like that, that's like, oh, okay, you're open minded. Reggae music, like I said, coming from our background, listening to Bob, listening to Bunny, Buju,
Yeah.
Shaba, still listen to them.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just having an open mind.
Correct.
But it's interesting that my sister had that take with 50.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
No, I
Ti.
mean, other people say almost similar stuff. You know what I mean about
Yeah.
50. Like, he's
Oh,
strategic.
And I'm out
Um,
of the loop. Like I said, you corrected me because I was saying, certain things, and I was like, I didn't know that him and
yeah.
Pat was cool back in the days.
Yeah. Yeah. They were cool.
Go
Never
ahead,
had.
Keys. You wanted to say something?
Oh no, I was just saying I'm back. Trying to
Okay,
make sure
okay.
that I listen to the conversation uninterrupted without little kids whining in the background.
That's dope. You got the YouTube etiquette. And some people they don't know that. They don't mute up. You know what I mean? But we listen, we all love the kids. Okay. We love the children. I have them
Mhm.
myself. Sometimes if I mute up, that's the same thing I'm doing too. You know.
Yeah.
Oh, because I'll be wanting to get in on the conversation or at least listen and,
Mhm.
like I said, have like-minded people to talk to. But I feel like what Mom would say, I'm just rubbing my finger up and down my lips. So many people here that's like, they just so close-minded and
Mm,
one-dimensional, and it's like,
Mhm.
and even when I do find like an outlier, it's still kind of like they're like, oh, you challenge everything. If that's the case, I should question this and I should. I'm like, yes, you should. You should question everything.
That's a
mm,
fact.
Question
That's a fact.
everything.
Correct.
And then, like I explained to them, I asked them, I'm like, do you know about harp and do you know about this and that? And they're
Mhm.
like, what? I'm like, do I really have to explain? They're like, oh, you just believe all conspiracy. I said, it's 2026. There's no such thing as conspiracy.
Thank you.
It's just truth. It's either whether you believe it or not.
There you go.
mm.
There you go. That's a fact. Mm,
Because they put it in your face now. It's like
correct.
you either believe it or you don't,
There you
or
go.
you blindly know this and you just still go ahead and do what you want to do.
Correct. Correct. That's the thing. You know what I mean? Like how you said, right? You came on the panel, you was like, yo, I'm like, yo, listen to you. You was like, what's up, brother? And I'm like, yo, won't you stop eating? And you're like, oh, I just went to the store and I found these Doritos. At least you know you're not
Absolutely.
supposed to, and you're not living off of it. So we could eat a McDonald's burger. I still to this day, no
Mm,
lie, 40 going on 50, like you said, about to hit the century mark. I still yet to eat a McDonald's burger and a Burger King burger. Facts, no lie.
don't try
Have I
it.
ate a
Don't never
Wendy's
try it.
one? Yes, I ate a Wendy's one. I had
Wendy's
Five
is
Guys
good.
like maybe twice their burger, but like you said earlier, now people are starting to find out because they testing the ground beef and they finding
Hmm.
other stuff in it. So
Yeah.
yeah. Now, if I am I gonna live off of it and eat it every day? Hell no. And if I'm doing that,
Hmm.
I would be a fool.
Especially
But
when it messes with your pineal gland. Like my thing
mhm.
is, I'd rather eat a lab grown chicken from the Campbell soup can than before I eat 30% human DNA
Yeah,
as,
yeah,
as a preference.
yeah, yeah.
And then
Correct.
I
Or
have
some.
to explain that to a 6-year old without making them look at me like I'm crazy.
Yeah, yeah,
So I'm like,
yeah. They're
oh, you
not
don't
getting
want to eat that stuff no more. They just
correct.
put worms in it, and it's not healthy. And she was
Yo,
like, oh
yo.
yeah, I'm never gonna eat that.
Yeah, that's how I have to explain it to my little ones too, because my son is 9, my daughter is 7. So me telling them human and all of that, they're not gonna get that. But if I say, oh, they put worms and they put dirt and sand, then
Yeah, they're gonna
they'll
be like,
get
oh
that.
yeah, no.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. So I'm with you. Yeah.
And then became a block party. It's like, what the heck is happening? Like this neighborhood is so quiet, and then it's like I can never have peace and quiet, no matter where I go. It's like the moment I want to do something, it's always I'm
Mm,
like, what is this commotion? This is too much stimulation for me.
mm, 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 mm.
Because you've been out of the simulation for almost what, 20 years?
I've been down. Okay, this is getting out. They could be loud now. Um, I've been here so 2012, so about 2013, so about like what's that?
15 years.
13, yeah. Um, but I feel like my life in New York was like the dream that I'm always like. I literally have flashbacks, and I'm thinking like I'm in the simulation now than I
Mm,
did when I was living in New York,
Mm.
because it's like you're exposed to so many different variations of anomalies, things that are like super weird that you're like, okay, but the weird in New York is the everyday norm for us.
right.
But down here, it's like I feel like I'm in the twilight zone. Like I don't know if the water that they're drinking, I mean, there has to be some sort of truth to when they say Florida water,
Mhm.
because
Mm.
it's
Where's
to the
Wally?
point
Wally,
where
come up here because Wally's from Florida.
I'm sorry, but
I was just about to ask you,
Yeah,
is
that's
that
Wally.
okay? The
I dropped the link.
ATV, right? The
Yeah.
ATV.
Yeah.
Okay, he changed his name because he be throwing me off. He came on
what
my
part of Florida?
sports channel one time, and I'm like,
I
is that?
think he's in the middle, but Wally, what part you from? Put it in the chat since you don't want to come up on the panel.
And
Uh,
I be forgetting while he's Haitian too. I be forgetting
right, 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 right.
he's a
Oh,
Zoe.
Sac Passe.
Yes, he's the sac passé naboule.
Yeah, because what
Mm-hmm.
they
But
say, I'm like,
Wally's a cool Haitian.
Oh, so I'm not a cool Haitian? Word?
no,
You didn't let me finish. Jesus, Maybach.
it's
No,
the
now you're not, just for taking that. Gee.
if he's like a zopape. I've been
He
learning
said
so
a
much
No,
zompape.
about.
he's
A
around
zompape.
he's
Yo.
around you and Moni's age.
Okay.
Your sister's funny. She said he's a zopape.
Wally, what's up?
Don't
Salute.
put that on me. What the hell? Don't put that on.
Yo,
Defend.
saca fet partner. Saca fet partner.
What's going on, man?
Chilling, man. Chilling.
I got my sister here, Wally. That's my little sister, my blood sister.
I'll be
So
like, Wagwan.
Wagwan.
Well, go on.
So what part are you from, Wally?
What, as far as Florida?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What part are you in?
Oh yeah, I'm in like close to the South Florida region.
Okay.
That was very vague. He's not trying to give his
Okay,
location.
hold
He
on.
don't want nobody to know.
Okay, wait a minute. Hold on. Let me be clear. I'm right there on the tail end of closing into Miami. So pretty much I'm still in Broward.
Oh, okay.
Pretty much Pilates. Like I'm like around Miami, pretty much. Yeah.
Okay, he's in the nice parts. He don't want nobody to know where he stay at.
We not running down.
This ain't the nice part.
It's nicer than where I've been. I could tell you
Hold
that.
on, wait. Where you say you at, Wally?
Okay, you know Miramar, right?
Oh, yeah. I lived there. I lived in Miramar. I lived in Hollywood and Plantation. Miramar,
I
and
didn't
Hollywood.
went far like that. I didn't went that far down.
Where I lived at, we was in a gated community, and we was like 10 minutes away
you
from
was
Broward
nice
Mall. Sunrise. Yep, we was by Sunrise.
You was nice stuff. Okay.
Yeah, not all the time. I'm just talking about that.
Oh yeah,
part.
I mean, I'm saying from that part, yeah.
All you do is if you take that one bad left or right in Broward, you know where you're gonna end up at.
Absolutely.
You know it's gonna start looking gloomy.
I don't know. I'd rather deal like from what I've seen in Broward. I like it there more than Palm Beach. I think Palm Beach, there's a lot of weirdos. I feel like you go south of Palm Beach, it like you feel relieved. You feel, I don't know, like it feels like home. I don't know how to explain it, but it's just a different energy. And you go north past Palm Beach, you like in Brevard, it's a different energy. Something about Palm Beach is like a vortex of weird, unmatched energy that I'm like,
you talking about Palm Beach in general, so northwest?
Yes, the whole county from like, I'm talking about like the whole county. It's just, it's weird. Like, first of all, there's no good Caribbean restaurants like that. I mean, you might find one or two, but I feel like if you want to have a good time, like if you want a good West Indian, Caribbean
Miami
influence, you want to go to Broward or Miami. Palm Beach is dead for that.
That is for sure.
That's a fact. And I agree with you because me living from Orlando, also I forgot Tampa. I lived in Tampa too. I love Broward County more than I like Miami. Now when I'm in Little Haiti, I love it. But when you're talking about just Miami, like Ocean Drive and you know what I'm saying? Those areas, that area is just, to me, I played that out. Like, you know, people when I hear people saying they're going to Miami now, I'm like, man, listen, won't you find somewhere else? You could go have more fun in Fort Lauderdale. And until they actually go and they be like, yo, you weren't lying. I did have more fun in Fort Lauderdale than I did in Miami. Miami's overpriced. That's another thing with the food. Like, you know what I mean? It's just like, come on now. So you charging me like $15 or $20 just for a small steak and cheese sub, you know? But you could go like you just said. You can go to Broward, get the same damn steak and cheese for lesser, you know, or you get a plate of food. Like you said, you can go to one of these restaurants, these Caribbean restaurants, and it's not just the Haitian too. You can go to a Spanish restaurant and eat good.
There's the Trini food down there, like in Broward. So many good things. I'm like,
correct. The food trucks too. The food trucks be good too. Certain of them, of course.
I have a homegirl that she's from Brooklyn, but she moved down here, and she lives in Coral Springs. She's always like telling me to come down. I'm like, oh, even though it's like a 30-minute drive, but 30-minute Florida driving compared to 30-minute like New York time is different.
Correct.
So I'm like, but there's a reason to go because I'm like, there's plenty of good food. She's Trinidadian and Jamaican, so she knows all the spots. So it's always a good time I go down there. But even before I met her, it was always a good time in Broward, but in Miami, like certain parts of Miami, like you said.
Yeah.
But Palm Beach is just like, and I know the terrorists are gonna come here,
Mm,
even though they say he's in Doral. But I'm like,
mm.
Mm.
I have to
They
say,
go,
when I came down to visit you guys, and then I went to Tampa to go to my cousin's 50th birthday party. Even though I was just there for the weekend, I was
Mhm.
like, oh my God, it just felt so lively and
it does.
fresh.
Where,
And
It,
Tampa? You talking about Tampa?
yeah,
Mm-hmm.
as opposed to like where my mom and my sister are at. And I'm just
Mm-hmm.
like,
it's like dreary. I don't know.
yeah,
Every time I
very.
pass and I go right past Palm Bay, I just feel, or Port St. Lucie, I feel like this weight has just been lifted over my shoulder. Like I could breathe again.
Yeah.
It's like a heaviness that just, it
And when
just,
you
I don't
guys,
know.
when I came down for my birthday and we drove over to Trompitos area, even that was like, that area was like different compared to where you guys
Hmm.
are at. And it's just, yeah, I understand what you're saying. There's definitely like some vibe or something.
I call it the vortex. It's like
Yeah.
once you get north of Palm Beach, you good. When you get south of Palm Beach, you get Palm Beach. And that's why I feel like a lot of people in my version of weird is because, with the exception, because at work they call me the honorary Haitian because they say I think just much like a Haitian person. But I'm like, that's just common sense. And but I vibe out with them a lot. And but other than that, like the white people from like, I don't know why. Some of them are from Long Island. They're from like certain parts of Massachusetts
Mm-hmm.
or whatever. And I feel like they come down here and they bring their negative
Mm.
asses, racist ass down here, and they just want to dictate how things go. And I know she couldn't transition like the New York mentality to like tone it down because she'd be like, "Oh, I'll tone them their ass up real quick."
Right. That's
And I'm
what
like,
she said.
Mom,
She's like,
no,
"Oh,
you cannot do that here. This is
Mm-hmm.
not New York. Like people do not like us. You can't do that. Like, and then she started seeing like you kind of have to tone it down a notch because I'm like, Mom, you got to watch these people. You got to take a step back and look how they move. It's
Mm.
like a Twilight Zone. It's so different. It's so different. And I think it's just that it's a melting pot, but none of the stuff is melting together. It's not cohesive. It's melting, but not together. It's like a not even a smorgasbord, but it's a something that's just like it's like goulash. It's a mess. You got
It's
young
like
people.
goulash.
You got all different types of ethnicities that come here. So there's that. So there's people that never like drove before back
Mm.
home. They never had that opportunity, so they come here and they have the opportunity to do so. Then you have old people that retired here. Then they've marketed to have people open up their business. So you have young like Midwestern people here. It's just like a whole bunch of everybody from everywhere. And I personally feel like that's not the Florida that I aspired to come down to. I was hoping, nice weather, tropical weather, slower pace, but it feels like I'm in like the sixth borough of New York, but
Mm.
worse. It's worse than Staten Island.
Ooh.
You know how we always
Right.
crap on Staten Island, but it feels like this is right here. This is it.
Mm.
Because they could get away with it. I feel like these people could get away with their BS. Why else would Trump come down here? What do you see in Mar-a-Lago that you can't see that in Pennsylvania Avenue?
Mm-hmm. And
I'm
he's a
like,
native New Yorker.
I don't know. I'm thinking about moving somewhere a little bit more north where it still feels like South Florida, but a little bit of North Florida. As long as there's not a sundown town, I'm okay. Even though I'm light, I still got black children, so I got to make sure they're good.
Mm-hmm. Wally, what's going on? You wanted to chime in on any of the topics we were talking about earlier, or reminisce on when you came on to I think it's been like 2 years, 3 years.
Sound like that, yeah.
Yeah. So what's cooking? What you got on your mind?
Shoot. Let's see.
What's your take on the 50 Cent thing? with him and everybody. It's like 50 against the world.
I mean, it's always 50 against the world when he be petty.
Mhm.
But I mean, honestly, for me, pretty much the same as what your sister said, honestly, because I didn't really like it. It's just what it is. It's like everyone knows what it is. When 50 starts trolling or starts being a dick one way or the other, it's like this is what you asked for. You don't provoke someone that's gonna do what they're gonna do. It's like you know what you was gonna get with 50. It's like what do you expect?
Mhm.
So like looking at the whole thing with the what was dude name again?
T.I. or
Not T.I. I'm talking about the other guy. Not
Fabio is it or whatever that other rapper?
The one with the podcast? I forgot his name.
Oh, Jim Jones and
Yeah. Now see, look, when I saw it, what happened with him, I'm like,
ooh,
that right there, I was like, yeah, see, that's my whole point. It's like you don't even got your shit together to the point that he's able to do that. I'm like, and it was even funnier because T.I. ended up saying like, well, not T.I., but 50 ended up saying like, oh, yeah, you know the place where y'all was having y'all little podcast. Guess what? My friend owns that area. So yeah, guess what? Y'all got rented. I'm like, ah. That's why we even think that. I was like, yeah, you don't play with someone that owns that connection. You just don't. Like
he's like y'all could pay me the rent money and I'll keep up your thing for the podcast. I was like,
You know how messy he is still because Max B, before he had got locked up, like Max B was part of that whole like with Jim Jones and Joel Santana. They were all part of that same. I can't remember the group name. Yeah, or something like that. And I know for sure that Max B and Jim Jones had beef. So the fact that 50 had done this video with Max B was a way to respond back to Jim Jones. But that's if like it's one of those things. If you know, kind of thing. Like if you knew the beef that Max B had with Jim Jones, and you see him out with him in a music video, and they performing, that's another like collaboration that he's making money off of that.
Mm.
Yeah, but I mean overall, I mean just going back to like the T.I. and 50 one. I mean honestly, it was just nothing but a laugh for me at the end of the day. Like that's how I looked at it, because it's like in more cases than not, you ain't really gonna get 50 to really come out and start dissing. Like you're never going to. And then one of the things that he said that made perfect sense to me, regardless how other people may feel or look at it, because one way or another, is hey, look, you needed me to rap. You didn't rap on your own terms. And that's the thing is like you came down and start rapping because he came down and start trolling. It's like measure the playing field, troll for troll. Then, right? You chose to go ahead and go rap. Now you expecting him to reply to you as if he's making statements on you through rapping. That's not the case. He's like, so in a lot of ways, like just how like your sister was saying, is like he got you out of your position just because of simply trolling, and it's like he already knows how to beat you out the mind. It's like, yeah, you can hope and ask 50 to rap, but that's the difference. It's like 50 already ascended past what most people would think of him being a rapper at this point. I mean, granted, they say, a rapper is always a rapper. Don't make no difference. Everyone can look at that the same way too. It all depends on the skeptics of how people want to look at it. But for me, ultimately, it just like from where 50 was and then where T.I. was and then however this whole situation started to then where this whole thing came out, it is like whatever you did to get 50 to do what he did, and then now you coming out here making music, is like you chose your own price with that one. Because again, I think this is one thing I always say, like 50 don't bother nobody as long as you don't bother him. And so if you bother somebody, they ain't bothering you. That's your ass. Now again, I don't know if, like you said, there was probably maybe a conversation where they would have, do a verses, and next thing you know, something else happened or whatever was said in that podcast, however it is. But yeah, because literally I'm thinking to myself like, That was just hilarious. But to the point that you also made, because you said that he didn't knew that his kids were starting to make diss tracks as well against 50.
Yeah, because he went on Wallow and what's his name, and Gilly's podcast, and no, I'm lying. He was on the Breakfast Club, and they were asking him like, well, did you know that your sons were gonna do this, and why didn't you stop them and stuff? And he was like, no, I didn't know until after the fact. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what T.I. said.
I'm
I
buying
highly
that.
doubt it.
I really ain't buying that because I ain't gonna lie to you. I mean, granted, don't get me wrong. I mean, the kids they got their own mind, but it's like at the same notion, like, I mean, I don't know if because both King and his other son, what is his name again? Damani.
Money.
Damani. I think he not lives in his own area, like his own place. So he probably like, so if he's separate from the home, then I would expect maybe him. Yeah, okay, fine. But King, not so much. I think he still lives with them, don't he? Something like that.
I think so. I'm not sure.
But either which way, it's just one of those things.
It's his mother. It's not Damani's mother. So yeah.
No, I know that. I can understand that part, but I know
he had the right to say something.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not really dictating if neither they have right or wrong into the play of it all. I'm really more so like, you didn't know that they were going to do something about that. Like, you didn't know they were going to say anything.
Yeah,
like,
that sounds off. Cause you like family talk about things. Because if you're like mad, like, oh, I'll be mad. Well, like, how he gonna come at my dad and my stepmom or my mom about this? Like, kids are gonna talk amongst their family. Like, they're gonna say, like, I'm so mad. Like, I'm about to go. You're not just gonna pull out this track and be like, sorry, dad, I didn't tell you,
right,
but here.
Right, because I think around the time when 50 dropped his, right after, there was some time right after, maybe even after his second one, you heard King drop one, and then eventually, you heard Damani drop one. I'm like, wait a minute, how the fuck you don't know when all this time went by?
Mm-hmm.
So
That's a good point.
So for me, I'm just like, it is what it is. Because again, especially because let's be real, you're making these drops, and again, I don't know how T.I. moves or anything like that. I can't dictate anything of what he does ever. But it's like for me, if I'm dropping heat to the point that, or I'm dropping some type of smoke to somebody in hoping of some engagement or to see if he would even engage based on what's said, because guess what? We all know there's music reactors out here. Someone's going to listen to this shit and someone's going to react to what's being said and be like, ooh, and everything else and start it up and, gear play. So it's like, let's be real here. Like, you had to hear something, you had to watch something to see if there was going to be something there. But I mean, overall, do I really expect 50 to come out and then, start dissing? No.
Mm.
Not ultimately. Like, there had to be something so much heavenly said to the point you really had to rage 50 to come out and do something. But the thing is like, there ain't nothing I really saying that really gonna get 50 to come out and do anything.
Right.
So it was just like, I'm not expecting 50 to do nothing other than troll and laugh and look behind the screen of everything and just be like,
Right.
Hey, it is what it is. Like, again, to all people that are music heads and say this, people would be like, nah, 50 got to come out and motherfucking start dropping heat. You got to pick up the mic and get in the booth. I'm like, hey, look at it you want. At the end of the damn day, people want to sit here and live on this idea that, rap is a sport. I'm like, yeah, and guess what? If that's the case, who's setting up this match? Because ain't no one setting up nothing.
Right.
Ain't no one setting up nothing. So at this point, when people think about rap as a sport and everything else, I'm like, to who?
That's funny.
I'm sorry.
It's so true though.
So not a sport. Who's let's be real. Who's out here telling you who's at the number 5, number 1, number 2? Who's on the roster? Who's telling you who's the top of the top? Who's the king of the king? No one ain't ranking nobody. You can't tell me rap's a sport and no one ain't ranking nobody.
Well, we can't say the actual group of people who are doing the ranking because we're gonna get banned. But if you know, you know.
I mean, well, yeah, of course, but even then, those people don't count. They ain't hip hop.
Yeah,
so,
then
so exactly. Like, back to it. who's out here really ranking? Nobody.
Hmm.
So how's rap a sport?
It's
so I
not.
think
It's
it because it's sparring. You're going. It's like boxing. You're going back and forth, blow for blow.
But my thing is about boxing, I get that. But here's my thing though, right? Everyone wants to say it's blow for blow, or is this and that. But this is my thing. The way how rap was back in the days, when you go watch for instance, if you watch the Biggie movie, Notorious B.I.G., right?
Mm-hmm.
And you saw how it was back then when you would just throw flows out there in the neighborhood. Hip hop is hot potato. It's all about whoever wants it. You want it, come get it. It's about hot potato. That's how I look at that's how I look at it at the end of the day. If you want it, come get it. This whole idea of ranking, that it's been marketed between the industry. And let's be honest, the industry don't have the ranking. And
yeah,
even
because when you compare that to like underground rap, like when you have like I forget what that's called, where the rap battles, those are interesting. Like those when they freestyling and they're rap battling against each other, like that's sparring. That I can see as a sport because you spitting it just straight off top of your head.
Them, at least that's fair game. Like that's actually what it is. But my thing is, even back then, like I remember the old days where Sway in the Morning, just Sway, right? He would actually throw one of those musical tier lists back in the days when it was back on MTV. They would actually really talk about real ranking systems and who's really on there on the top tier.
Mm-hmm.
But now that shit, so that's what I'm saying. The thing is dead. The concept of who you think is that who's determining this? Because I'm sorry, what's your credentials in hip hop? Oh, you don't got none. Get out my face. This is why I don't do BET Awards, the Grammys, all that. That don't matter to me. Because like, who are y'all? What's y'all ranking score? Who's y'all behind the freaking screens and behind the curtains? It's like no, miss me. It's like, so yeah, you can reward your artists and whoever you want to reward. Maybe they deserve, maybe they don't. I don't care. But at the end of the damn day, it's like for you to say that it's a competition and you want to rank certain people up is like you can't really dictate that because again, how are you really dictating it at this point? How's the game being dictated? Is it by awards and accolades? Is it about how much number ones you got? When reality, thanks to the whole thing with Drake, I mean, technically, y'all botting up just to be high numbered, to be high claimed. The industry's booting y'all up. Y'all ain't really getting out off the hip. So how do I know who's really selling? Who's really out here being number one? So this idea of rap's a sport or just in hip hop in general, I don't know who's really number one based upon this, because if labels are out here just farming bots to make it seem like someone's really being high, it don't mean nothing. It's all a scam. It's all a rouge.
That is true.
So
I think also that there's another layer to it to add to piggyback off of what you're saying. Is that like 50?
Hold on, Keith. I'm gonna just step away really quickly, but y'all can continue talking.
All right.
Okay. Just to piggyback off what you're saying, I feel like 50's not gonna come back and start. I mean, he did a music video with Max B. I honestly didn't really enjoy it, like musically wise, but I felt like, for the love of the hip hop, of the beef, of that, like that context, okay, it was like, perfectly done with that. But I feel like he knows that he can make more money by not doing something. So not falling into the trap of doing the verses and just, marketing himself through social media and just trolling in that context, that how he can make more money, I would say, especially with social media being one of the highest paid platforms that people can use. Like he's not really into the whole, I want to go back out and hit the studio. Maybe that was his passion in the beginning, but right now his passion is entrepreneur, businessman. He loves that. Like he loves to capitalize on things. And sitting in a booth, I feel like that's not really his thing. I agree with you. Like he's not gonna do that. He's not gonna.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like at the level of just where he is in the game, it's just like right now, if 50 wanted to, he would. But that's the difference. That's based upon him wanting to. Just like how he said it to T.I. Y'all needed me to rap. You wouldn't rap on your own terms. You rap because of what I'm saying or doing. You won't come out and do rapping just for the sake of rapping. But now that's just T.I. Now Papoose is a different story, but
Yeah.
you know. So
I can't speak on that person.
yeah.
Although I love Remy Ma. I love her to death too. I mean, personally, I've always liked her music. Actually, no, I'm not even gonna say it while we're on the internet. But that whole situation with the relationship and then the whole Clarissa Shield, I feel like that girl is a cornball. The new girlfriend. But that's just me as like my personal thing. But like as far as her profession, is she great at what she does? I'm pretty sure she's great. She's amazing. But 50 target. They say he targets women, and that'd be the problem. And I just feel like you said, if he wasn't provoked, he wouldn't say nothing. And 50 doesn't hold back, man or female.
Well, yeah, exactly.
That's the situation with Tierra Marie. It's comical. Like it's comedy, and he knows that it's comical to people. Like,
well, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like, cause like that's what I'm saying. Like in general, like I don't know. It's like for me, I would say this: like if you listen to 50 in certain other ways, one way or another, is like 50 tells you, like I'm not even going to bother with you unless it's real, like some real authentic pressure.
mm-hmm.
And let's be honest, it's like even with the pressure between T.I. and Rick Ross. I mean, like 50 with Rick Ross, right? We all know that there's a beef right there. But let's be honest, it's still 50 looking at Rick Ross like you a little child, and I'm over here looking at you like you a fool. So it's just the same ordeal. So it's like that's just my thing. So for me, it's like if 50 comes out, like really comes out, like you really had to say something that just had to really be put in question. Like, okay, like so for me, that's what I'm saying. Like I don't think there is nothing like as far as because I didn't really pay really that close mind of what was being said. I'm just laughing like, okay, they're out here just throwing shots left to right. But but you said that they end up using his moms. I'm like, okay. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. If you end up using someone's moms at that point, yeah, I probably had came back by then and been like, all right, you want to do that? You want to go there? All right, let's do this.
I think though that because of that, he had to really like be strategic and not because that could have been something to take him up out of his character and then come up and speak about it because T.I.'s son did a video wearing 50's deceased mother on the shirt, and he's got the blunt to her mouth. Like he was really being disrespectful.
Oh no, yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Like that situation,
and that could have taken somebody. Like I would have come out on social media and said something.
Oh no, yeah, but I think at that point, that's what I'm saying. At that point, is like. I can get the whole ness of like, okay, you said something about my moms or stepmoms. It is like, you know what, even though it didn't have to be said or mentioned, because as we all know, right, you don't got nothing good to say, shut up, right? That's what they taught us. If you don't got nothing good to say, shut up. Well, all that, but it's like, but that's what I'm saying, like, there's a thing for tit for tat, and then there's a thing for when you go way too far.
Right.
And it's like when you put someone's parent on a shirt and you had a cigarette on it, I'm like, you understand you're at an age and he's at an age.
Mm-hmm.
You think play with the right ones because that don't play well with a lot of people.
Right. That
won't play well with a lot of people. But again, because they know, but again, that's the whole difference, right? And that's just the bait and switch because in one way or another, like, let's be honest, they went that far because they know they can. And the reason why I say that is because, let's be real, if 50 was really pressed about that, he would have really pressed the crap out of not only him, but he would have pressed the crap out of T.I. to the whole bitter point, because doing that, I mean, let's be real. We all know what could have happened if he did that. But I think he wasn't going to play that type of, like, he wasn't going to play that potential card, like, you know, go for it in a sense, blah. Like, he wasn't going to play that card. But the fact that you went that far, I'm like, you don't ask for something you ain't looking for again.
And that doesn't mean that he's not thinking about it, because he could be waiting. Like,
No, and that's my whole point. Because 50 will play the long game with you if he wants to. He'll do it. Because all you need to do is mess with one time, and then he's gonna find that moment to catch you slipping. Because you don't have to know nothing. If he wanted to, he can make something happen for you.
I think he is, though. I think 50 is gonna attack, but again, he ain't gonna attack with rap song. Like I said, he's talking about putting out a documentary.
Well, that's
You
what
know
I'm
what I
saying.
mean?
So
Yeah.
I'm like, tread lightly, because 50
Correct.
ain't someone like you just
Correct.
naturally
Correct.
play with. There's more ways to play war. And that's
Correct.
why, like, when everyone's talking about, you know, he got to get in the booth, I'm like, I'm sorry, that you do understand there's a different lane here. If he wanted to be in the booth, he would have been in the booth. It's been how long since 50 been in the booth?
Thank you. 50 don't even need to rap. Let's be realistic. I mean, Foxy's sister said it earlier, and it's the truth. Like, we all know the landscape. The man hasn't put out an album in years, right? He's
Right.
put out little songs here and there, you know,
Yes.
for his TV shows, or like he just did one with Max B. I was telling Foxy he got the diss song where he's actually answering back to T.I. But like I said, if you don't even got to be a 50 fan, because I'm really not. But 50 been dissed T.I. He did an MTV interview where the guy was like, yo, in one of your songs, you said if you got caught with this many guns and a silencer, you would have been put in jail. And he's like, yeah, who you know is gonna get caught with all these guns? Like, who else was he talking about? T.I. He didn't have to mention T.I.'s name. T.I. never said anything back then. Why it takes you 20 years later to come up with a rap? But again, I was trying to give Foxy the whole gist of why they beefing now. It's because T.I. went on a platform and explained, and I think I forgot whose platform was it, but he said, yo, I saw 50 in LA couple of times. And I said to him on one of the times that I bumped into him, yo, we should do verses. This is when everybody was doing verses. And he said 50 said to him, and I'm getting T.I. because that's the Libra in him. He don't gotta lie about that. You know what I mean? And he wouldn't even bring that up if it was a lie. He would be looking like a fool. That's why you could hear the passion when he said, yo, I bumped into the man, we chopped it up. And I said to him, we should do a versus. He said, yeah. Where T.I. fell at is the naiveness of thinking 50 would battle you. Because remember, 50 has a little animosity towards him when he performed out here or wherever he performed. I'm talking about T.I. Jay-Z came out on the stage, Puffy came out on the stage, Kanye came out, and 50 wasn't called out. 50 was in the building. 50 came out, and that's when 50 was running around in a circle. And then in that same footage, Diddy kept slapping Jay-Z in the ass. Go look at that whole footage. Yeah, yeah, no, for real. No, go look at it. I'm talking real shit. I'm not making this up.
No, I
It's
know
out
you talking
there.
about. I do remember there was a video where they said 50 was
Yeah,
like,
50.
what's up?
Listen, remember? And Jay-Z came out and said, yeah, you come out and get some too. Because 50 came and it was like 50 was raining on their parade. Because T.I. was performing, and I think him and Jay-Z had a song, so Jay-Z came out. Then he's like, yo, Puffy, come out here, boy. Puffy comes out there. He's like, yo, Mr. West, you come out here too. Now 50 wasn't called to the stage. 50 comes out. And then right when 50 come out, I think Puffy runs by him. He moves away from Puffy. So Puffy turns around, looks at Jay-Z, starts smacking Jay-Z in the ass. Like, bow, bow.
Oh,
And 50's
my
laughing.
gosh.
And he's running in circles because he's like, yo, let me get away from Diddy. I don't want Diddy to touch me. Go look at it, bro. When you watch that,
Oh,
yeah. Go watch that footage. Y'all be like, yo, this is some weird shit.
How's that to do with these ninjas?
Yeah, go look at that footage. Y'all gonna be like, yo, this shit
No,
is
I'll
weird.
pass. I'm good with that.
She
I'm
said,
really good. That's just
she
pointless.
said, I'm
Nobody
good.
want to see no big man slapping somebody.
Nah, but besides, I'm just saying,
But
I'm
they
not
was
saying
playing
that.
around.
But the whole thing of that footage is awkward. It looks weird. It just
Right.
looks weird. Like, you
And
know, it's like, yo, it's like Wally throwing a party, y'all get invited, and Foxy tells me about it, and I just show up there, and Wally comes up to the door like, oh, hey, Maybach, what are you doing here? And I'm like, oh, hey. And I just walk in. And he's like, "Oh, hold on, I didn't invite this dude."
Hmm.
It's that type of shit. Like,
Yeah.
you know what I'm saying? Everybody else was invited, but I wasn't. You know what I mean? And I just walk in, you know?
right. But to Maybach, when you talk about the particular shot, were you talking about on that song with 50 had "You So Tough" in '08?
I believe so. I believe, yeah,
Yeah,
I think it is.
because they're
Yeah.
saying that that's the reference right there.
Mm.
Correct. Correct. Yep. You so tough. Correct. Correct. Yep.
So
Yep.
yeah,
And
so
everybody said 50 snitched, but again, where is the paperwork? Where's the paperwork?
Hmm.
And when people be faking these paperwork, because Irv Gotti supposedly put one out, but they said that wasn't real. You know what I'm saying? So again, 50, that's why 50 does what he do, because it's like, okay, and going to back to what you were saying about his mother thing, I think he's numb to that. No lie. 50 got, it's
Probably
like he
is.
got no, come, huh?
I said he probably is because that.
You
I
know
mean, he
why
was
I'm
9 years
saying
old
this?
when that happened.
Fox, you know why I'm saying this? Because of his relationship with his son, his biological first son. Look how he, you know,
Hmm.
detached from his own son. You think that dude, that's the dude you want to play with? Man, listen. If
well,
he's
that's
if he's going at his own son and doing emojis about his own son, what do you think he's gonna do to you?
right. So that's what I'm saying. Like mentality wise, yeah, 50 he ain't gonna play down people. It's like, hey, look, this is apples to oranges. But even if they were to do the verses, because I know I seen one of these music execs, they were talking about the comparison between the two,
Uh-huh.
and I forgot the brother's name, but I know he said he think that Ti would outbeat 50 in the verses.
That's what
Uh-huh.
I
I feel
think.
like certain people were bringing out certain songs on this
Mhm.
particular podcast where he was on. Personally, to me, I say it like this: 50 versus Ti is a lopsided battle. It's
Mhm.
like it all
Correct.
really depends on who you say who. Like, okay, put it like this, right? If I sit here and say, 50 comes out and say, I'm willing to I'm willing to do a versus. Any, whoever want to step up, and Ti step up,
Mhm.
you already lost.
Yeah.
You lost because it's apples and oranges.
Right.
Yeah.
Same way if I were to get the flip. If you said Ti will, he want to do a versus and he's want to take out anybody, and 50 came up. Again, I say apples and oranges.
Yeah.
It just don't because you're dealing with two different types of visual music, and it's like
Correct.
it's just got to be
Correct.
like whoever you want to pick for the sound. Now, if you want to tell me like, Ti and Jeezy, like that's more
I
equally
said
balanced.
Ti and Luda. I said Ti and Luda
Oh,
because they
well,
actually
yeah, now
had
that's
beef.
just
Yeah.
that's interesting.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
I can
You know
see
what I
that.
mean?
Mhm.
That's a good matchup to me. And I'm with you too with that one too. Jeezy could be a good matchup too.
Well,
Again,
yeah,
you get
yeah. I'm only using Jeezy as like just the breaking point
yeah,
of
no,
his
I know what you
equal
mean.
balance. Yeah.
Mhm.
Correct. Correct. Yeah. But I'm just saying him and Luda actually had documented beef going back
Yeah.
at each other
Very.
on wax. You get what
Mm,
I'm saying? So they finally squashed it. So to me, it's like again, T.I. always put him and no disrespect to him again. You're supposed to think highly of yourself or think that you a king and all this other stuff, whatever.
Mhm.
But at the same time, you got to know where you fall what level
so
you at.
yeah.
Yeah,
So
because again, I don't even think 50 is on the level of I only give Jay-Z props because again, I've never been a big Jay-Z fan, never will, don't care for him. So I'ma still put him there with Nas and all of these other people. I think T.I. is on the third tier of that. Whoever else is on the second level is on the second level. Ti is underneath that second level. That's where I place Ti. And again, Ti is known for the trap rap, which is him, Jeezy, Gucci, uh, uh, whoever else, OJ the Juice Man. You know what I mean? Like he's in that. He's the one who brought up the trap museum, anyways. So You know, but let's be real, right? If this verse could actually happen, this verses could actually happen, who would be best suitable for 50 would be Ja Rule. Ja Rule already said he would do it, but he knows 50 would never do it. But if that could happen, that would be something that will blow out the Locks versus Dipset. And that's the most watched and viewed and most money making verses was the Locks versus Dipset. That would blow out the waters if Ja Rule and 50 could do one. And again, Ja Rule already said he would. 50 would never do that. You know what I mean? 50 ain't gonna be like Gucci Man and say, okay, I agree to it. Just have a bunch of police officers in here. You know what I mean? 50 would just never do it. You know?
I mean, I would,
Again,
well, yeah, but I would never see him be willing to do it with Java because again, it's
correct.
like
Correct.
technically it would just be what Murder Inc. versus the crew from. I mean, because it wouldn't be G Unit. It would technically you're talking about, especially with Ja Rule. I mean, you're pretty much putting M in that.
Yeah. Correct.
So that
Correct.
already is a loss in my book.
Correct.
I would
But
even
yeah.
go to say
hmm
Jay and 50.
But
To
they would
throw-
never do it though.
No,
That's the
I'm
whole
just
thing.
saying we're
Yeah,
just saying
Oh
hypothetically.
yeah. Correct.
Oh
correct.
no, well, Jigga said he would never be beaten in the verses, which I
Yeah. He did say that. He said there is nobody for him. 'Cause
Well,
he
yeah,
never-
well, I'm sorry.
That's what I'm saying. I think
Jigga,
50 could be that challenge for him.
No, well, he knows he's that challenge for him because
Yeah,
he knew it. Because he knew it. When
Nas,
he-
Nas is the challenge for him. No, Nas would be the challenge for
Mm.
Jay.
stylistically.
We know Nas. We know Nas didn't have that many commercial hits. We know.
I mean,
that.
no, we know he didn't have commercial hits, but I think
Correct.
But that's why I'm
stylistically,
saying 50
I
would
would've
be
put-
the equivalent because 50 has commercial hits like Jay-Z. That's why I said that.
Yeah. No, I know why you said it. I know
Yeah.
exactly why. Yeah, definitely. But it would more be what the people would always want to see. They would want to see a Jay-Z versus Nas.
Yeah.
yeah, for history purposes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Correct. That's how I'm looking at the landscape. Like if they said, okay, Maybach, Wally, and Foxy, we want y'all to be executive producer of the verses, right? And we could do what the fans like the battles that we talked about, like best groups. Oh, who is the best rap group of all time? Is it Run DMC? Is it EPMD? Is it Mobb Deep? Is it Outkast? You get what I'm saying? So I would try to put the verses together where, for one, I know both sides is gonna agree. The money is okay with them because again, it's about the bag, and that's why 50 would never do it. Jay-Z basically, even though he said, to me, it's a cover up. He don't want to make it seem like he's about money, but we already know he is about money. He's never gonna come out and say the bag is not big enough. You know what I'm saying? Like Cameron. Listen to what Cameron said to make him do the verses. He had to buy stock. He said, "Yo, I want to own a certain percentage of the stock of verses or Triller, whatever I think it was Triller and all of that." That's what made him do it. And then Jim Jones said,
I mean, that's smart though.
yeah, of course it is. It's business. And Jim
Yeah.
Jones was like, "Yo, I'll even give you my half of the money." You know?
Mm.
Yeah, that if you listen to Cameron, that's what
Did you
made
want to
Cameron
say
do it.
something? I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, you good.
Oh.
You good. Go ahead.
Oh, me? No, I'm enjoying just listening. This
Okay.
is like,
No, I
it's,
saw your mic.
I'm in.
I was like, you want to say something?
Oh no, I'm trying to mute the
The little
background sound, but whenever I want to jump in, I'll jump in. But I'm just sitting here, just
Okay.
taking it all in. So I'm just having a good time listening.
Okay, good. Okay, go ahead, Maybach. Continue.
No, I was good. I was just I was gonna say I was doing the same thing too when I muted up for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Because of the background noise. I didn't want nothing to come in. Because it's dope. And plus I love your sister, man, which her mind. I just love it. Because there ain't too many people, again, like she said, there's some
The
people older
acorn
than
doesn't
us.
fall far from the tree. Hello.
I had a sensei.
Okay. Yep.
Nah.
Always got to
Foxy is my sensei.
I'm not trying to toot my own horn. I'm just saying, like, you spoke to the master teacher. That's where I got my stuff from.
Yep, I sure did. And plus it's cancer gang up here, huh?
Oh Lord. Wally, what's your sign?
Yes. Don't say Wally. Don't say yes, please. You get 3
Well,
chances.
Wait, okay, so listening to the conversation, if I had to guess, and I didn't hear what you said because she was talking at the same time you were talking. So, so I got that pass, but if I had to guess, I want to say Aquarius.
You get 2 more guesses.
Dang. Dang, hold on. I'm trying to do something over here. But y'all don't leave me alone. Okay. Sag.
Woo. Yep.
Well, if you heard that one word, you definitely have got that right there.
Because the Sag just came into the picture right now, and I'm like,
God.
no, because my oldest daughter is a Sag, and then she just came out of nowhere, and then she just started bothering me, and I'm just like, why is she bothering me? And I'm like, you know what? Sag,
Yeah,
the
that was
Sag
the
is
last
a
download you got from
that's what.
You took that quick moment. I'm like, yeah, oh, there you go.
Sag.
Yeah, Wally, you know, they're that's why I said Wally's cool people.
But it definitely seems like this is his as mom would say, zhuzh, like the music and this topic was his thing.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I partner on it every now and then.
Yeah.
Sounds about right.
And then Wally, we do the readings. I think we're due for a reading in April, right, Wally? Something like that.
I guess.
He said,
Because we try to figure out in the next couple of months. Okay.
Man, look. Sometimes
I know you're disgusted and busted with it. I know you're done.
I wonder what's the backstory with that.
You don't want to know. You don't want to know. Mine is not an easy walking journey.
It never is when you're one of the chosen ones. It never is. How many times I gotta tell you that?
The idea of being so-called the chosen one. Oh, Lord.
It's never gonna be easy. You're always gonna have challenges. But
I'm ready to give it away.
No, you can't give it away.
I know I can't.
You have to be chosen.
It's
I know
it's
that
embedded in my livelihood.
Well, she knows.
I don't know as a chosen one, but I definitely know that I've been dealt.
Like, yeah, well, you know, like having these obstacles and trials and tribulations, and it's like, okay, and then knowing certain things and being more spiritually in tune than others, it's like, yeah, that's what I mean by like chosen.
Well,
No, I know. I just have this idea that people that are chosen, I genuinely feel like they were chosen. Me personally, I don't feel like I was chosen in a way where there is a reason why I'm going through the stuff. I just feel like, oh man, I'm just going through it. But that's me just being funny and making humor out of the dark times. But essentially, when people are going through stuff or they don't know why things are happening, there's always a reason.
Well, there's chosen ones, there's light bearers, there's different, there's star seeds. You might be a star seed.
I think I'm the light bearer.
Light bearer, star seeds, you know what I mean? So
I feel like Sookie Stackhouse from True Blood.
And there's something that you said that I feel like too. Oh man, I love that show, man. I missed it. I want to watch it again. That was my show.
I feel like everybody's trying to steal my light. Trying to take
you're a fairy then.
Somebody trying to take my fairy light.
You know there's vampires out here. You know,
and I'm attracted to vampires. And I mean, and when I say that, I mean that I draw a lot of people who suck my energy. They gravitate to me so much. By attracted that way.
They know you have the joy. They're trying to suck the joy out of you.
Right.
Yeah.
Are they? What?
Low vibrationals, man.
I'm over here looking like that Chicago mayor. What's her name? Lightfoot. That's
oh my god, Beetlejuice.
That's how I look like.
That's what I call Beetlejuice.
That's funny.
How I started versus how I ended. Like, oh man.
Overseas. Ohead, can you log in? Can you let me see. I'll drop the link in the chat.
Ronan?
Yeah. He said he's overseas. I figured because your wife is over there. I know.
He's overseas. All I thought he said he was leaving in 3 months.
Mm-hmm. I'll drop the link if he wants to come up. I think I can have one more person because StreamYard be on that. I paid for the damn thing, so they better have my spots open for
Up the
people.
price, I heard, man.
It's
They
good.
upped the price.
Yeah,
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they really did.
but I'm gonna pay
Something
it.
about the company, but yeah. But I mean, shoot. What was the end there? Yeah, because what I think, like, I know y'all talked about earlier about like religion and all that other stuff, like
Yeah.
on the conversation. Because I mean, just to tie this in as far as what y'all talked about earlier on that end is like, yeah, because I was never with the concept of religion. I just can't ride with that neither. Like,
Yeah.
I was, because my thing is this is like, as I grow, especially like in these times, it's like, okay, if the understanding thing is that most of anyone will almost say is like God is not about confusion, he's about clarity. Well, then my thing is this, then why is there so much different religions out here and you're all saying that it all dictates back to the main head? I'm like, okay, well, what's the point of that?
Yeah.
So it's like, nah, I ain't riding with this because y'all just can't make this up for me.
So I think the question that, because Maybach had asked my mother and myself was, do you think that, ask the question again, Maybach, because I don't want to misquote. About,
I was basically saying, do y'all feel like prophecies are being fulfilled with what's going on all around the world? The
I do.
war, everything. You said go ahead.
I do.
You do?
I think it's being fulfilled.
Now, again, I'm not like a top end reader of the book, but I think to at least the idea of revelations of like what's going on like in Revelations, like as far as like they say what like a bunch of these dark soldiers or dark angels, whatever in context it is, right? Because each of them brings a certain particular issue or transaction that happens amongst the world. So as far as what I can remember or attest to, I do believe that it is in motion. Because I think there's certain things that I forgot the many plays, but I know each particular one of these fallen angels or however it may so, they each bring a particular set of issues. It's like, famine and all this other stuff. So, so yeah.
Keys, you said you feel like this is prophecy being fulfilled?
I feel like it's a personal feeling, and then like I go to church quite often. Not that it makes a significant difference or whatever, but that kind of helped me get back into wanting to read the Bible for my own sake, and not only to read into it, but also do more deep research. So I like it was like the starting point for me. So as I'm reading and things are just popping up, as far as like we all know Jesus as the main person, the main character in the Bible, it's like whether that's his correct name that he's been called or not, it's still like a controversial name that said how many years, how many decades, how many centuries, millennia, that is still, bothersome to so many people. Then you talk about when you start digging deep into like learning the tribe, like when you go back into the Old Testament and you learn, the tribes, and you just see how many people overall are, I like to say, like running around losing their shit over like small little things, like, oh, which part of the Holy Land belongs to these people and that people. I feel like it's just all of that chaos is not for nothing. It's just no reason that just people are just bickering over this stuff. It's for a reason. It's for a purpose. There's so many things. And then when you look at just the like he said, the book of Revelations, I used to be scared and intimidated. I would never want to open that. That would be like the last thing I would ever want to read, because you just hear so many things of, like plagues and, how the world is going to end and in certain things. But then I feel like once you get that enlightenment and you start to actually see things with your eyes open, that it's not necessarily to be scared of. And who's to say that the end of times may be, where we're, like, you just go automatically in heaven? How do you not know that it could just be a cleanse of we still, our body's still here, our physical being still is here, we just kind of go into another dimension of awareness. I mean, it's so many things, because a lot of things have been hidden from us, and I feel like there's a lot of things that are now being presented to us for those who know, or that are seeking the truth, and that can see that this is we're going through a spiritual battle more so than ever. AI is here, it's not going anywhere. Like, certain things have progressed at a rapid pace that it's like, what would be next? When you look at the context of a holy book, it shows that there's things that point what would have been described, and I guess you can interpret as what is happening. I mean, nations rising against nations, kingdoms against kingdoms. Then you have people who are falsely claiming that they are Jews when they're not. I mean, if you talk about the chosen people and they're out here killing children, or they're celebrating death, that to me doesn't seem like a group of people that God would choose. But then it also talks about the fake Jews that are part of the synagogue of Satan. So there's a lot of things that kind of line up to me that I feel like it's hitting the nail on the head, lining up. So that's my take.
So when we talk about those people, we will say small hats, because we got to be mindful about that. Words that we use on these social medias, because they will flag.
Okay.
And they get very sensitive about you saying their names. So small hats or juice, we get it. But yeah, that is a war for real. That
Have y'all?
it's
Go ahead.
escalated. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask. The reason why I had asked y'all that question, because there's this guy. Um, damn, I can't remember. But anyways, this guy who, I guess, a female came out of an orb and spoke to him, and they bringing back his old video. So
She
when he had,
wait, what? Say that again.
it's this white dude who had a conversation with an orb. The orb turned into a woman and started speaking to him. And he said when the orb was speaking to him, it was giving him visuals of what's to come. This happened in about 20, this happened in 2010, 2012, supposedly. And when it
He's
happened,
got brown hair or dark hair.
brown hair. Yep, the
I
guy
can
got brown hair, where the orb told him, or the lady told him, in 2026 around Easter, Iran and Israel's going to be going at it. And when they going at it, there's going to be a lot of things that's going to be revealed to us. Because remember, we supposed to be in the time of Aquarius, which is revealing, seeing, knowing, and all this other stuff. So people have been re-uploading his videos, because he said when he got this thing that happened to him, he went to the Pentagon and told the Pentagon about it, to where they started having people watch him and
Wrong
stuff like.
person to go to.
Yeah, I don't know why, but he said he had to tell them because of what was, what he saw and what was going to happen. Because he said
Huh.
when the lady was talking, he could see the missiles being, going over his head, and he said he could see all of this happening. And supposedly, when these two countries that are going at it now go at it, things is going to be changing. There's going to be things that's going to be revealed to us. Supposedly, they're going to come out with the UFO thing, and this is why I had
Again.
asked. Yeah, exactly. More's going to be revealed. Supposedly, we're going to see. I forgot. It's a bunch of interviews where he did Joe Rogan, he did this one, that one, and he kept saying, for the most part, his story stayed the same. You know what I mean? With the download or the information that was given to him, Israel and Iran, when those two, it's gonna be the start of a whole bunch of other stuff that's gonna start happening, or we're gonna start seeing. So I forgot the guy's name, man, but I was watching all these videos last night, and stuff like that. But like you said, it's a white dude with dark hair, and he was talking about all of that. So he said the orbs are people, and the orb came and it transformed into a woman and just started talking to him and stuff. I was like, yo, this is crazy, So he just talked about a whole bunch of stuff is gonna be revealed. We're gonna start seeing stuff because
Well,
people
we're
been.
also in the celestial alignment of
Hmm.
Uranus and Aries.
Hmm.
That hasn't been since since 1776. So we're
Hmm.
coming up on the birthday in July. Will be the 250-year birthday of the United Snakes. So when you think back to what all that happened,
Hmm.
yeah, it's going to be there's civil unrest. I don't want to use the other word, but civil
Hmm.
unrest.
Hmm.
A lot of, like my sister said, nations rising up against nations.
Hmm.
And while some of the people that I follow, like especially like in the conscious community, they'll say, "Oh, it's a great time to be alive," and I'm like,
Hmm.
"Yeah, it
Is
is,"
it really? Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, if they're
because
talking about 2000,
right,
20
and I'm
30
like,
years ago,
no, not
1890s.
even. Right, but they're saying now because of, and it's contradictory because according to some astrologers, and disclaimer, I am not an astrologer, but I do listen to them, some of them, that we're not yet in the age of Aquarian.
Oh.
So
Hmm.
that's selective, depending
Yeah.
on what system they're using or what have you.
Yeah.
Others say we've been in the age of Aquarian for a couple of years now.
Hmm.
So with that being said, it's that they can calculate what happened those hundreds of years ago, and it
Hmm.
lines up with this.
Hmm.
And don't
Correct.
forget that these people, the powers that shouldn't be,
Hmm.
use astrologers as well.
Oh yeah, that's a fact.
So they know all this stuff.
Correct.
It's almost predictive programming where
Correct.
they do this intentionally. So
Hmm.
it's a scary moment. I'm going to say that.
Yeah.
It definitely is concerning, but I won't let it fear me. Like I'm not, my mind isn't sit with it and watching it every day,
Yeah.
because that's going to mess us up. Where we're like, oh, this is happening. Because some of it is propaganda,
Hmm.
like we talked about earlier. So yeah, I mean, nations with even in our own, society here, there could be massive blowups, like just
Hmm. Hmm. Correct.
battles upon battles with each other.
Yeah. And your mom said something too. That's what I feel too. Something is supposed to be brewing in the pipeline of occurring. I just don't, I don't lose sleep on what's gonna happen, but I just try to be more. I try to make sure that I'm prepared.
Yeah.
My children is ready. I'm ready. You know, and you rather be ready than having to get ready, or to
Hmm.
be like, oh man, they said it was gonna happen, but I didn't believe it. Now you caught with your pants down.
Hmm.
Pause. But like I said, I'd rather be prepared than not. So.
Mm.
Peace. You know how I get my dreams,
Mm-hmm.
um, and they seem to be pretty. I wouldn't say lucid per se, but
Vivid
they
or vivid.
seem to have some sort of meaning,
Mm-hmm.
whether I understand it or not. And I had a dream not too long ago. Um, just for context purposes, it could have been uh probably like a combination of just what had happened during the day and then just my mind wandering. But quite honestly, I know me. I mean, I have random dreams, but usually when I wake up and remember it detail by detail, this was about maybe about 4 or 5 days ago, and I can still remember it vividly. Like
Mm-hmm.
usually has a meaning behind it.
Mm-hmm.
So in real time, like right now, you know that the airspace and the sea space around Mar-a-Lago is shut down because
Mm-hmm.
the president likes to be there. Well, they
Right.
have extended that um, to the actual airport. So Palm Beach International, their airspace has been closed down to civilian aircraft. I didn't see it, but someone else saw an F-16 take off. I heard it, and I was like, like it shook me. I mean, I've been to an air show, so I know how those things can sound, but unexpected when you're just driving on, I-95, you're driving on the highway, and you don't expect to hear something so loud and close. You thinking like, oh my gosh, it's the end of time. So that took off. Later that night, I actually dreamt, because they say like, Iran can retaliate, but they won't necessarily be able to reach our territory because of how far they are. But I had this dream that they were able to make it into a certain middle of our country, and I'm dreaming of a I want to say like a cornfield, and I'm talking to this random Asian dude, and I'm like, we're having these, quote unquote conspiracy talks, and we're just talking like how all of us are talking now. And he's just saying the same stuff that I, try to tell people. And I'm like, you see, I don't know this guy from a can of paint. And he's saying the same stuff. I know I'm not, bugging. And next thing you know, I see just the sky light up with missiles. And it's just like they were just coming. And then we were getting attacked on our own soil. And then there was this like a phoenix, like some sort of like alien. Like when I say alien, it was not a human, but it was like a phoenix body, like an Egyptian. I don't know how to explain it. It was like a hybrid of like how the Egyptians had like their deities. They were like half humanoid, and then like the upper body had like a some sort of animal. So it was something like that, and it was glowing, and it was like trying to attack me. And I'm like, what the heck is happening right now? And it just felt so surreal, like something is coming. Like we need to start looking up into the sky. We need to start looking, into being prepared. And that's like the message that I got from that dream, was definitely be prepared, because
It's crazy that you said that 2 days ago. Jersey just had something going up in the sky that they recorded, and they like, we don't know what that is, but there was like 3 of them like tag teaming each other.
And it's fun. It's crazy that your sister just said something about Iran, their missiles, because the last thing that I've seen with that was they said that they have drones that can reach California, not the middle of here, but can reach California. Who knows? I don't know. I'm just just saying what because you just mentioned about like in your dream how you seen it can reach the middle.
Yeah, and it was more on the East Coast. It was like they were able to come through a strait, some sort of like type of canal, like not even like those little small canals, like an actual like body of water that's so narrow, but enough that it's a powerful way of ships, like something that could, like a strait, like how like you have the Panama Canal, and what's that Hermu? I cannot pronounce that, but that like that canal there, it was like something small that nobody was even thinking about, and they just drove, and it was like a commercial airline that they used, and then they attached missiles to it, and they were just like letting them go, and people were like running, and I'm like, you guys are running in the wrong direction. We need to go that way. And I could remember it, and it's like I woke up and I'm like,
I'll tell you this, right? If that does happen, right, they'll say to me, this is my own opinion, they'll say it's Iran, but remember, who backed Iran is Russia and China.
Of course.
So U.S. taking their oil and all of that, and it's funny because
were you here earlier when I was telling you I was reading my notes to everybody, Maybach?
You said what?
I said, were you here earlier when I was reading the notes saying that about Iran?
No.
That they are backed by Russia. That's the missiles that they get, and
yeah. No, I didn't hear that part, but no, you are right though. So again, when this is how I felt too, and I've said this before on OG's platform, I feel like Israel is like someone from the block, right? Let's just say we got a street club, right? I'm using the word, I'm saying street club being PC. We got a street club. Your sister goes around causing trouble because she knows she got 100 people behind her that's gonna back her up no matter what. You get what I'm saying? To me, that's what Israel's doing.
Mm.
And they want and we should all know this. At one time, Palestine had more land than Israel. When Israel was created, I'm talking about the Israel state today that we know.
1949. Mm-hmm.
Correct. 48, 49, Rothschild was major in that.
Right.
Okay. And they the same people that started the World War One, two, and three is also prophesized. It's in, in the book or in the books that the three is definitely gonna happen. If the three happens, it's supposed to be, this corporation, whoever else is their ally against Russia and China. And we don't want to go against them too. I just got to say that. Whether people think that we're superior and this and that, you don't know what we really have. Everybody says they got this, everybody's saying they got that. Do they really know? And then they say they got this technology, that technology. Like, I was watching a video where they said, oh, Iran put up this silver dome. Trump talked about building one for here, right? Where, oh yeah, they could shoot whatever they want and it can't penetrate. Well, guess what they said about the one that Israel put up? It stopped some of the missiles, but there's some that still went through. So what are we talking about here? You see what I'm saying? So like, can they really build a shield? Like when I'm hearing all this type of talk, it brings me to like G.I. Joe or some type of cartoon talk about putting a shield around you. You get what I'm saying? To
Right.
like,
That's how I imagine it. When they
yeah,
say
like
Iron Dome, I'm like, what is that? And
there
then
you
I
go.
got
Iron
it.
Dome is the word. That's the word I was looking for. Thank you. Appreciate you. Yeah, Iron Dome. Yeah. They got the Iron Dome and it stopped some missiles, but some still came through. Okay.
But
Really?
but have you heard? And this is also because I don't like I said, I'm a truth seeker, so I don't really take too much of one side or try to sound like I'm leaning to the left or
Mhm,
leaning to the right.
mhm,
But when it comes to those countries like Russia and China, like China, so we all know that Venezuela's oil
Mm-hmm.
mhm.
supersede
All the
Iran
oil.
Yep.
and all of them,
Correct.
right?
Correct.
But China, what if China had got to Venezuela and Iran before
Hmm.
us, then
They would have
that's it.
control.
Like us backing up, that
Yeah.
country that we back up, it
Hmm.
would have been now we should be in fear. But the fact that
Yeah.
we are getting to it before someone else gets to it,
Correct.
fine. I can roll with that. But then guess what? In our country, you only have about 4 years to serve unless you kick the bucket.
Right.
So after everything is said and done, then where does that leave us? Because as you say, the small hat people, they
Mhm.
plan on severing ties with us within the next couple of years. They want to be self-sufficient. They
Correct.
don't want to depend on us. So where does that leave us? It's like
Well,
I
they want.
don't mind trying to be the big dog, but
Mhm,
at some
mhm.
point in time, somebody is going to knock us off our throne at some point. I don't
I
want to
mean, it
be here
happened.
for that.
It happened in history. Rome collapsed. Every civilization collapsed. They ruled and then went down.
Mm-hmm.
I agree with you. Is
According to
that
some, that Trump is Jonathan is the last president. We're not having
yeah,
another one
correct.
after this.
Yeah, I
So
hear that
guess
too.
what? Yeah, it's going to be how long? How long was the Civil War for?
I don't
14 years.
remember. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah, a very
But
long time.
mhm,
So this is the kickoff. This is the precedence before the shit really hits the fan. So,
hopefully it doesn't.
And I feel
but
like that
we
ties
are
into
in it.
the biblical prophecies, like because at the end
Mhm.
of the day, where do we see how this ends? We could just jump to the conclusion that we know how this is going to end. It's going to be either New World Order
Yeah.
or or
Well,
we
that's
don't
gonna happen
exist.
regardless. That's gonna happen
Right, right,
regardless.
right.
Mhm. Yeah.
Uh, but just which version are we gonna be taken over by the robots? Is it gonna be the reptilians? Is it like which one is coming first at a rapid rate? It's like that's why I'm like we're being hit with all of this. Like,
Keys, did you hear about Cuba? Have
mhm.
you heard? Yeah. So it's crazy that y'all saying this now. And I'm like, were y'all here earlier? Because I was definitely reading my notes off because that's what I was talking about for the Mindful Monday. And Cuba So let me just go back really quickly.
Well, we
And
tapped in. That's why we talking about it. We all
yeah,
tapped in. That's why.
absolutely.
Yeah, we're on
And
the same frequency. Hmm.
it's
Hmm.
so Cuba also relies on Venezuela. So the fact that
Correct.
Biff Jonathan said when
Hold
all
on.
that
You
was
said
going
Biff?
down, yeah, I
You
call him
said Biff?
Biff,
Yeah, from Back to the Future. But go
right?
ahead. Yep.
Because he's a bully. So when
No,
he
there's a
was doing
correlation there too, but part
yeah,
itself. Go
when
ahead.
he was doing all that with Venezuela, right? Collecting
Mhm.
Pokemon, collecting the present like a Pokemon.
I feel like
Yep.
somebody playing Pokemon in the background. I keep hearing either that or Roblox.
Oh,
No,
that's my
that's
music. That's
I'm like,
the
what is that?
that's the StreamYard music.
Oh,
Because
okay.
you can't play like if I wanted to play Tupac, I can't because they'll flag my
yeah,
you know
copyright.
copyright for the song. So I either put on my meditation music and
Mhm.
the StreamYard has music. So because Biff has implemented taking the president out of Venezuela, he then says to Cuba on TV, "You better get your act together because you're next."
Yeah, next. Yep. Correct. Correct.
Who says that?
Correct.
Then now, because of the blackouts and the shortage, the oil shortages that's been happening in Cuba, he says, "How long you think it's going to take? You're not. You don't understand. At the end of this month, you're going to be done. You're going to have to rely on us." So he's trying, and then it's all tied in with Iran because what happened is that Venezuela is crude oil. We have oil here, but our
Mhm.
oil, the way it's processed, it can't. It needs to be have an additive. So Venezuela is the additive.
So they say. I feel
So
like
they say,
we don't want to use our stuff because we rather just use everybody else's than our own.
right, right. And then Iran has the other additive that they need, right? So how is it ironic that they kicked off Venezuela, Iran happened, and now Cuba? Because Cuba's going to be getting messed up too.
But you see how everybody's going crazy over this Nephilim blood? Because that's all it is.
Nephilim blood. Well, I think it's really it's money. It's oil.
It
It's
the oil is the giant blood though. It just never ends. Why do you think that? Why does the oil
Homeboy said that
we
though.
we
You're
never
tapped.
seen it's funny we talk about dinosaurs, but Thomas, like our quote
we never.
unquote founding fathers never knew what a dinosaur was. However, did they hear about dragons? Those things was mentioned. Have they
Right.
learned about Nephilim? Learned about
Hmm.
that. So you mean to tell me that we eradicated these dinosaurs from a meteor that gives us this endless quote unquote fuel? Or do you not think that this is
Fossil
blood?
fuel.
Yeah. Well, listen, right? Something that you said. There's a couple of things that you said,
Could be,
and
yeah, could be.
I've been keeping mental notes. One, China was in Venezuela um,
Hmm.
before we took him. Before, once we found out that China just left, because like you said, China was probably going to end up with the reserves, right? And will
Hmm.
have control, some form of control. Would have been no takeover like he did, but they would have been doing business with Venezuela to where they would have control. They would have been charging us.
Hmm.
Iran now, by them trying to take control of Iran, that's other oil that China and Russia depends on, right?
Hmm.
So that's more. Now he's trying to take over all of that. And like you said, with the Cuba and your sister, I'm going to you, sis, because you said this plenty of times. With Venezuela, they saying Venezuela is right next door to Haiti, Cuba, and all of that. There's
Hmm.
supposed to be a giant that's not giant, a dragon
Mm-hmm.
that's been frozen because you kept saying it and I kept saying, yo, when I speak I'm going to bring it up, but we all been building, so it just came on me now again because you brought it up. There's a dragon, right, that's supposed to be
The
you know
Leviathan.
yeah,
Yeah,
there
but
you
I
go,
thought
the
he's on the West
Leviathan
Coast.
that's
There's more
waking
than
up.
one.
Okay.
Correct. That's waking up. They said the eye and the face and all of that is in Venezuela's water. They said the stomach or the wing part or whatever part is by Haiti. Then they said the ending part is by Cuba and all of those other islands over there. This
Mm.
thing is waking up. The Leviathan is waking up. So they said, really, the oil story is what we've been presented or whatever, or the nukes and all of that. But really, this is what's going on. Now, remember, too, the soldiers who was trying to fight the U.S. soldiers say the U.S. was using stuff that they've never seen in their lives, where they
Mm.
was frozen and they was bleeding through their ears and their nose and their mouths and all of that. It brings me to that sonic stuff wave that they used in Boston when we had the marathon bombing. Because the
Mm.
first lockdown we had in a long time, that was a lockdown that we had because there was people roaming the streets. There was
Mhm.
martial law out here. But people was like, man, I'm staying out in the streets. They use a sonar wave thing, and people was talking about they can hear like their ears, hurting and all of that. But there's a lot of points that you made, and you're not far off. You know what I'm saying? Again, I'm amazed, and I like that the fact that you vibing on that frequency. Because again, there's not too many people that's talking like this. I know me
Mhm.
and your sister, Foxy, yeah. I know how she, but you to hear you, oh yeah,
Mhm.
shit's
Yes,
beautiful.
tapped in.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That's dope.
I just be to myself and I just go down the rabbit holes and I'm like, you know what? I
Mm-hmm.
know by like one thing I could say that is like a talent or a God gift is that
Mhm.
I could piece a puzzle
Mm-hmm.
piece together. Like I could put that thing so quick together to really say, everybody thinks that there's always this version or like aliens or is it angels? Well, why can't it be both? Why can't the angels look like aliens? Why can't
Right.
they be? Why does everything have to be separate? Why can't it be connected? And
Right.
Yeah,
like everybody's always trying to say which point makes sense and which point is right. And I'm like, well, why can't
it
it
could
all
be
be?
all of them.
Yes.
Correct. It could be all. You're right about that. Definitely right about that. That's how I am. I try to look at things broad instead of looking surface level shit. And your
Hmm.
sister's always telling me, "Oh, Maybach, you need to give it." Yo, it's like, yo, it's my brain. Maybe it's the Libra in me, or just me, the person. When I go down, when I'm researching, again, I'm still having problems sleeping because my brain doesn't stop. It
Mm.
feeds and needs for information. So when I
Same.
get around people like this, it's like, yo, I'm talking about Diddy parties and Epstein lists. I want to talk about this for 6, 10 to hours. It doesn't bother me.
Well,
I
those.
still, yeah, life still goes on. I still function. I still do what I do. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
It don't make me go crazy. I rather have these conversations than to be asking, oh, who do you think was oiling? Who was the baby oil man at the Diddy parties? Like, I don't care about that.
Mm.
I'm a deep conversationalist. A female told me on our third conversation, yo, your conversation's too deep for me. I was about to get mad and spaz. I said, nah, let me ask this female what she want to talk about. Yo, what do you want to talk about? So how do you feel about the Epstein list and the Diddy thing? I said, listen, sweetheart, lose my number, please. Don't ever call me again.
Mm.
Facts.
I'm with you on that. That I don't even have anybody to talk to.
Mhm.
Mm.
Epstein list and Diddy thing is not helping me or my children. I want to learn something that I can use in everyday life. I want to pass this information down. Yeah, my children are young, but still, they're going to reach a point where I could slowly feed them information. You know what I'm saying? And stuff like that. That's what's
Yeah.
gonna help them. Talking about Diddy and I know we talk about 50 Cent and all of that. There's platforms, that's what they do. It's all entertainment shit. And it's like, yo, so you don't have no solutions for the community? What if something start happening? What are people gonna do? What are we gonna do? Like, why we ain't talking about that? And you'll see these people have 1,000 plus people in their chat because it's nonsense. You know, I don't care about that. I want to know how can I survive if a doomsday shit happens. hmm Like, how do I filter water if they shut down the water thing? Like they hit our grid.
Mhm.
How to start a fire. How can I cook the food? That's what's important to
What
me.
you eating, Maybach? What you eating?
I made some baked mac
You gonna
and
talk
some
about
barbecue
me
chicken.
smacking my lips?
That's what I'm about to go get some to make burgers. I'm not eating no more fast food.
I ate baked
Like, what
mac
you
and
eating? What you eating?
yeah, baked mac and some barbecue chicken wings.
That sounds good.
Some honey. I use honey and brown sugar to sweeten it and make it nice and sticky.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, yeah. The little ones ask for that. They call it candy chicken because it's sweet.
Oh,
Be like, Dad, can we get candy chicken? I'm like, man, what do you mean? You mean honey, brown sugar, barbecue chicken? Children are funny when they like try to ask for something, But oh
yeah.
yeah, I've been made their plate. They've been eating. It's my turn to eat. I was listening to y'all. I was chefing up while y'all was
No,
talking.
I know. I was just
Yeah, you
because
heard me
you
smacking.
got
I ain't
me the
know.
last time. Yeah, you was like, "What you eating, Foxy?" I'm like, "How you know I'm eating? I'm trying to be incognito with it." And you like, "What you eating, Foxy?" And I'm like,
The whole chat heard you, man. The whole chat, and you told
Chris
you're
was
like,
like, "Yeah,
yo,
we hear you." I was
yeah,
like,
yeah,
"Damn,
for real. We all heard you, for real.
them Doritos was busting."
I bet they were. I
Have
bet
you
they
tried the
were.
naked one?
Naked one? No.
Never
Yeah,
heard of the
they
naked
called
Doritos.
naked. Yeah, because it's supposed to claim no preservatives, no artificial flavoring, anything. It's
Oh,
literally supposed to be all natural,
yeah,
and it's a
sure.
white bag. Oh, I got it at
Yeah.
Walmart. Well, I seen the advertisement and then I tried it. It
Send me a picture
tastes
of it, Keith. Take a
okay.
picture because I know the naked juice, but I never
Oh,
seen it.
Nah,
it's
that ain't come up
NAKD.
north yet. That ain't come up north yet. I ain't heard it
Man,
or seen it. Yeah.
man,
I ordered it
up
on
north
Amazon.
has everything. I even said to my,
No, no, the
I said,
South gets everything first, sweetheart.
uh-uh.
No, it
Yeah.
doesn't. No, it
Huh?
doesn't.
Mm-mm. I
What you
could tell
said?
you,
The
I thought
South
I was
doesn't?
what do you call it? A revolutionary
Uh-huh.
pioneer, thinking
Uh-huh.
that I mixed what is it, corn
Oh
chowder or
no,
something like that with some Old Bay.
Uh-huh.
Meanwhile, Campbell Soup was already selling that at Fine Fit. Oh, like what?
Mm.
yeah, because remember I was online. I was like, "Look, Keys," and you was like, "Yeah, I'm making this," and I was like, "Old Bay Campbell's made it."
I was like, wait, I thought I invented this combination. Meanwhile, it's already on shelves. And you
Mhm.
can't find, which I'm upset, but Canada Dry had the Lipton tea.
Mhm.
Mm.
That's
Mhm.
only up north, but they discontinued that flavor, and I'm just like, dang.
Yo, have you
That's
tried the blackberry flavored ginger ale?
oh yeah, those are
Yeah.
good. Those are good.
Mm-hmm.
That's fire.
I gave up
Red and black.
soda
Mhm.
as a fasting portion, but I'm like, I need to get rid of some soda. I can drink soda, water, and coffee like all day.
Mhm. Well, that's the
I
only
just,
carbon. That's the only carbonated drink I drink is ginger ale.
you know,
Only one.
it's been tough because these
Because you got how
seltzer
many?
water.
You got what?
Mhm.
The end of the month or no? Because Easter's next
Yeah,
2 weeks.
but you know what? I feel like that part of me was just I don't know. Like I wanted to do something that was spiritual because I have fasted before many times. But I'm like, you know what? Let me get rid of the sugar in my
Mhm.
body.
Mm.
Mhm.
And then I'm drinking the salsa water, and it literally tastes like static in my mouth. And I'm like, I can't, can't do this. I've just been
People
drinking
like
water,
the
just
people
regular
like the
water.
salsa water. I can't stand that. I rather drink regular water. I can't do that. That
Yeah,
salsa
it
water,
does
that's
taste
just
like static,
nasty.
like you just drinking.
Yeah, it's nasty. I never liked that shit at all. People be
But it's
drinking
like
it like it's the bomb.
it's the alternative if you want that seltzer. I mean
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
that soda feeling. But
Yeah.
you gotta be like ready. You have to be like a psychopath to just throw it back and just be
Yeah.
like, oh yeah, this is good,
Oh no, I got
refreshing.
friends. They drink it like that. That's how they drink it. They be like, "Yo, you missing out." I'm like, "No, I'm really
The
not
black,
missing out
the
on
black
nothing."
cherry salsa water and the lime. Oh my, OMG, and the watermelon. Ooh.
This is what I'm about to say. I add lime to a gallon of water and I add some honey to it and shake it up. That's how I drink my water. I like it like that. It's
But
supposed to
honey,
stimulate your
that's different.
metabolism. Yeah, it's supposed to stimulate your metabolism. Lime or lemon into your water is
Oh
good.
yeah, but the honey part is what's throwing me off.
The honey? Well,
Yeah,
I don't want to
what
use
about the
sugar, so you use the honey to sweeten it a little bit. Yeah, that's all. I don't put much in there. I just gotta
Gotcha.
have a little bit of that, or agave. I use
Hmm.
agave or sugar cane sugar, which is the real sugar.
Right, the raw sugar cane.
Yeah. Oh man, I have, yo, listen, man. This summer, I'm gonna eat a real sugar cane, man. Like, from the islands that I used to do, man. I haven't eaten a sugar cane in a long, long ass time. It's time.
He was like, it's time.
Yeah, man, because your body acts different when it gets the real sweetness. You know what I mean? Real salt. Real salt, real
Hmm.
sugar. Even though they say, "Oh, you're not supposed to have sugar or salt." That's a damn lie. You are. You just have to have the
Hmm.
real stuff. That's all. Like how you said, Foxy, earlier with the watermelon. When you buy watermelon, squeeze lime on it. See how sweeter it gets in taste.
So that's what I was eating when I came up here. I had my fruit bowl. So
Yep. Oh man, when my children want their little sugar fix, that's what I get them. I cut up a bunch of freaking fruits for them: apples, pears, mandarin, orange, green grapes, red grapes, with the seeds. Now, with the
mhm.
seeds, we ain't doing no seeds. Talking about cotton candy grapes. Yeah, you could keep that. We don't
Ooh,
want that.
those are so good. Ooh, and when they're cold, mm,
Oh gosh. Oh, did you see the viral thing? Making
what
it
viral
pop.
thing? Huh?
They was taking cotton candy, grapes or grapes, freezing them and adding something to it or whatever. I think it was sugar or whatever. And when you eat it, it pops
Mm.
like it's a viral thing. I'm gonna see if I
Oh,
can
I'm
find it and
gonna
I'll
check
send it.
that. I don't do those viral things like that, but
Hmm.
I know I saw that and woo,
Hmm.
talk about sweet. Now, ooh,
Yeah,
put it in the
that's
refrigerator. It's nice and cold, like a little candy. Yeah,
mm-mm.
but I get them on sale because those for some reason are so expensive. It's almost like $10 just to get a bag.
Listen, now with inflation, try it now. Go see what the price is now.
No, that's what I'm saying. That at
Oh, okay. Yeah,
inflation.
yeah.
Yeah.
Hmm. Crazy. Hot gas is $8 in certain places. This shit is ridiculous, dog. And
Yeah,
people are
that's
partaking. They participating. If people just say, you know what, I'm not going to no gas station. I ain't fueling up. And more people do it. Guess what? They're gonna have to drop the price. It's because people partaking in it. That's why they ain't gonna drop the price. My favorite rapper said it first, man. Power in the people. We are the power, not the government.
yeah. People. Some people they think that the government, compliance.
Yeah, they
Um,
comply and obey. That's the problem.
Listen, I'm still straddling on that fence with the corporation, so I'm in it
I mean, we are in it, but you're
for
still
further notice.
maneuvering through the matrix, though.
Uh,
Or are you taking the red pill or the blue pill?
I don't take none of those pills.
There you go. So don't say you still
Not red
you
or
are
blue.
part of the corporation, but you're not in
Yeah,
it.
no, I'm not. I'm saying like until further notice, I'm in it. Where if they, certain things, I got to realize where the bread and the butter is at. You know what I mean? Um, until otherwise, because my circumstances is like, okay, well, how am I going to figure that one out to get off the corporation? But then it's like, well, you're still operating in the corporation, but you're your own entity. And then if certain things happen, see, that's why I'm just like, I don't know. It in theory, and I'm kudos to the people like Brother Truth and Brother Sabir and Nasir Dukateers, that these brothers have been doing it for over 20 years.
Mhm.
As sovereigns in the matrix in the corporation.
Yeah.
But everybody is situation is different, and it requires
Hmm.
Anthor's in the building. Salute, Anthor. If you could come through, I'll drop the link if you
So
want.
let me ask you a
You push
question.
the drop down.
If something was to occur right now,
Uh-huh.
and they came with a bus or a coach bus, and they say, "Come with us. We're gonna take care of you." You going with them?
No, because I didn't do that with the other thing.
Okay. No, I'm just asking. If
Hmm.
something occurs, are you getting on that bus? There was a movie that was like that, remember? And they brought them to a concentrated place, camp type of thing. I can't remember the name of the movie at this point, but that's what happened. Something was going down. Some people denied it. They was like, nah, I'm good. And some people thought that, you know, by them getting on the bus was gonna benefit them, and it didn't. You know. So
I say I will promote that as much as possible, but one size does not fit all.
mhm.
And what might be conducive for the next person may not be for me and mine.
Correct.
So, I just sit on it, and I've been sitting on this for over 5 years, 6 years, something like that. And
Mhm.
just strategically, how do you move? How do you? Okay, my sister came back. I was like, what happened to her? She
Mhm.
dropped down.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, because in my head, I'm like, all right, so let's say we all pull together, we get
Mhm.
land, right? We
Mhm.
buy our land.
Mhm.
These fools at any point can try to buy us out, and then if we don't comply, they'll do some dirty stuff to us that eventually they'll take the land, and then they'll put up whatever they want to put up. So it's like, is it really, even if you bought it, is it really yours?
Well, there's ways that Jordan Maxwell said we can own it outright. One of them being an a lodio title. Same thing with a vehicle. A
Yeah. Oh,
lodio.
yep.
Yeah, he always said, like, you know, Jesus Christ can come from the heavens and can't take it away from you. And everything is a trust too. Underneath a lodio is a trust. You know, like I made payments on this crib a few weeks ago, and when they gave me the receipt, you know, it said our last name and it said family trust. You know what I'm saying? So as long as you do that, wills and you know, wills that we was taught or we was seeing it in movies, they don't really hold that much weight. Putting things in a trust
Mm-hmm.
and a lodio, yeah, it's protected. But again, you still got to pay your taxes and all of this shit.
Success. And then you in
Yeah,
the corporation
yeah,
doing,
because there's no, I
giving
mean,
you
you know,
bastard
exactly.
taxes. Like what?
Correct. There's no such thing. Like, you know, you could see, yeah, it's yours. But of course, if you don't make, you know, a payment or two, whatever, they can come
Mhm.
take it. I mean, they always going to find a way. You know,
Exactly.
I don't know if you saw the viral video, and I had talked about it on OG's platform, but you
Mm-hmm.
wasn't there that day, about a guy, it was a white guy, who was collecting rainwater
Oh,
and
you sent me.
using it, yeah, using it for his beneficial resources, you know, to water his garden and all this other stuff. And his state, his city, the municipal people, whatever, came and they took him to court and fined him. Why? Because they couldn't tax him on that water. He's like, yo, I'm not selling this water.
Right.
I'm using it for my benefits. It's on, you know, on my land. And there was a lot of people in the chat like, yo, hold on, what do you mean? He was collecting water on his own property, and the state came and did this, and you know,
Hmm.
yeah, people got to be realistic. You can own shit. There's ways that there's you know, basically channels and things that you have to do
Right.
to own things outright. You know, like I got a business now, trademarked. I own the domain name and everything. I'm gonna leave that for my children, right? But I gotta do fill out the proper paperwork. You know
Right.
what I'm saying? And put it where it really needs to go. So that way, yeah, when I'm not around, you know, in the physical form, they can take over. Now, whatever they do with that is on them, but at least I
Mhm.
left them something. You get what I'm saying? Like my father left me something. So again, that's what it's about. Like that's why I be telling people, man, like, yo, fuck talking about this bullshit. Like, hey, I get it. We all need a little form of entertainment. Mine is just watching my team play basketball and watching my little football. Do I know it's scripted? Yes. Do I know it's rigged? Yes. So my heart, my feelings, my emotions don't get tied up no more because I know what it is. But
Mhm.
that's my form of entertainment. I want to watch a comedy, you know, show or stand up. Yes. But other than that, I want to build, I want to learn. So if Foxy knows how to grow fucking vegetables, I'm going to be like, yo, let me get on a Zoom call with you. Show me. You know what I'm saying? Hey, what type of soil and fertilizer do I use? This is the shit that people need to be talking about again. Look at what we're going. Look at what, dog, they talking about giving people the digital ID, okay? Where if you get a strike, you can't go to the grocery store. This is happening right now as we talking right now in China. This is going on.
And in
People,
England.
huh? Say that again.
England too.
Correct, correct. In the UK, this is actually happening because you mentioned this on social media. Now you got a strike. You're on your credit. Now you're denied to go in access to go inside of a grocery store. What kind of, yo? I saw that in what was it, Demolition Man, when Sylvester Stallone kept swearing and then he kept getting a ticket for swearing. Like, bro, man, listen, man. Again, I'm not better than nobody, but I've always stressed this, and this is facts. My street and 3 streets are prepared. We are assets to one another. I know it's not like that for a lot of people, but I wish it was. Get with like-minded people. And they always say, you don't seek them, they seek you. So I'm not worried about the 5th and the 6th and the 7th and 8th block away. My street and 3 others, oh yeah, we straight. It's 4th Street, we straight. Prepared for anything. We got everything that we need. God forbid. So let me not throw this in the universe, but I'm just saying, God forbid, we all assets to one another. We all can help each other. Nobody's a crutch, you know. We all bring our own different, you know, things to the table. You know, we got
Mhm.
former doctors, military, and I'll leave it at that.
Exactly.
Like,
Wally or Keys, if you guys want to chime in, you can. I know Wally's been sitting back.
Wally was eating some Haitian food. That's probably why he got
No, no, no. I've been listening to the whole conversation. No, don't try to. No, don't put that on me. I wish I had Asian food right now. I've been gone.
quiet.
But no, I've been listening to the conversation. I mean, shit, I've been listening to y'all. I mean, look, as far as the whole oil thing, I mean, that's already a rouge as itself.
Mm-hmm.
Because we already know you don't really. I mean, America knows they don't have to fight for no freaking oil. Because let's be honest, technically, wasn't liquor the original fuel for cars? So,
Mhm.
okay, yeah, that's a rouge already as it is.
Right.
And then as far as the free water, that goes to tell you why they don't want to give you the free water, because they know A, 9 times out of 10 they probably polluted the water they already serve you, and 2, they just don't want you to have free things.
Correct.
Unless they're giving it out.
All
Right.
right.
And let's be honest, that they're giving out is usually not free.
I was about to say, somehow, some way, you got to pay. Correct.
Shoot, I wouldn't even say pay. I say information is everything. Like, I for instance, like so over in my neighborhood, right, at my one of my closest parks that I live by.
Mhm.
So for instance, let's say like they'll give out free food.
Mhm.
Now they'll give out free food and all that, but then it's like, oh well, they need to know that you actually live in the area. That's one.
Yeah, correct. I get what you're
So
saying.
that's
Yeah.
one thing. And 2, so it's like, and then 2 is like, you know, they just need you to document some information. I'm like,
Yeah.
so it's always something. Like, so nothing ain't free. It's like if it was free, you wouldn't need to check my ID. You wouldn't need to check none of that shit. It would just be like,
Yeah.
hand it over and then call it a day. So I ain't trying to hear that. But yeah, it's just the most saddest thing in the world. Is like, especially if you're in in those right areas, like in the right side of you know, the landscape where you're able to get a lot of water
Right.
and get it for free.
Yeah.
And you can just store that into one of your buckets. And you just hold it in the backyard, and you just let it sit there, and then until you actually want to use it. But then, of
Correct.
course, they don't want you to do it because why? Because that's just nothing they don't want you to go with. And I'm like, man.
And they can't tax you, like Makeback said.
Correct.
Right, but it's like that's my thing. It's like, so wait a minute, you want to tax me that hard that small amount of water that was dropped from the sky?
God, like Ian Dog said, he was like, "That's God's water, not state water."
Yo, this shit makes no sense, bruh. When I saw that video, it really like bothered me, dog. Like I don't know why I was so heated, but I was heated like, yo, this is ridiculous. Like what are we talking? Like, so the shit fall like while they just said the shit falls from the sky. I got buckets to collect it, right? And then I filter it because again, the guy was using it for purposes. Like I said, he had vegetables or a garden. You know what I'm saying? So he's not gonna use the rainwater with acid. So he filtered the shit. He created his own little filter system. And these people, and somebody had to tell on him.
So absolutely.
Yeah, whoever lives in this neighborhood, fuck them. You know what I'm saying? F them, you know. Pardon self for being rude, but I'm just saying, like, well, what is it your business that you call in the town talking about I'm collecting water? like this is another shit too. People need to fucking mind their damn business, dog. If it ain't affecting you, bothering you, it ain't taking money away from you, mind your damn business. Cause you know what I would have did if I was the neighbor across the street? Hey, hey Thomas, how you create all this shit? You think I can how much you would charge me to make the same filter system over here in my yard? That's what the fuck I would be doing. You know, I wouldn't snitch on him and tell on him. These people are dumb. That's the problem, man. Got fucking
It was his own skin folk.
Yeah.
Oh,
What
don't
they mad that they wasn't benefiting? Maybe
matter.
they try to get down and he said hell no. I don't know. But why would you tell on him? Because now
Yeah.
that I think about it, yeah, how would the city know he was fucking collecting
He was
water?
the neighbor. How
Okay.
Well, they are flying drones now too, I heard, in everywhere now, being nosy, looking at people's property and all this other shit. Yeah, I watched a video on this like last year, sometimes towards the end of last year, how they flying zones, flying drones and checking out your property. So let's just say one of y'all built
You don't
uh
think Google's doing that? You know, when they run down your block and they take
yeah, with the car. Yeah, correct. So, you know, but this one I saw was the drone. It was a drone actually, and they went to this guy's house and was like, "Oh, you added a add-on to your home?" And he's like, "Yeah." And they was like, "Oh, but you never went to the town hall and let us know." And I was like, "Yo, so I
Mm-mm.
can't add on my land, nigga. If I have 3 bedrooms, the original house, and I add like an extra, like, yo, it just doesn't make no sense, man."
It's the pigeon. It's the pigeon.
Oh, the
Oh, the
pigeon's the
pigeon.
drone?
Yeah,
Yes.
the pigeons. Yep, facts. They showed that. They showed a pigeon land on some dude's. It looks like in New York. The nigga was in a high rise. It landed right on his windows sill out on the outside, and the shit was lifting up like the middle part of the bird. You could see all the metal part and everything. It looked like New York to me. It looked like a window in New York. You know, but yeah, that's funny. Yo, your
No,
sister
they're
is
gonna
crazy.
New York is gonna be the guinea pig anyway, New York and Cali.
Yeah, I was about
Hey,
to say. Yeah.
I want to say stuff, but I don't want to get too political. But yeah, your city, because that's my city, but not right now. Your city was voting for people over there, and it's looking a little
Looking a little
too shaky
shaky.
for me.
I know.
Oh,
Make me say I might have to take a Amtrak to come up to see you for your birthday. Hopefully everything is died down. 'Cause I
You
don't want to be
know,
caught up.
yo, Foxy, when you get a chance, look up. Dallas just ran a drill inside of a Walmart, and people were like asking questions. Go look that up when you get off. And you know when they run a drill, what happens after? I'm gonna leave it there. But yes, in
they
Dallas they
always
ran a.
doing that stuff. I'm not, like I said, New York City
Uh-huh.
and LA are always going to be the guinea pigs first
Mhm.
and foremost. And then all the other cities, big and small,
Correct.
are going along with this. So I'm not surprised.
Uh-huh.
I'm really not. And just like my sister said, with this new administration in here, I said, I may have to pack up because the way things is looking. But it's only what a month and a half, so we have to give it some time. Is what people say. Give it
Hey,
some time.
they
Mhm.
say that the Middle Eastern flags are the same colors as the four horsemen. I'm just saying.
Mhm.
Just throwing that out there.
And then
Cool.
Just throwing that out.
he's spearheading it. This person. So I'm like,
You got to pick the the
and I
lesser two
wasn't.
of the evils.
Yeah, and
Remember, it's not him. Remember, he's the puppet. We all should
he's the
know that.
puppet, but
Yeah,
he's
right.
got power. His mom is very powerful.
No, I know, but what the point I'm just trying to make is like it wouldn't matter if it was him, if it was somebody asking tone, whatever's going on would still be happening. Let's just say the lady one,
Well,
right?
hello, Biff.
Yeah. No, I know, but let's just say KH one, right? Let's just say KH was in the White House right now.
Mm.
It would be much worse, right?
Oh
But
yeah.
everything still would be happening. So again, that's why I had
And the
asked y'all the
OGs
question.
in the building. Salute.
Yeah, salute. That's why I was asking y'all the question about the prophecy thing. How do y'all feel about that? Whether it's prophecy or it's prediction or predicted. And I don't even believe in the
Or if it's
prediction.
just programming.
Program.
Correct. That it's gonna happen regardless.
Yep. You just
So
have to find a way to.
I don't know, but you know the movie Keys. You know the movie Escape from New York.
I was about to say
That's
that in
gonna
You
be
L.A.
know,
new.
too.
And then
In
that's
LA.
what I'm trying to say. Like it's both these cities, and
Correct. Was that Kurt Russell?
yeah. But
Yeah.
my point is that that's what I was telling her and my mom, and
Mhm.
telling my mom specifically, like, I may need to be out sooner than the 2 years that I'm giving
Mhm.
myself the grace period because
Oh, I'm getting my joint so I can go to UK. Yeah, I'm getting my joint ready and my children. I'm going out there because the food
I
is
don't
real.
know about
I
the
ain't going out there
UK.
either. I'm staying right here. But what
It all
That's
depends
almost
where.
I'm
like
gonna
a
be
part.
closer to
No,
my
That
I'm
might be
not.
a
No, when I
part.
say there, listen, let me tell y'all. I'll tell y'all now. It's a country, right, where they said no country ever bothers them. I'm just, and it
Switzerland.
starts with an S.
Yeah, I know Switzerland.
Yeah, that's cool. I ain't talking about no Paris, because like y'all said,
You gonna be in the headquarters of portals of you gonna be
listen,
Uh,
we know
battling
about
demons.
CERN. Yeah, I know. There's portals everywhere. We listen. You want to talk
whatever
about
floats
portals?
your boat. Whatever floats your boat. All I'm saying is,
New York has portals. There we go. How
yeah,
about that?
I'm
Yeah.
getting closer to my family
Mm-hmm.
because there ain't too many left over here in the
Yeah.
city.
Well, you
So
need that. You need to be next to them.
that's
Right.
what I'm like, and they're not moving to another country, so we gonna thug it out here. But like I said I gotta be escaped from New York maybe less than 2 years because is this
But since
administration.
you asked questions, that's a good question. He said UK, but where
Oh,
would
and
you, if
for
you could relocate to another country, what country would it be and why?
Mm-hmm.
all the fuel in the U.S. has the ticket advantages. Are we paying? Wait, who asked that question? Wait a minute, is this the question from Anthor? Keys,
Well,
where'd you read that at?
no, I'm saying that off the, no, I'm saying
Oh,
that
oh,
since um
She's talking about me.
Maybach had asked that question, well, he was asking questions about prophecy, and then he mentioned that he would go to UK. I said, well, since you asked questions, I'm
Yeah.
gonna ask that question.
oh. Okay.
What country would you go to? No family holding you back. You just had nothing holding you back. But you would say, I would like to move there.
Yeah.
What country would you pick and why?
Yeah. And you could go there, and you can actually go. You got the money. You
No,
got
she's
everything.
asking you.
Oh,
No,
she's
I'm
asking
asking
me?
everybody.
No, she's
I'm asking
asking you. I already
it's a
said where I would
general.
go.
But he said
Yeah, I
he was
already
going
said.
to the UK.
Oh,
Yeah. Where would you go, Foxy?
so Anthor, I told you right here.
No, if you could go, listen, stop.
That's what I'm saying.
Hypothetically, okay, listen, we know you were stationary there.
Jamaica. That's where I'm going.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Boom. There you
So
go.
Anthor
And
says,
then why?
because that's my homeland. That's
Mhm.
besides here, and it's all still a part of America. So yeah.
Well, I can't. I could go to Haiti, but I am not going to Haiti. I'm going
Anthor
to.
says Ghana. Okay.
Huh?
Okay.
I'm going to
Mhm.
switch. Yo, Wally, where you going?
Why are you paying more money for gas? We have a lot of reserves here. That's the thing. Like we got all of this stuff. Right, Antdog. Antdog says all the fuel
Yeah, but
in the
listen, they.
USA has, hold on, let me read his thing. He says all the fuel in the USA has that they took from other countries. Why are we paying more money for gas? We have a lot of reserves everywhere.
But
Good point.
Use it.
but
That's the
Ant
thing, we
Dog,
don't
what
use it.
if shit hits the fan out here though? What if it hits out here, the United States of the corporation or snakes? Like Sister Foxy said, the United States, United Snakes of America. If shit hits the fan here, that's what I'm talking about. If it hitting the fan here, and they want you to do the digital ID, okay? They want you to do the mark of the beast. All right. Now I want to hear your answer now. They talking about chipping you in the back of your neck.
He said we're effed then. Bottom line. So I mean, you either take it in the butt with no Vaseline or you get some glue. How you want to do this?
Yo, pause. He said,
I don't
touch
have
it.
to pause because I'm a girl.
Yeah, well,
I don't
pause.
have
There's
to say
men
pause.
up here. Pause. I'm not
Okay,
taking nothing in the chat.
Wally, same question for you. Keys, ask him again the question.
No, I remember the question. Sure.
Oh, you got it?
Okay.
Okay. So what's your answer?
Where you going?
So that's my thing. I can't really put that. I can't put that to a question. I can't put an answer to it because, see, for me, going somewhere, I have to see that has to actually really mean something. I'm not just going somewhere just because of what that area got going on or what it represents. It's like if it doesn't calls for me, then it's like I'm not gonna go there. I mean, I might go there to just like view the area, view the location, but to live there, that's a whole different notion. So I couldn't even. So technically, I would say the same question, like pretty much stay here because until something speaks to me to leave, I ain't leaving nowhere.
No. I would say this, right? Let me because you just made me think of something. Not that you were going there to live, but you going there just because it's effed up out here. And you could go out, you got the money, you can actually go anywhere. Because this is a funny thing, because this is a question that I actually ask my guests when they come on my show. If you could live anywhere in the world, where would you live? This is without a war and whatever. So that's why.
That's
Go
why
ahead.
that's how I'm answering your question.
Yeah.
That's how I'm answering the question though.
Mm-hmm.
I couldn't genuinely answer that because again, it would have literally this place would have to speak to me. Like again, I would love to visit anywhere. Yeah. But it would have to speak to me to actually live there, wake up morning every single day of my livelihood and be like it's an ever so opening fresh air. Like I'm just not gonna just go there just because or live there just because.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Angela says people are going to turn on each other. Yeah, that's what Civil War is about.
Purging, all of that.
There's this show that I had watched, and my sister, she was like, "Oh my God, have you seen this show?" And she was like, "Yo, that I'm so worried about. Like, that's how it's going to be." And it's very spooky, and it's called The Handmaid's Tale. It's actually a book, but they turned it into a TV series. And
what's it on Netflix?
It was on Hulu.
Who?
Hulu. It was on Hulu.
Okay.
But the premises is that the free countries were Canada and Mexico. And here in the States was like back to, communist slavery type stuff. They were taking the women who, so case in point, the main actress, she worked in a regular job, 9 to 5, had a husband, had a child. After stuff started happening with the government, they started closing down the bank accounts. They closed her bank account. They said only your husband's allowed to have the bank account. Then they started roping up all the women and grouping them from married, single, who had kids, who could reproduce, and they were taking these women and putting them into camps. Married women.
See?
Taking them and putting them into camps.
See? And I talked about that earlier.
Yeah, there's that show. It's a good show.
And,
but it's
they put stuff in movies too.
Oh, absolutely. Like, did y'all? Well, I read the book 1984 by George Orwell, and then the movie came out. And I also read the book Animal Farm, which is the same thing. It's this one world order, civil uprise. So yeah, they'll tell you this all in your face.
Yeah. And
then they'll play it out for you. Just like they've been giving us apocalyptic movies all along. And then what happened? 2020, 2019, 2020. So they've been telling us this stuff.
Yeah.
And we see the changes.
What, Keith?
No, I was saying no. Can you drop the name of that show?
Oh, yeah. I can. I'll put it in the chat.
We see the changes. I know Ant Dog's older than us. Your mother saw the change. She talked about it earlier. After Vietnam, everything changed.
Yeah.
So, and everybody had their own timeline of the world changing. You get what I'm saying? So, the only thing I'd be mad and
now
go ahead, Wally.
No, I said now it's our turn. Now we're gonna
Correct.
be going through the change.
That's the only thing that I regret is that, but everything, it's not that I regret. I take that back. The only thing that I get upset about is I had children late. You know what I mean? I mean, it was supposed to happen that way,
Yeah.
but because this shit, man, I'm trying to give them as much, as much knowledge as I'm not here no more, I got less time ahead of me and more time behind me. So that's who I really worry about is my little ones, you know.
I felt the same way, and I was 15. My mom's was telling me about this back then, right?
Mhm,
And I said to her, "Well, mom, who's gonna take care of my baby if I go?"
mhm.
And she was like, "Well, don't live in fear."
Yeah.
I was like, "Well, you just dropped the whole load on me, and you telling me that's it was her telling me about Nostradamus and stuff, her and my dad." And I'm just like, so now this is in my head. So it
Uh,
don't matter if you're old or young, you just worried for your children. And that's why I was
Mhm.
like, what's gonna happen now? The little baby that I was worried about is gonna be 34. So it either happens now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now,
yeah.
Well,
or
that's a good point
tomorrow.
that you bring that up, especially with kids,
Hmm.
because being, the younger sister and,
The
close to the
baby
baby,
sister.
the baby, but having kids of my own, I asked this question amongst whatever little groups of people I can find to have, normal conversations with. But like if they asked me that question,
Mhm.
would I do it again when it comes to having kids?
Mhm.
And I said, what I know now, no. Not to be selfish, but between
Correct.
like the anguish that we like the stuff that we've witnessed in our generation, like okay, mom has experienced some stuff and she's
Mhm.
alive to see stuff now. But some of the stuff she's kind of far removed because
Right.
a lot of that boomer mindset, sorry to say it like that,
Mhm.
everything is conspiracy as opposed to truth or
Mhm.
trying to, unless they were like a war vet, for example.
Yeah.
Those people tend to kind of lean more toward the truth because they've seen things
Right. They
that
see
are
things.
almost inexplicable.
Correct.
But I would tie that into the question that you asked about the prophecy or things being, predetermined. I feel like this generation of adults have been robbed of, like, we may not be scared or living in fear per se, but I feel like to an extent we are living to prepare
Yeah.
more than we're living,
Correct.
as opposed to our parents were just so nonchalant and they're just so, careless, and they made so many mistakes and they're not, to be faulted. But I feel like now, as this generation of adults that are raising the next generation, we have to be so intentional that it's so
Mhm.
Mhm.
exhausting that I'm like,
Yeah.
we're getting closer to a timeline that it's moving faster and faster and faster. And then
Correct.
when our kids have kids, it's going to be different. They're going to be, basically preparing them for a war, like in a sense, whether it be a spiritual warfare, whether it be a physical war. I feel
Yeah.
like that's where we at, and that's why I'm like, it's kind
I
of
agree.
scary because if I was to have
Mhm.
another kid right now, one who's to say, and I'm not saying this in a negative way, but because they're putting so much chemicals in our food,
Correct.
your likelihood of having to raise a special needs child is highly likely, more almost most promising that that's what your child is going to come out. That's exhausting in itself. We're not even equipped to raise those kids the way, we would think we are. We don't have either the support. There's a lot of lack of community, resources. So there's just so many factors that it just makes wanting to repopulate the earth or trying to like continue a legacy almost like
Mhm.
not even worth it. That's my
Yeah.
opinion.
I agree with you. For real. It makes people hesitant, man, of having a child, just
Mhm.
because of how it's crazy, man. Like, I agree with you.
I used to be cynical and say this joke um, to my mother and to my grandmother that stuff would pop off. I'm Jim Jones, my kids, and myself, and we out.
Mm,
And my
mm,
grandmother used to get pissed, like, "You're not taking my babies away from me." I'm like, "Oh, yes, I will.
mhm.
Watch." I'm not leaving them here with this nonsense.
Yeah. I've heard some people say that too.
Hmm.
And you know, I don't look at them as being crazy or whatever. It's just, yo, man, listen, man, I feel them. Like I don't want my children suffering, or I don't want them to go through this, and you know what I mean, have to comply and obey. And yeah, man, we don't know, man. I'm just saying. I remember when Bush Senior said, in what, 88, whatever year it was, early 90s, prepare for a new world order. I had no idea what the fuck he was talking about. Why? Because I was too busy running the streets, wanting to learn rap songs and, sleep with this female. They had no clue, even though I was listening to Prodigy. And then, again, my first time going on a forced vacation, an elder was like, hey, youngin, read this book right here. I'm like, Dr. Malachi Z. York, Right Knowledge? Okay. He's like, when you come out, we're gonna sit down and I'm gonna ask you questions about that book. You better know, any question I ask you. Man, listen, I was one of the best things, man, that elder did for me, man. Gave me that book, and it wasn't just him, it was a few other people. I always tell that story, Foxy, so you heard it before. Just being hip, and then I started getting my awakenings, different stages of my life, started paying attention. I'm listening to my dad and his friends talk for 6 hours about the Haitian government being corrupt and other governments being corrupt. I'm like, yo, hold on. They sitting around drinking Haitian rum and talking about politics? That shit is boring. Never knew that I would be into it. Not saying I go head first and I know everything, but I didn't know, I would study political science and I would do this and do that. You know what I mean? Again, like they said, you said it earlier, best. The apple don't fall too far from the tree. You know, just never knew I would be aware and be talking about some of the things that I heard
Hmm.
my father and older people talk about. We're saying the same thing, just different things now
Right.
compared to what they went through or what they seen. So
Right.
you know.
And a lot of stuff for them was like forced because you got to think like the draft from World
Right.
War II on up. Like they were basically forced to go into these things. Like
Hmm.
now, we people fought for it not to happen. So it's like we're a little more lackadaisical with stuff, and the stresses that they had back then it's different. I'm not gonna say we don't have it. We have similar things, but it's definitely different. Certain things are forced, but certain things we have more rights, I think, than they did back then.
Yeah. Yeah. I agree.
Civil rights, some may not think it's human rights. I think we need to have human rights, and that's where stuff went a little sideways when they were fighting for civil rights because they wanted to vote and they wanted to, have their say. And it's like, yeah, but also throw in the human rights because in the Constitution they have us as 3/5 of a human being to
Hmm.
this day. Nothing has been amended, nothing has been changed from that. So the fight on like a Benjamin Crump, who's a civil rights attorney, it needs to be added to human rights attorney as well because people have rights.
That dude's taking people's money, man.
Well, I'm just saying that's an example
No,
of
I
a
know.
civil rights
Yeah.
person.
No, I know what
Whether
you.
he's
I know. I
taking
know what.
money or not, to
Mhm.
the audience, that's what I mean. Like we need more human rights activists, lawyers that petition that, and that's what Baba Malcolm X was doing. But once you start doing that stuff,
Yeah.
we got to take you up out of here. You know,
Correct.
but
Correct.
it's needed. And then it's like, I was on somebody's panel and I can't remember, but I said that the only way that you could overthrow the powers that shouldn't be is
Mhm.
total anarchy, and you're gonna have to go to war. And some people when they're clapping their hands like exactly, and people are
Yeah.
not ready for that.
No,
They
they're
complain
not.
about the government, they complain about the alphabet boys, this, that, and the third.
Correct.
Well, the only way you could take your power back is go
Correct.
against them.
Correct. They'll never do that. That's the thing I've been talking about too. Niggas is niggas. If I say, yo, let's go to the hood to this project, cause I got beef with Tyrone, they ready to go. They're asking me, yo, what should I bring? You get what I'm saying? But if I say, let's go to the Clear Folks neighborhood and let's hell raise, it's questions being asked. Why is that? You know what I mean? Why is that? Why you don't ask me questions about going to the project to see Tyrone, you know, but when I say let's go to the nice neighborhood and hell raise, now I'm getting asked, oh, hold on. Why are we going there for? What's the issue? You know, what's the
I'll tell
problem?
you one thing: the Proud Boys will definitely turn it up.
Yeah.
They'll
Oh,
turn it
yeah.
up. They don't have
Yeah.
any problems fighting
Correct.
back. They love that stuff.
That's a fact. And that's why people be sitting here wondering why we always going to be at the back of the line. It's because we can't put differences to say, oh, I don't like Foxy because I'm from Brooklyn and she's from the Bronx. I don't like Wale because I'm in Central Florida. He's in. It's like, yo, what are we talking about? Like, what are we talking about? You know what I mean? Like, people are sitting here trying to find a reason why not to build with somebody else. But these folks, they damn sure know how to put their differences aside. Oh, this is to get more money. Oh, this is going to advance us. This is going to bring us this and that. Okay, yeah, I'll get with Billy Bob. I'll stand
Right.
next to Billy Bob. You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And then they do what they need to do, and then nigga, that don't mean they become buddies. They just standing to get banding together for a cause
Right.
that's gonna bet they both gonna benefit from. Oh, I get to buy myself another pickup truck. Oh yeah, I like that. Come on. The
Mhm.
good old boys. Yeah. Us, we ain't ready for that, like you said, man. Those days is long gone, man. And it was the Black Panther Party, then it was the Crips and Bloods. And I'm talking about the original Crips and Bloods when it first started off, not what we know about today, you know, because they was protecting the neighborhood. They was policing their own neighborhoods, you know.
Yep. Absolutely.
That's part of the plan. Is to is to deconstruct and divide.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Destroy too. Yeah.
Right. That's literally what they keep always saying: power in numbers, power in numbers. But since
Yeah.
everybody's so divisive and it's like they have hatred, like they have to find a reason to hate. They'll never be successful. You'll never overcome the stereotypes if you
Yeah.
just keep playing into it.
Correct. Because within ourselves, we create all these fucking groups to separate us, thinking that it's going to make us come and unite. It's like, oh, the FBA, the Indigenous Culture Group, the fucking this and that, this organization, the militia, the Black Militia, this and that and this. You don't see all of these type of groups with these other nationalities. You just don't. And that's the shit. So a dog, there's nationality with dogs, and people are still calling themselves crayon colors. What are we talking about? Like, yeah, oh, I'm African American. Nigga, if they sending you to Africa, where in Africa are you going? Where? You running with this narrative that was told to you that a man went to Africa and he came back and says, oh, yeah, that's our brothers and sisters. Matter of fact, speaking to Jesse Jackson, that's who brought that shit over here with African Americans. Niggas got other shit in their
So,
bloodline than fucking African American. I believe somebody might be 5% Irish, didn't have fucking African in them.
that part. Sub-Saharan. That's like the go-to for everybody.
Hmm.
Mhm.
Everybody's sub-Saharan. It's like, okay.
Yeah. Oh, Nigerian, yeah. I'm from Lagos. My shit came back and it says I got Legos and I'm Nigerian. No, I'm 10% Nigerian. I'm 10% Scottish. Like what? Nigga, they mixed you with some dog or something? Oh,
Yeah, I
yo,
don't
I got 5% British in me.
don't tell mom, but I don't trust in that stuff. But I ain't buying that kit, so
Not your
I'm
sister
not
said it.
gonna.
Your sister said it earlier.
They're not
She
buying
said it.
that. Mm-mm. But
Yeah.
it was a gift that was, and by
Mhm.
all means, I mean, we'll probably learn something. I don't mind learning something from that kid, but you won't get me
Mhm.
That's a
to
fact.
put
That's
my
a
bit.
fact. That's a fact.
You,
Listen, I already know what y'all mean, man. My mother, thank goodness she's still alive. She's about to be 86 on the 19th. So
Mhm.
I know exactly what you're talking about. You can't tell them nothing. They reach an age
mm-mm.
where what they know is what they know. And that's it. Man, I
Yeah, but
told my
she got
mom
it
like
as
the
a
other.
gift.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I mean either which way. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Listen, she told us her stuff came back. She told us that earlier. I didn't say nothing. I just kept my mouth shut. You know,
Oh, she
again.
actually took it. I didn't even
No,
know.
she didn't
I
take
didn't
it
even.
yet, but she
Oh,
Oh,
got
she
she
the
did
didn't
it.
take it yet.
got the kit.
Oh,
Oh,
okay.
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 Probably waiting for me to help her with that.
Right, exactly.
Mm. So hold on. Is that company legit now? Are they straight? Because there was some shit with them. They was being
No, you
sued.
can never trust that it's legit. I'll
Yeah.
never trust those things. I just feel like because I know they're selling it
Mm-hmm.
third party, they make it a disclaimer. And I was saying
Mm-hmm.
in the chat, the way
Mm-hmm.
I found out something is that when I went to go do a normal blood work, I came
Mm-hmm.
back and they were like, "Oh, are you Mediterranean?" And I'm like, "No." And then I had to think about it. I'm like, well, "My dad's white, but he's like
Mm-hmm.
Irish white." And I did his lineage, and they're like as Irish as they come because their parents was Irish and their parents was Irish, and I mean, it could
Mm-hmm.
be part of the whole UK. Like, it could be
Mm.
Welsh, it could
Yeah.
be
Mm-hmm.
Scottish, whatever, but I'm
Correct.
pretty sure that they're all Celtic for the most part. I'm like, but
Y-
Mediterranean, so I had to go look on the maps to see. And then that's another conversation. Is
Mm.
You
the
just
maps
brought
that
up
we
Celtic.
see.
You just brought up Celtic. That's something that I just watched today. And Ant Dog, he be watching this guy. We both follow this dude from Chicago. He breaks everything down. Celtic originally are Moors, but we were
Right.
told that they were Irish, pale folks. And that's another thing. There's black Irish folks. Like, see, this is what I'm saying, man. Like, whew.
And even the maps we know today, like the maps
Mhm.
that they're drawing, that don't even that's not even real.
Listen, a lot of these
But
places
that's
are
another
connected.
topic for another
Yeah,
conversation.
they're connected. A lot of these places are connected anyways. They're not separated like you got to get in a plane and all this other stuff. I don't know if you saw the
Hmm.
viral video of these dudes who walked to the Mexican border and the white woman was like, "Hold on, where you from?" He was like, "Oh, me, I'm from Pakistan." And she was like, "You took a plane here?" He was like, "No, I walked." She said, "Hold on, you walked?" And it was like 4 or 5 of them. They all walked. But
Why do you
we're
think there was
told that you
mad
gotta,
nationals that came through
yeah,
the border?
you
Mad
got to get
nationals
into
from
a plane.
China.
Yeah. Listen, I just found out
Mhm.
Haiti was connected to Louisiana. It's right there, So again,
I didn't
when you
even know
start really
that.
learning and people show you the receipts, you
Yeah, it's when
can't
people show
deny
you
it.
the feet.
Yeah, you can't deny. You're like, hold on, how did they fool me? How did I still
Right.
fall for? You know what I mean?
But I always
Like you're
say,
like,
even
damn.
watching Pirates of the Caribbean and you just watching like a little snippet of a guy like drawing a map and painting, and I'm like, how you know that it looks that rigid? Like you guys
Mhm.
walked it. You didn't have no drones. So how do you
Mhm.
know that's what the coastline is? I'm
Mhm.
just
Correct.
like, I know
Correct.
this is a movie,
Correct.
but it's based off of, what
Mhm.
Yeah,
people
yeah,
were
yeah.
doing back in the day. And I'm like, ain't no way.
Mhm.
And
Correct.
and then my friend, we both used to work at a drug rehab, and I left the field to go and work somewhere else, and she stayed in the field, and she said that she had an indigenous person from Alaska come all the way to Florida, and he has a dual pass, like he has a dual passport. He has a U.S. passport and he has a Russian passport. So she asked him, "Is he Russian?" And he said, "No, I'm not a like technically I'm not a Russian citizen." But he was like, "The part of Alaska that I'm from," he was like, "Not even that whole, when it freezes, it
Mhm.
connects." He was like,
Yeah.
"It connects." He was like, "I can't even tell you because he's I guess." I don't know if it's against like his culture or like he's sworn to secrecy, but he can't even say what part of Alaska he lives in because it's
Mhm.
not on any map. He can't
Mhm.
disclose it. It's no way anybody can find it. And he was saying to her that the maps that we see that we're used to, he was like, that's not we're not taught those maps. Our maps look way differently. They Nothing looks like the way
Mhm.
we are conditioned to see. And it makes
Yeah.
sense when you talk to other people. Like there's people that are from what countries that we've never heard of. And it's
Mhm.
like, oh, okay, that person's making it up. No, I believe if they have a passport, they have paperwork, I believe that there is plenty of
Mhm.
those situations, that there's land that we don't know about, that we're not gonna
Oh yeah,
know
that's a
about
fact.
as like the general public. But to go back to my original point with mom and the like doing the ancestry stuff. So when I
Mhm.
looked into the where that beta thalassemia minor comes from, and I was like,
Mhm.
okay, well maybe it comes from mom's side. So I was like, okay, people with that blood disorder in
Right.
Jamaica, and they said a lot of people in Jamaica have it, whether they have Mediterranean descent or West African. And I'm like, okay, well that would make sense because of the slave trade. So then
Mhm.
I looked into further and I said, well, what part of West Africa would people with this blood disorder specifically have? And it was like 3 countries. It was Ghana. It
Mhm.
was whatever is connected to Ghana. I can't remember, but I know Ghana was the one that stood out the most. But that makes sense.
Mhm.
So you could do a blood, you could test through your conditions, as you were saying earlier in your live, that just based off of your disorders and conditions and the way your blood type is and the way your blood is shaped and all that kind of stuff, you can kind of trace back. I don't trust the other like these 23andMe and Ancestry. I feel like they
Mhm.
take your blood and they trying to duplicate you. I'm like, well, if they
Yeah,
duplicate my
cloning.
mom, good luck,
Yeah.
but they ain't gonna get me. There's too many people out there that already look like me. We don't need no more.
Rumor has it that they're looking for a specific type of blood
Correct.
The alien
that
blood.
ties back to Jesus.
Mhm.
That's what
Oh
they're
yes. Oh, the RH, is it that one?
something like that.
Oh, I didn't know
Yeah.
that. I thought you was gonna say the people that didn't
Mm-mm.
get touched 6 years ago.
No, no, no.
They
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 said they
looking
said
for the
that blood is pure too.
they're
Go
looking
ahead.
for the God gene.
Oh, okay. Have y'all heard too? They looking for Gilgamesh, or that's what Hillary was trying to find. You heard about that? Hillary Clinton?
The guy from the Smurfs?
N-
Gargamel.
No, not Gargamel. That's Gargamel.
Oh,
Gilgamesh is something that's ancient. It's like some ancient shit. It has to do with I don't know if it has to do with the holy, is it holy times, Foxy, or something like that?
I've never heard of this, so I don't know what that.
Oh, yeah, it's
that
like
name
something
sounds
ancient.
so familiar.
Yeah. I might be
But
I'm
wait,
pronouncing it a little wrong too though.
I
But
feel like Gilgamesh is a
Gilgamesh.
place
Yeah. It's
in
a
the
place, but
Bible,
it has
not
to
a.
do with something ancient too though. Like
Oh,
something
okay.
ancient.
I was
I
like,
don't know
isn't
if
that
it's
the
like a
garden that was tested? That's the. I might be
mhm.
wrong. I'm not all
The garden
100%
supposed
on
to be
my.
the Garden of Eden.
No, no, no. Like where Jesus had asked
I think it goes
God,
back to
why have you
something
forsaken me?
supposedly that time.
Could you
Supposed to
look
go
it up?
back that far
Well,
back.
then that might be the same thing that I'm just saying that they're looking for the God gene.
Mhm. Yeah.
That
I don't know how much of that is true. I don't give a rat's ass. I'm not giving up my blood. I mean, they already have it. So, but I don't know. Is
Mhm.
it entertaining? It does say that. It says for entertainment purposes. Um, that's their disclaimer. So when you do that stuff, but as I was telling mom earlier, Keys, that Aunt Flora did it back in 2020 or 2021.
Mhm.
And what's crazy is that the her percentage, hold on, as I wrote down the information, her percentage of African matches up with what we've been told through genealogy, through word of mouth. And so mom was like, whoa, I didn't know. I was like, yeah. So it would make sense for us to have, and we have Scottish and who knows, and the Arawak Tainos, because we, have family in Jamaica and stuff. But when did she do that? She did that on 2022. So the percentage of the highest percentage is the Ivory Coast and Ghana, which is Accra. And then Benin came in second, and Cameroon, the Congo.
Mhm.
She got, for the European, it's like 7%. And then Ireland, Scottish, Wales
oh,
is 4%. And this is
okay.
through
I feel like I checked
Ancestry.com.
out.
Huh?
But
I said I thought I got kicked out because I was talking. See, and then I'd be thinking the aliens just don't want me to be great because they never
Well,
want
it's
me to
not.
say.
No, it's not the aliens. It's the powers that shouldn't be, because we're using their system. So anytime we're talking about something real, they'll.
I always get kicked out.
Yeah. No. What did you say then?
Oh, I was saying that when I don't know if you ever looked up the last name for Gaylord,
Yeah.
and did
Yeah.
you look up the family crest, and then did you ever type
Uh
that
huh.
name in Jamaica, and did you see who that person was in Jamaica?
I don't have a face, but that person also was a slaveholder and
Yes, that's what I was like. Oh
big
yeah,
time lawyer. This is why I can't find Bama's mother, because if she, but they were legally married. So I'm just like, well, I don't know, because it's
I
not
don't
matching up with
know. That
trying to
doesn't
find her.
sound right.
Yeah, I think it was forced marriage, and this
I
is
don't
what.
even think it was a marriage. I think it was a rape.
No,
But I don't.
there's a legal marriage certificate online.
Oh,
So that's why I'm like, okay, well, maybe
but
there's an
of
exception of
the
the
great
rule.
grandfather, the one that was
This
like
is
the slave owner.
Obama's mother and her father. So Obama's parents.
Hmm.
He was born in
Oh,
Jamaica, but the father wasn't. The father was coming from England
right.
and came
As a
over here.
slave owner.
He didn't have slaves when he was out there in England. He came over here and became a slave owner, but he was like a big time lawyer type stuff too. Like, yeah, it's deep. I kind of like, once I found the information, I just fell back, because I was doing that since like
Me too.
20.
I exited out of the internet. I said, "Oh, y'all don't want to know anymore."
Yeah, it just becomes like, I don't know. It's time consuming, first of all. Second of all, it becomes a little overwhelming. And then third of all, the internet can just show you but so much. Like, you really need to be like
Hmm.
boots to the ground of these
You have to
places and
go
see
to like
things.
Jamaica and get their.
Jamaica, I'm going to England. I'm going to the source and seeing what's really good and going to their archives, because they got the archives there.
That's
So
true. That's true.
that is a another mission. But yeah, so I told mom that, and I was like, and this is her mother's side of the family. So the um natural DNA carries over daughter, 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 and you
Does
could trace that.
is that what they test for? Is it maternal DNA
Well,
on those kids?
ancestry does both. It does mother and father.
Oh, okay.
But there's a specific one that does just for the African DNA, but it's $300 for the mother test, and for the father test, it's another $300. So I was like, no, I'm good on all that.
Yeah.
Said I'm good on
Well, I
that.
have to say that this has been the pinnacle of my 2026. I
Mm.
appreciate, I'm glad that I was able to, some way, somehow, get some time to, be able to part of your 5th anniversary
Oh yeah, thank you,
and to
Keisha.
get
Yeah,
to
that's
meet
definitely.
everybody. They seem so lovely, and it's just
Likewise.
Are you heading
okay.
out?
I am. I have
Okay.
so much to do. I gotta celebrate my Irish side tomorrow, so I gotta prepare.
Oh right, corned beef and cabbage, man.
Yes, I went to the store while we were in the middle of a conversation. Like, yeah,
We
trying to
celebrated ours
multitask.
yesterday out here. We got a big parade, just in
Oh
case you didn't
yeah,
know.
Boston. Oh,
Yeah, we
that's
do it big.
Boston was supposed to be my hometown. I have
Mhm.
always been a Boston fan, a New England
Okay.
fan, and
Word.
when we went up there October 2024, I
Mhm.
was like, oh yeah, I should have just went to college out here. I should have just moved out here. I would have been living my best life.
Well, that's what we're
It's just
known
something
for.
about the
College and
energy.
hospitals. College and hospitals. Yep.
Yeah, that
College and
that was
hospitals.
not only
Yeah.
that, it's just more of it matches like I guess my
Your vibe
persona.
matches
Like,
your
yeah.
personality. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was like, you know what? I knew it.
I gotta
Boston, I
look
should have
to
just
see. I gotta see about the astrology cartography for you. I'm not sure if Boston was in your thing.
I could tell you I fell in love with Boston in New England. Even where did we stay? We stayed it was a small little town right outside of the city. Starts with an M.
Malden, Medford.
Medford.
You said outside of Boston? Because that's the north. That's North Shore of Boston. It might have been Malden, Medford. Um, because far away would be like Middletown, Middleton. I mean, I said Middletown, Middleton. Mattapan is in the inner city, but you said outside of Boston, so it's one or the other, Malden or Medford. You probably stayed at. Um, Middleton would be mad far away.
I feel like I lost you guys again.
Did you?
I'm
Oh,
having a
okay.
poor
We can hear
reception.
you
Okay,
now.
okay.
We can hear you now.
Yeah, I think it was Medford. I want to say that.
Okay.
Could be.
Yeah, that's past Cambridge, like right
Mm-hmm.
next door. Yeah, so that's probably where you stayed at. That's the North Shore. You know, that's the outskirts of Boston and stuff. But yeah, that's what's up.
It's nice. I do plan on going back for a
Mhm.
longer stay. So I went there and I went to Vermont and New Hampshire. And it's pretty nice.
Okay.
I mean,
Yeah, New
compared to
Hampshire's
South
not
Florida.
45 minutes, an hour, depending on what part of New Hampshire. That's what's up. Who'd you come with? Your mom's?
No, so not to make a long story long, but I met a family member
Oh, okay.
out here in Florida. We actually
Uh-huh.
worked together and I met her and I was supposed to go to school in Miami
Uh-huh.
and never went. I went to John Jay in New York. And when I moved down here, I started working at the drug rehab and then I met this young lady and we found out we had mutual friends in common, like best friends. And then I found out that I was like, wait, how do you know these two people on your Facebook? I'm like, those are my cousins. How do you know them? And she was like, those are my cousins. I'm like, how?
Oh, wow.
And we found out that her aunt is our aunt.
Mm.
So her mom is like a half sister. I don't know. So it's like
Mhm,
double
mhm.
cousins on both sides. And
That's
so ever
crazy.
since then, we have been like traveling together. I went to Jamaica with her twice,
Mhm,
New
mhm.
England trip, New York. I travel with her. And so tomorrow I'm actually meeting up with her. But
Okay, okay.
she's pretty dope. She's pretty cool people. I'm
So
like,
y'all came.
that's
So y'all came
kismet.
out here to just visit. That was it. She don't live out here.
No, she lives in South Florida. It was like I
Okay,
said, it was
okay,
kismet when I met her. Like, and I was like,
okay.
dang, we have kin. And then
Mhm.
she's been to Boston so many times. She travels so many places.
Okay.
She's all over the world. Like she has no kids. But when we wanted to chase the foliage, which most
Mhm.
people do that don't get to see it, that's what we did. We went up to stayed out there and then
Okay.
but I'm like, I gotta do this like often.
Yeah.
And not to be like, on some witchcraft stuff, but I do want to go to Salem because this year
To
makes
Salem.
400 years.
Yeah. Me and your sister talked about Salem. That's where all the warlocks and witches. New York,
Exactly.
I've
Massachusetts, and
heard
wherever else is a hub for
I heard
them.
that
So
there's actual like books out in public. I didn't see any of that. I'm like, it doesn't look like anything you see in the movies. It's just like it looks
nah,
like
I
a
mean that's
very
the whole thing.
liberal
Yeah, that's
town.
the whole thing. Well,
Mm,
listen, if you really want to really experience it, come when it's Halloween. They have the
We
biggest
came
thing.
October, the 2 weeks before. So we came
Uh-huh.
during that time where they have the party, the whatever they
Okay.
shut down like the whole main
Yeah, there you go.
road or
Correct.
whatever.
It's the whole
So we
city. The
couldn't
whole city gets
park.
shut down. The whole town. Yep. Yep.
We couldn't park, but I did go to that the little area that they filmed like the Hocus Pocus, that little whatever
mm,
Yeah. 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 Yeah.
whatever that's called. And that's
Okay.
nice. I mean, that area was nice. I mean, it's nice. I want to do it again because I'm like, it called to me. It really did. Like not just that part, but just the whole Massachusetts. I mean, I know there's some ups and downs, and there's
Yo, you are
the
sounding
general
like your
stuff.
sis. You are sounding like your sis. She says New York calls her. She said I couldn't live nowhere else but here. So you saying the same thing about Boston? That's funny.
I know that.
That's
And then
funny.
she's such I don't know, a Pittsburgh fan. I'm like, girl, go to Pittsburgh or something.
Mm.
yeah, and Pittsburgh's. I think in my cartography, I gotta look and see. There's certain
Yeah, tell me
cities.
where you could find mine because I'm ready
I
to get out of
just
South
looked.
Florida.
Hold on, I just had it. Um,
Oh, the reading that tells you what city you're supposed to live in or state or something?
Yeah, it's
Okay,
called
okay, okay.
astrocartography.
It's called
Cartography. Yep.
astrocartography. I never heard of that term, but I heard of this saying like people that read cards and say, "Oh, you're supposed to live in
No. This is not
California."
about cards. This is your natal chart lines up with the cities that
Oh, okay.
either resonate with your Venus, it resonates with your sun. So
Okay.
wherever you're trying to, either you're trying to get money, trying to find love,
Yep.
or just a spiritual, you go in your Neptune. So it's called astrocartography. And you put in
Okay.
your birth date, and you could it's self-explanatory. You don't need anybody to decipher for you. You could just go online and do that. But for her, for my sister,
It's probably
New
gonna say
England,
California,
New
San
England is not
Francisco.
up there. It is.
Oh no,
San
it's
Francisco.
lying.
What?
It says
West Coast.
Kansas, Lexington, Nebraska, Dallas, believe it or not,
Mm.
all Texas, Frisco, Dallas, West
See,
Columbia.
Frisco. I said it. I said West Coast. I said it.
No, I said it's Frisco, Texas.
Oh, Frisco, Texas.
Yeah, slow down, partner. Then on the West Coast is Seattle, Las Vegas, and anywhere outside of Phoenix.
Mm.
None of that even appeals to me.
I know.
I think that's all wrong. Send me the link. 'Cause
Mine is so. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait, is this yours or mine? Hold on.
You say that, but I guarantee you, right? If you go to these places, you'll feel it. That's the difference. You can't see
Hold
it,
on.
but if you go there, it's a
Mm.
feeling.
Nothing about
Yeah.
Texas appeals to me. My face is all scrunched up.
No. Oh no, but you
Like,
did mention Texas though before.
No, I said these people want to go to Texas. I'm not going to
Oh,
nobody's Texas.
yeah.
It's like Florida Junior or senior. I don't know. But I'm good on that.
Continuing.
I heard it's senior. Very hot.
Mm.
Very hot. Oh man.
Okay, here we go. Also, these are vacation spots though, not to live. Hold on.
Jamaica.
Oh, it gives you vacation spots too?
Yep.
Yeah.
St. Thomas, Miami, Las Vegas, Barcelona,
St. Thomas.
Panama, St. Vincent.
But Miami.
Oh,
Right
to
next
live,
to it.
Louisiana, Baton Rouge, Mississippi.
Oh, yeah, I'm sold. That's exactly why I moved to the South, because I want to be closer. Because True Blood got me sold. I want to move.
Yeah,
to
I want to. We
Louisiana.
got to make that trip because Moni, and Steven, her fiance, he took her to Louisiana, and they went to Anne Rice's house, and the only thing that they couldn't do was go to Madame Marie Laveau's gravesite. But yeah, I want to go to Louisiana too. I want to go visit.
Wait, is that book that you said that you showed me before, where they talk about those locations you'd be better at? And
that's the numerology book. Yes, that too. But also this other site called Astrology. Well, it's not. It's actually called Astrology, Astrocartography, where it lines up your birthday, not your name. The numerology thing, where you add your name and stuff, that gives you your life path number and tells you where to go. But this other thing goes more in depth as far as like your Venus. So if you're looking for love or money, your sun sign, where you just want to like have everything, it goes according to that.
well, yeah, I know that. I'm talking about those location spots.
Yeah, it tells you the location spot. It tells you
Yeah, what's that book name?
Astrocartography. CAR, like cart.
Astro.
Let me spell it for you.
Astrocartography.
Okay, I got this. Hold on.
You got it?
Yeah, I see. It just popped up the moment I put it in. Hold on.
Yeah, because they listening. That's why.
They sure are. You know how many times I got off this thing unintentional?
Yeah, they were doing that to me the other day too, bumping me out.
Like the pigeon is watching me. Hard body.
Uh-huh. Wait, your
Never
life
seen a baby pigeon before.
and now they're there.
Astrocartography chart. Do I go to the chart?
Well, you put in your birth date,
No,
the time you were born.
so put in my birthday first.
Yeah, and it should ask you what time you were born, and then it'll line up. You'll see the map of the United States. But it also will show you when you start to scroll left, you'll see other parts of the country, the world rather. So I got stuff. My nothing lines up. I have to make myself line up here. But other than that, I'm like all over like, huh?
No, 'cause I'm on this page on.
Do you have it? You see it?
No, 'cause I'm on the page, like it's showing you like the map with like pretty much like you said, the dates, the time, birth city, Zadu, Sordor or whatever, Macho. I don't know. It's asking about some map locations. I don't know. And then it's asking planets, and then like Carolines.
Yes, that's it. There, your midheaven, your Mars. If you want to go into your Mars,
Ugh. I don't know what to even pick from that stuff. I'm just like, okay, we be blind.
Mars is more about like technology and sports.
I just put all maps. I'm just
All maps. That's what I did. That's how I was getting other places in the other parts of the world.
Oh wow. Okay.
Oh, Oklahoma. So I didn't finish with my sister. So Oklahoma City. What else? Vacation is Guinea. Liberia, excuse me. Fort Wayne, Indiana, Tennessee, Jackson, Mississippi. I said that. You want to go to Mexico? It's Veracruz, Mexico. What else? La Paz, Medina, Timbuktu. Ooh. Keys, you want to go to Timbuktu? You can go.
Timbuktu.
Timbuktu. Yeah, that's it. I don't see nothing about Boston. That's what I'm saying. Like, even for like, I wanted to look at Virginia or whatever. No, they putting me all the way at whatchamacallit, North Carolina, not even in New York. Now my numerology lines up with New York, and I'm like, oh, okay. But the astrocartography does not. It puts me all the way in other countries. I was just like, no, I don't want to go to other countries. I want to keep my butt around here.
Do you have time? Do you have time to do me?
Oh, not that astrocartography thing.
Yeah.
Look, I did my sister. I got all this written down for her, and that takes a time because you got to go through the different planets. Like Wally was saying, it's Mars, your Venus, your Sun. That takes a lot.
I'm about to say that's why I was like, okay, I thought those just.
Exactly. I thought I just had to put my thing in that.
Yeah, no, but I mean, you could it gives you what the meanings of each of those.
I know you say that, but on here,
you don't see
online, it's a lot. It's not that easy. It's
okay. Well, if I read it, you gonna have to read it.
No, I'm just saying. I would have read it. I was gonna read it if I did it. It's just asking. Yeah, it's like bringing me to Reddit. I don't know why it's bringing me to Reddit. Yeah, it brought me to a Reddit site.
It takes you there, and I'm like, oh man, I don't know how to do this.
Yeah, it says okay. It says like this right here, using astrology to choose where to live, using astrocartography to travel, find love, fame. But when I hit that, it brought me to let's see where this one brings me.
Wally, what's your life path number again?
It'll be a 1.
1.
It's just not simple. It's asking a bunch of shit.
What the heck am I doing this?
Because in the numerology book, I think that's what you were asking about with the numerology book. Okay, so Maryland, New York, Houston, Fort Lauderdale, Boston, believe it or not, Reno, Sacramento, Simi Valley. Places to avoid: Toronto, Buffalo, San Francisco, Dallas, New Jersey, Kansas City.
Mm.
So for numerology for my sister, it is Bridgeport, Baltimore, Albuquerque, Brooklyn, Charleston, Cincinnati, Harlem, come back home, Knoxville, Los Angeles, Macon, Georgia, Miami, New Haven, Orlando, Waterbury, that's Connecticut. Places to
Mhm.
avoid: Denver, Detroit, Philly. Here it says Phoenix, so I don't know. St. Louis and Tampa.
Mm. I definitely go to Brooklyn and Harlem. Those used to be my stomping ground.
Come back home. Oh, no, New Haven,
No, I'll
Connecticut.
pass. I'll pass on the New Haven.
Right. And Maybach, you're what? The 16th, the 15th?
15th.
That breaks down to 6. So Amherst, California, Augustus, that could be Texas or Georgia, most likely Georgia. Bakersfield, Baton Rouge, Dallas, Hartford, Connecticut, Kansas City, Milwaukee, New Orleans, Portland, San Francisco, Stanford, Connecticut, and Syracuse. And then it says to be careful with Atlanta, Atlantic City, Boston, Dayton, Ohio, New York, Richmond, and Washington.
So it
And
says
the
to
city
be
of
careful
Atlantis.
where I was born at. That's
Right, the
crazy.
city where you were born at.
That's
You
crazy.
put that in. No. This is according to your life path number. That's why
No,
I asked you
my
the
life path is, I thought it was, my number is 3.
You were born on the 15th, so you break the 15 down. 1 plus 5 is 6.
Oh, well, when I did it on the thing, it told me 3 was my life path. Okay.
I'm sorry.
Alright.
It gets so confusing with the internet, the interwebs.
Yeah.
This is why I'm telling you, this is years that I've been doing this stuff, and I had to break down and just leave it. I got what I needed to get. I don't do it no more because it is too much. There's a lot of information.
Because you just taught me something. This whole time, I thought my shit was 3. Now you telling me it's 6. That's crazy.
Well, that's just your birthday. So if you break down, that's just the day you were born. That's not
Okay.
the whole,
All right. Got it.
October 1576. So when you
Got it.
break all
Because I think
that
there's
down,
like 2 formulas, aren't
exactly.
there, to
Yeah,
determine
the
your new one.
Pletragian and the Chaldean.
Mhm.
It's a lot. It's a lot, guys. I ain't
It
gonna
is.
sit here and sugarcoat it for you.
It is.
But I
Okay,
gave
can you repeat me
you a
those?
cliff note.
It is. You know what? You know what I take from it? I just be finding out. Oh, I'm compatible with Gemini, Aquarius, and Sagittarius and Cancer. Okay. Well, let's see how it works. That's the only shit I can vibe with. All that, like you said, that shit is too
All the
much.
numbers you don't vibe with. That's also good to know too. Like what a
No,
person's,
it is. It is. I ain't gonna lie, but
because there's more
I sucked in
compatible.
math. That's probably why I don't care for the number shit. You know what I'm saying?
2
When it came
plus
to,
2 is
I
30.
mean, I know the basics. Yeah, I
That's all
mean
you
that.
need to know because it only goes from 1 to 9 because the number is 0 to 10, but the number 0 starts to repeat. So you only do 1 through 9 when you're doing
Yeah.
numerology. That's why I said, what's your birthday? It's 15. Break it down. 1 plus 5 is 6.
Yes, okay.
You know,
My sister is 11, so her number doesn't get. That's a master number, so it doesn't get broken down. It's 11.
Got you.
I'm a 1 too. Like
Master of the universe.
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
gonna have to come back and relist them because I need to listen to what places you said. And do
Oh
it.
wait, we're number 1 because I'm 19. So I break that 19 down to 10, breaks down to 1. So I'm a 1 person as well. So we could go to Maryland. We could go.
Don't.
Okay.
Oh,
All right,
He wants to write
Maryland.
it down.
I know.
Damn right, I want to type this all down. You said Maryland.
Okay, just let me know when you're ready.
You said Maryland. What else?
Maryland.
Alexandria, Alexandria, that's Virginia.
There's Alexandria, Georgia, too.
There is Atlanta.
You say wait. You say Alexander, Virginia.
It says Alexandria. I would say it's the Alexandria, Virginia, but Maybach saying there's another Alexandria. So,
Okay,
Atlanta,
Atlanta.
number 3.
really, Atlanta?
Mm-hmm.
Huh?
For me, I put a question mark because you ain't catching me down there.
There's Haitians there for you, brother.
What makes you think you want to be with Haitians?
Yo, some of the places you mentioned, it's Haitians
There's
there.
mad Haitians. Okay, the next one
I
is
think there's some families over there, so that's why I was like, huh?
oh, Savannah. Savannah's nice. The next one is Birmingham.
Birmingham.
Alabama.
Sundown town.
Right.
Alabama.
Birmingham.
And Wally should not be there. Boston is the next one.
Boston. Boston.
Really? You said Boston, really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Look how he said it, Boston.
The funny thing is, too, I also heard I have family up north as well.
Yeah, this is the 3rd Haitian largest population, brother. Boston.
Well, probably my
He said,
father.
As you would say that as a Haitian brother would say, Omwe. Oh, Jesse.
The next one is Des Moines.
Des Moines.
Wow.
Yeah, Idaho.
I did hear that's an upcoming city, and that
Yeah.
people should not be sleeping on that one.
You must
cheap out
love
there.
potatoes, Wally.
I just oh
Don't put that on me. Des Moines.
Right. The next one is Fort Lauderdale.
Wait, you said Des Moines where?
Des Moines, yeah.
The Moise.
DESMOI.
Oh yeah, wait, you said DE.
DESMO.
Okay, wait. My next bad. You said
It's 2 words. DES.
DES.
Mm-hmm.
Moise.
MOINES.
Okay, Des Moines. Okay.
Yeah, the next one is Fort Lauderdale.
Oh,
You're
wow.
right by there. You're right by there.
I don't know why would they put me over there.
I don't know. Houston.
Houston, really? Okay.
You got a couple, so I'm gonna read them off to you. Houston. You got Knoxville, Tennessee.
Knoxville.
Mm-hmm.
Tennessee.
New York.
Huh?
Yep.
Can I change my number to his number? Because I won't work.
No, you got Harlem and Brooklyn. What are you talking about?
Oh yeah.
That means he could live anywhere in New York.
So
This is
right.
New York.
The
Yeah.
next one is Pasadena.
Pasadena. Okay.
Yeah, PASADENA.
Pasadena. Okay, interesting.
Uh-huh. Providence, Rhode
Rhode
Island.
Island. Rhode Island.
Oh, wow.
Oh, that's boring.
Yo, it's the smallest city. It's the smallest city in the
Smallest
United
state.
States.
Smallest state.
State, my fault. Smallest state.
The next one is Reno.
Nevada.
Reno.
Mm-hmm.
West Coast. It's hot. You like hot?
Sacra-
That's hot for you.
Yeah, that's hot. Sacramento.
Hold on. It said Reno, Las Vegas.
Yeah, it's Las
Yep.
Vegas. You got Sacramento.
Sacktown.
Sacramento.
Mm-hmm.
Sacktown.
You got Scottsdale, Arizona.
Another hot ass place.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, wait. Scottsdale.
Arizona.
You got the next one, and the last one is Simi Valley. It's all over there. West.
Yep.
Simi,
All hot ass
S-I-M-I.
areas. Desert.
Now, if you're curious about what other cities, it has to add up to 2, 4, 7, and 9. So
2,
if you
4,
find a
7,
city,
9.
that's just for him. This is his life path number.
Yeah.
Or person 1. If you are looking to see what city resonates with you, it has to be a 2. It has to equal up to a 2, 4, 7, or 9, meaning you add up all the letters in the name of the city. And if it equals to a 2, a 4, a 7, or a 9, then that's a good spot for you. Now, places to be careful of.
Hold on.
Okay.
Shit, this is a lot. Okay, all right, go ahead.
Toronto.
Ugh, Don't want to be around Drake.
I don't, but I want to go to Toronto. I want to go visit.
Me too.
Um,
Toronto's in mine too.
Yeah,
That's crazy.
Buffalo, New York,
Upstate New York.
Cleveland, Ohio.
Mm.
Oh, Cleveland on my watch.
Mine either. Dallas, Texas.
Cleveland's Midwest.
Jersey City, New Jersey.
Wait, you said Jersey City?
Jersey City.
Avoid the Haitians from
Kan-
Jersey.
Yeah, Kansas City, Kansas. And the
Don't go
last,
looking for no yellow brick
Oh,
road.
cheap sofa for me. That's the fact.
While
and the last
people
one-
go out there looking for the yellow brick road.
yeah,
I ain't looking for that.
and then the last one is San Francisco.
Now,
Okay, so
question,
then-
Foxy. You
Yeah.
said the when you was giving the first cities, right, for everybody. That's the cities of where the people can live, thrive, or
Right,
everything
to
all in
live.
one.
To live.
Okay, to live. All right, it's just to live. So it
So
has
let me
nothing to
just
do
check.
with money or nothing.
No, this is
Okay.
your numerology according to your birth date or
Okay.
your name. You can add up your name, and that you have to reduce it down to a single number.
Right.
So
Well,
my
I'm gonna replay this and I'm gonna screen record mines.
Right, because let me make sure. You said Toronto, Buffalo, Cleveland, Dallas, Jersey City, Kansas City, and San Francisco.
right to be careful of, not to
Okay.
live, basically. And then for my sister to add up, she needs to add up the numbers 1, 4, 6, and 7. Whatever city. So if what is the city you just said? Boston. If that adds up to a 1, 4, 6, or 7, then that place could work for you.
I thought when he was giving these numbers, that was the area codes or zip codes.
No. And then the 6. If numbers add up 3, 9, and 2 for Maybach, then if those whatever city adds up for you for 3, 9, or 2, then that's the best place for you to live.
3, 9, and 2 for me.
Yeah.
3, 6, 9.
and 2. 3, 9, and 2.
Yeah.
And I'm over here like my brain. I'm like that lady in the reels where she's trying to calculate everything. in her
1,
eyes.
4, 6. Oh, I don't know. What let me see. Boston is B. So hold on. Write this down, the Chaldean.
Boston beans, baby.
Could be, wait, let me see if that's a place to visit to like hang out. Oh, Wally, for compatibility, it's a 6. It has to equal up to a 6 or 8, or 2, 4, 7, or 9.
Wait. What happened now?
For compatibility partners,
Oh, Lord have mercy. Let's see. Okay.
it's a 2, 4, 7, and 9.
2, 4, 7, and 9.
Mhm.
That's the same number you gave me.
Though, well, there goes your compatibility numbers.
Oh, so by saying good area,
Yeah, where you'll find them is in the city. That's where they're at.
that makes it worse.
I think we did a reading something similar. Yeah, that's making sense now. It's making sense.
Excuse
I
me.
mean, not really. I mean, I'm nowhere near any of these areas. Well, okay, other than Lauderdale, but even then, I'm still not nowhere near that area.
No, but it depends. I mean,
No, I thought Lauderdale was on
didn't
your
we talk
good
about
list.
New York, Wally? We did say something about New York,
Yeah, my friend is going there. He's moving.
right? But if you come along, I said,
You benefit.
yeah.
I
So
don't know if I'm coming along.
Good
that's
things happen, brother. Good things will happen.
Yeah.
It's
So
because
these
you're
are things to
damn
consider,
southerner.
Wally. I
That's why.
already hooked you up, so this is just to consider. Let's see,
Yeah,
careers.
it don't
and
have to be
opportunities.
New York either. Correct. No,
Well,
you
it
got
says
to
New York, and when he and I were talking on the back chat, there it was. He was mentioning about New York.
Hmm.
Wait.
Let's
Okay.
visit.
So 2, So for my sister, career and let's see, occupations,
Mm.
a diplomat, a mediator, a psychiatrist, a psychologist,
Mm.
a teacher,
I can see that.
a computer programmer, a
Wait,
computer analyst.
what did you say after mediator? I'm sorry.
After who?
Keep having that. After mediator, what did you say?
Mediator,
Teacher.
psychiatrist,
Oh.
psychologist. Ooh, what is this?
A
Statistician?
statistician? A
Yeah.
statistician?
Uh-huh.
These are all things that I thought about too.
Teacher.
No, thank you.
Statistician is keeping stats.
Something like that.
A caterer, a chef, a chemical engineer, computer analyst, computer programmer.
Chef.
Can do. See, and then I can't narrow it down because I love all of it.
Uh-huh.
Minus the teacher because I'm not trying to be around people's kids like that.
Don't cancers be indecisive? Or can be indecisive?
Can't anybody though? I mean, you're generalizing again.
No, I'm asking. I didn't generalize anything. I'm just asking a question.
And that's why I said can anybody, because yeah, anybody could be decisive, especially when they're trying to find out their career or a place to move. What's beneficial.
I know people that are they free, man. They be like, yo, wherever my finger lands, that's where I'm going for a vacation. They like that. They're adventurous.
Well, I could never be like that because I've always had kids. So now I can because they all out. But
I still can't be like that. Even if I want, listen, I'm gonna go where I want to go or where I know people. Go where everybody knows your name.
okay, so Wally, for you got administrator.
Hold up. Wait, you said what the world?
Cracking me up. You got administrator, a business person. Don't know what the heck that all means.
Hold on. Admid. Okay, wait.
Administrator.
Okay, administrator. Okay, yeah.
A businessman, or they said business person. A director. Doctor.
Hold up. Give me a moment.
Okay, go ahead. Let me know when you're ready.
Business person.
Yeah,
you said after business person, you said director?
Yes.
Okay.
Doctor.
You got doctor.
Huh. I actually considered that once upon a time.
Oh wow.
Literally. I ain't gonna
lie. Explorer.
Oh wow.
A hospitality manager or administrator.
Why don't they just say hotel?
Yeah.
But yeah, hospitality.
Hospitality, industrial engineer.
Hold on. You said industrial engineer?
Yes.
Industrial.
An inventor.
Mm.
You said inventor?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
A lawyer.
That's the other career I actually thought about.
Let's see. A legal secretary.
A legal secretary.
Optometrist. That's some big money there.
Say it. You said secretary. You said what was the last one?
Optometrist. OPT.
OPT.
OM.
Okay, I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
A scientist.
I mean, yeah, I can see that somewhat.
Solar engineer.
You got a lot of shit with brains, man.
Yep. Because Wally is a smart cookie.
And,
A union leader.
I feel like a revolutionist.
Solar engineer.
Right.
And then
Yeah.
what else?
You got union leader,
Union. Okay. Union leader.
a
go ahead.
warden.
Awarded.
Yes.
Yeah, nigga, you running to jail, nigga.
And the last one,
Like that?
Wally, the last one, you're gonna crack up because we talked about this. A writer.
How that keeps popping up every time?
That's it. It's in your number, Wally. I don't want to hear nothing else.
Okay, you know what's crazy? Out of all these that you just gave me, I literally have found like most of these already, like on my own time, like way back when I was going to the library.
Wow.
Literally. And the main one that always keeps popping up, the main one that popped up twice because they had to emphasize it was writer.
Mm-hmm.
Out of most of kids, some of the other stuff though, this was way past. This is way past my pay grade though. On some of the other stuff they asked for, because they asked for a union leader. Okay, wait a minute now. So,
we need your help, Wally. We need your help.
I mean, I like to put my foot up in people's.
You
asses.
could be a union leader, writer.
Mm-hmm.
Don't limit yourself. You can have multiple.
Oh wait, let me tell you your best job. Let me tell you your days for the best days for your job interview. Tuesdays
Wait,
and Mondays,
hold on.
Mondays and Tuesdays.
Tuesdays and what?
That's Wally. Mondays and Tuesdays.
You said job interview.
Yeah, best days for the job interview
Is when? Tuesdays?
Mondays and Tuesdays.
Mondays and Tuesdays?
Yeah. For my sister, it is Monday and Friday.
Okay.
Or to ask for a raise, it says so. Okay, let's see. Maybach.
Yeah, I was about to say, because knowing me, there ain't no way in hell I'm ever gonna go for a job interview.
So, an advisor, an artist, an athlete.
Yeah, I used to be that.
A baker.
Wow.
A barber.
He cooks.
Barber. I'm always at a barber shop.
A civil servant, meaning
that.
working for the city and stuff.
Yeah.
A counselor, which is what you do.
Yes.
A dentist. Oh, good money.
That's crazy.
A
Never thought of that.
doctor.
Doctor. When I was a kid, yes, thought of that.
A fashion designer.
Never seen that. But I can get fresh. But go ahead. Continue.
Also working in the hotel, so hostess and hotel manager.
Never worked in a hotel, but okay.
A lawyer.
I've heard that before.
Musician.
Yes, I've done music.
Occupational therapist and a physical therapist.
Yes.
Property manager or realtor.
I'm thinking about that. I'm getting there.
You'll be good at that then.
Yes.
You got social worker
Okay.
or school counselor,
Okay.
a surgeon,
Wow.
teacher, or teacher's aide.
Okay.
Your
I can
best
see that.
days are Thursdays and Fridays.
I love Fridays.
So these are for your interviews. Yeah, you're
Yes.
looking best days.
Thursday and Friday. Yep.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's what I got.
Surgeon, huh?
Mm.
That's
Is this
crazy.
from a
That was-
website or did you
No,
write
this is
this in your
from-
notebook?
No, this is from the neurology book by
Mhm.
Lloyd Strayhorn.
You? Okay, I need to look
Numbers in You.
look that up.
I got it. Where I got this? I got it in Barnes and Noble. Speaking of Barnes and Noble, talks about numerology and marriage. Tells you your lucky days. Tells you what days you want to play the lotto.
Mm.
Oh yeah.
Chances of attracting money. Yeah,
Mm.
man. This is a good book. It's pretty interesting. And it was Brother Lloyd Strayhorn, and he's old school from Harlem. Wrote this I think back in the 90s, the 80s and the 90s. I used to listen to him with my mom on the radio. So he's definitely old school.
Administrative.
He also has a book that's relationships in you too, if you're interested. I need to get that book, but yeah. Because this
Where'd
just
you-
gives you like surface
I
level.
swear I can find this. If I can find the same post, I swear it's on the same thing.
If you could find what?
No, this particular post that showed the same thing. I swear it's literally the same ordeal. Almost the same.
That's just letting you know, Wally. See, yeah, she.
Wait, let me see. Can I find this? Yep, there it is. I found it.
What does it say?
So this is what the list I found when I found this on the internet. Like this is like a little post list, right? So it says okay, hold on. Yeah, because this one says horse trainer. It has writer, translator, radio host. What happened?
No, writer.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Well, I told you it's gonna be on there. But yeah, but it has voice trainer, translator, writer, radio host, tour guide, photographer, gambler, journalist, travel salesman, doctor, banker, professor, athlete, pharmacist, archery/gun instructor, web designer, lawyer.
Oh, web designer too, Wally. Oh my God.
What?
Because we talked about that too, the web designer. Like, with not so much web design, but like the internet streets, YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. And then which one's the other one? Oh yeah, philanthropist. And then the other one is anthrophilanthropist. Okay, hold on. I can't probably say this one right. Hold on, I'm gonna type into that.
In the back chat. Okay.
You a December Sag?
No,
Okay.
I'm November.
No, because some of the stuff you were saying, I have Sagittarius friends, and like when you said gambler, he be gamble. He's real good. He'll enter like a poker event and kind of end up at the top, like you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
So,
yeah. I mean,
So some of the stuff that she's reading, not to cut you off, some of the
Yeah.
stuff that she's reading, it could pertain to us. But some of the stuff she was saying, I personally know people that is my sign that is doing what some of the stuff that Foxy has read. So when she said
Right.
music, I've done music, but I have a homeboy who's Donna Summers' nephew. He's an artist, independent, been in the game. He got songs with Ray J, KRS-One, Capadonna.
But is that according to their birth date? Because that's what I'm reading off of specifically for your birthday.
Oh, specifically. Okay,
Yeah,
okay. Well,
yeah.
I know his birth is same month,
Okay.
same year, but not the 15th though.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So some of the things that you said, because I have more Libra friends than I have in any other sign.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So some of the stuff that you said, it put, some of it is
It's
like,
making sense.
yeah, it's like, okay, yeah, because I've done that, or like how you said, I've been a counselor, mentor.
Mhm.
I've been an athlete since I was 8 years old. I played basketball. Stuff like surgeon, I never thought about. When you said doctor, yeah, as a kid, you know what I'm saying? I can't remember what else you said. You said some others, artist. You said artist. I don't know what artist is that. Singer, rapper. You know what I mean? Or artiste that's drawing. Because I suck at drawing. I'm not art.
Then it wouldn't be that. Then it could be
Yeah.
a writer or
Correct.
musician.
Correct. Yeah. Correct. So, but yeah. That book is good though, man. It's
Yeah,
good.
man. When I got this, look, I got all these things highlighted. I went through little tabs. This book is so good.
Would you get it Amazon or
No,
Nobles?
I bought it at Barnes and Nobles a couple of
Okay.
years back.
Okay.
And he
I'm
has
gonna go
a
look
live
for it.
on
I'm gonna go look
YouTube.
for one. Go
Yeah,
ahead.
he has a live called Numbers in You as well, and he breaks down like for the day what's going on. In here he breaks down your personal year, your personal month, like if you want to work on yourself, if this is a good month, or the year. So how you find your year is so October 15th, 2026, you add all those numbers up, it'll give you got to break it down to the single digit. Boom, you find out what your year is, your personal year, and then it breaks down what you need to be doing, what you should be avoiding. All in this book. It's really good to have. Because
Okay.
astrology is cool, and the horoscope, and knowing, okay, yeah, Libra, Sagittarius, Cancer,
Yeah,
whatever,
yeah.
yada yada yada. But the numbers, because your birthday never changes, those numbers never change. So it's like it kind of like resonates a little bit more.
Okay.
Not saying that the signs don't either, but
Correct.
know that you're whenever there's a different moon sign, like Leo, the moon is going to be in Leo for 2 days. You're going to take on the Leo's traits.
Correct.
So you're
That's
a
what I had to learn through you and somebody else is like you are your birth sign,
yeah,
but the moon and the sun determines, oh, okay, this is probably why you got Sagittarius as best friends because you got some Sag in you. You get what I'm saying? Or this is why you might be emotional because you have this other sign in you, but you
yeah,
still are your Libra. That's the main part of you. But
right.
this is why you might react to this, or your personality could be like this, or you have this type of characteristics is because you have these other signs
Other
in,
signs
in
in
you
your
know
chart. Yeah.
correct in your chart. So yeah, that's something that I had to learn. What was the other one? Like I said, the whole time I'm thinking 3 was my life path number, but you just said no, it's not. So is that's new to me. I
Well,
thought 3 was.
it
Go ahead.
it can be if you're
Okay.
going by adding up your whole birth date, the month, the date, and the year.
Yeah, I think when I did that, yeah, it's supposed
Then
to be
it'll
like
give you
you.
a 3. But
Yeah, that's how I got the 3.
if
Correct.
you're just working on the day that you were
Uh-huh.
born,
Okay,
that brings on
that's a
another number,
6.
right?
Okay. All right, got you.
And
Okay, so
that brings
3
on a
is.
whole nother frequency.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
So yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like it's cool. And once you do all that, it tells you like, even where you're living at, if you add up, the number and the street, and that
Mhm.
adds up to the best place to live, then you
Mhm.
living in where you're supposed to be.
Yeah.
Um,
Okay.
I did that for where I'm at, and I was like, well, yeah, it makes sense. I would be here for this long because the numbers resonate with my life path number.
Mhm.
Um,
Gotcha.
Also, it does say, I could be here. I think Harlem and upstate New York, and I'm like, yeah, if I was to move upstate, but it's like, them cities upstate are like, I don't know, man. I'd rather just thug it out in the Bronx till I can't no more, and that's gonna be soon. But very interesting. It's good to have on in your arsenal.
Yeah, definitely.
So all right, we've been here 7 hours. We're gonna close it down, or we still want to talk?
Well, I had said I was gonna leave and I couldn't.
Yeah, right, because he was giving you your information.
Not only that, but it was just like I'm even just listening to everybody else's. It's just
Yeah,
I don't know.
exactly.
It was comforting.
Oh, good. I'm glad to hear that.
It
This is the
was
first time you've
definitely a
ever
dope.
been up here,
Yeah.
so this was a great treat. And Mom, she came through, so yeah.
Yeah, she had brought it to my attention, and then I was telling her that you can't join a live until you're live, and then
Mm-hmm.
she showed me, and then I've been in the middle of trying to get one child ready, and then been doing a little bit of stuff around the house,
Right.
and then once I was hearing the conversation, I was like, well, this sounds really good. And so let me go grab my phone and then watch it, and then I was just like, oh man, where have I been?
He's like, my people have arrived.
Exactly.
Right?
Finally, people I can relate to.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
know,
Yeah.
crazy. I'm not crazy.
I know you can't
Oh
be
yeah.
up all the time, but at least you got to, just share what you wanted to get off your chest. Because sometimes people don't even have that opportunity, and even if they get it like now, it's like they could like, okay, I got that out, and
Yeah.
you may not even want to talk about it in the next couple of days, weeks. It's just like, I got it out. You have to get it out of your system.
Yeah,
No,
that's
I
how I
want to have
am.
a conspiracy birthday party. Everybody brings their conspiracy and we talk about it.
That's different.
Bring a dish.
That's different.
Mm,
Nah, but Foxy, you right. That's how I be feeling. Like if I don't get this shit out, I'm gonna
mm-hmm,
suffocate. Like I'm gonna,
mm.
I'm gonna. Of course not, but that's how
Yeah,
I be
yeah, yeah.
feeling. But like that's why I love going to when you said like barber, it's funny because I thought about it, but then I got barber who friends who own barber shops.
Mm,
When we
mm-hmm.
go there, it's like I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna go there today and just get a haircut and I'm leaving. Like how your sister just said, yo,
Mm-hmm.
Mel, you still here? You said you was leaving 7 hours ago. Well, nigga, like I don't talk. You know what I mean? With people
Yeah.
like this. So when I'm around y'all, this is a relief. This is, and again, the owner and my barber, out of that barber shop, there's three of us three. Like if I go there, it makes three that
Mm-hmm.
we all on the same wavelength. It's not to say the other barbers ain't, but they try
Right.
to challenge us, and then it's just like, y'all believe that? And then it's just like, yo, bro, it's not about believe. It's we know. Like this person is still under the NASA spell. It's
Mm,
Mm-hmm.
yeah. So when you looking at people, you just again, I used to get upset but I came to a point where it's like, okay, information, knowledge is for everyone, right? It's for everyone, but at different times. Foxy's gonna get hers at a certain time. I'm gonna get mine's. You know, you're gonna get yours. Wally's gonna get his, and then we're gonna circle around and yo, Foxy, I remember when you mentioned this 2 years ago. You're right, because I looked at it and I read this and I read that. Then you're gonna come behind me and say, yeah, Maybach. I remember when my sister said this 2 years ago. And what you just said, you're right. But let me piggyback off of what you just said. You're gonna add, and then while the same thing. So
mm,
that's how it be. But you're just gonna have some people that I noticed, and I have to bring it back to 6 years ago when we had what was going on. When I was telling family members, because I said this and I'm gonna say it again. I had family members telling me I'm one of the people who not caring about other people's well-being by not taking the pokey wokey, right? And all this other stuff. These same family members I don't talk to no more. I had to detach from. I had to leave them alone because even 6 years later, with the truth coming out, they still don't want to admit. You know what I mean? They still trying to make, oh, they just saying this and saying that. It's like, no, this is exactly what I was saying 6 years ago that happened. So again, I just realized like what's best for me and what's best for my spirit and my soul is by being around like-minded people where we're not going at each other. We sharing information. Nobody's wrong with what anybody's saying and we build off of that and then we could say okay, so what's the solution moving forward, right? Compared to being around somebody who's ignorant, who's going to throw the whole vibe off and say, listen to these fools, what drugs are they on? They said this and that is not, you know what I mean? I don't want to be around
Mm-hmm.
people like that again. And we said it on OG's platform plenty of time. I'm not trying to build with nobody like that. I'm not even trying to save nobody like that. And that's blood or no blood when I say that. Because again, what is it? It's quoted in the Bible as like everybody's not gonna make it. A lot of people are gonna fall for the BS and the chaos and all of that. And this is family and this is friends. And it's the truth. You
mm.
just gotta build with the people that have the same mind frame as you, and that's what I noticed that brought me peace compared to me trying to convince a family member, no, don't take that, don't put that into your system, it's poison, it's this and they just again under a spell or they program, so they're going to believe and they're going to do what they want. So I don't do that no more. I just leave people alone. You know what I'm saying? So that's what I notice works for me, so that's why I could come up here and be up here for 7 hours, even though I'm still being a daddy. You know what I'm saying? I'm still handling like you just said. You was cooking, you feeding the babies, you doing this. I've been doing the same thing. It didn't stop me, and even if I'm not talking, I like hearing y'all. because I can learn from y'all, and that's what it's all about with me.
Mm.
You know, like Foxy like to say, she's a student and a teacher. You know, and in order to be a teacher, you got to become a student first.
Mm-hmm.
You know, just like before you become a master, you have to be the student. Then you say,
Mhm.
Master, I want to challenge you now. And then you put the master on their ass, and the master says, you ready, Daniel son? Wax
Mm.
on, wax off.
I'm a master student first and foremost because I'm still learning. I want to learn. I don't profess to know it all, and the stuff that I know, I will share it. And I will
Correct.
show you receipts. I'll let you know I got it out of this. I will tell you the source.
Mhm.
I don't, and I'm not going to tell you because I don't know.
Yeah.
That's it. Point blank, period.
No,
It's a lot.
but there's some stuff that you
It can
do
be
know.
overwhelming. Huh?
There's some stuff that you definitely know. You know what I mean? You
Well,
know it's
yeah,
a fact.
that's
Yeah.
why I show it because I
Yeah.
know it. But other than that, I'm gonna keep my mouth closed. Like today, case in point, talking about 50 and all that stuff. Like I was saying some stuff, but I was corrected because that wasn't the case. But if you ask me about, other things like we just talked about, yeah, I got that for you, and I got it
Mhm.
right in front of me, and I will talk about it.
Uh-huh.
And that's what it is. Like, what they say, iron sharpens iron,
Correct.
steel sharpens steel, whatever the case may be, because that's what
Mhm.
we're here to do. And it doesn't really matter how old you are, because yeah, it's like, okay, there's wisdom as you get older, or you should have some wisdom as you get older. But clearly, we got two younger people on the panel that know a lot of stuff and that we're learning from. So
Mhm.
it doesn't matter as long as you're willing to be open to hearing the information, you know, and not
So I
be
feel
too
like
close.
age is
Huh?
I said I feel like age is never a big deal when it comes to knowledge, only to consent.
Mm.
Because I feel like I can learn from a 6-year-old and I can learn from an 80-year-old, and that's the beauty of like you said, like it's just like the openness is really what matters.
There you go. It's a fact. Open to knowledge. Open to knowledge. Because we could be at whatever age and we don't know
Yeah,
nothing,
exactly.
still don't know everything, but
And
in
we
order,
won't until
correct, correct.
if we're given to be at 90, 91, 95,
Hmm.
we'll be learning up until that point.
Correct, correct.
But you do have some people that think, oh, I'm 50 or I'm 65 or I'm, and they know it all,
Hmm.
or they won't, want to be open-minded to what we have to say. And I don't really want to talk to those people either, because
Yeah,
it's like, so what that you're that age,
yeah,
you know, um, there's just some things that you may not be aware of.
correct, correct. And keep being who you are, man. Don't compromise who you are for nobody's personal gain. And I'm telling you from somebody older, I did that, and people still was complaining. So I said, you know what? I'm not compromising shit. They either love me or they don't. You know what I'm saying? But keep being who you are. Just find like-minded people. Guarantee you'll see. It makes, like I said, makes for a great friendship, whatever, moving forward with these people. You know what I'm saying? So find your
Yeah, that's
tribe.
my
Is like
dream.
your sister like to say, find your tribe. You know? If
Yeah,
I never
Well,
that's
came
my
on
thank
here,
journey.
goodness, thank
hmm
goodness that we're blood related and that
hmm
we are a tribe as well, because you could be blood
hmm
related and not be a tribe.
yeah, that's a fact. I just gave an example.
No,
Fact.
no, but yeah, on to add on to that. So,
Yeah,
but
yeah,
you could always come here, Keys, and you got your tribe in here too.
yeah.
I see. Very grateful.
Yeah, I'm happy that you came up here. The highlight was Mama coming up, so both of y'all, I would add you as well. You coming up, it was super dope. I already had conversations with your moms before. Today was a blessing for me because I was like wondering when was part two gonna happen. But hey, the
Uh-uh.
best
Yeah, and
thing
I
is
heard
when
you
things is
say it.
not
I heard you
planned.
say it. too.
Yeah,
And then that's what made me say, let me help her get on this.
yeah. Oh
And
yeah,
then I'm like, oh,
yeah. I saluted you. I don't know if you heard it. I said, "Oh, salute to sis for helping Ma Dukes." You know
yeah.
what I'm saying?
Mhm.
And
And then I
I don't
left it.
call too many people Ma either. You know what I'm saying? I'll call them by
Yeah.
their last name, Mrs. Such and Such, Miss Such and Such.
Right.
You know, but again, you
You
know,
call her Mama Foxy.
yeah, I
Mm.
said Mama Foxy. Then I could today I said Ma, you know, after the Mama Fox, you know what I'm saying? But
Oh
again,
yeah, she's
yeah.
cool like that.
No, I know. Listen, believe you me, I'm big on energy and vibes. I get it. You know, I would not be on this platform if I wasn't even vibing with your sister, let alone anybody else. And that's another thing too. I'm big on is energy. You know,
Mhm.
so. But yeah, definitely, it was a highlight, man. It was a good live. It
I
was
know the first
needed.
time she heard you talking, she was like, "Who is that? Who's all doing all that talking?" I was like, "Oh, that's Brother Maybach."
Yeah, just like your
Mhm.
husband too. One day he came up on the live, and I'm like,
Yep,
oh shit, this shit is fire. Nigga, like, okay, you
yep.
know what I'm
I had
saying?
him up. I had my son up here.
Like fire, you know. So it's dope. You know what I mean?
It's a
Again,
family affair.
yeah, because too, you know, social media. A lot of people like me. You won't see none of my children on my IG page. You know what I'm saying? That shit's private. So what I want people to see, oh yeah, I post. You can see this all day.
Yeah.
But my personal, yeah, yeah, life, nah. You gotta know me to know how they look
I
like.
mean, but like my son's an
Yeah.
adult, so it's like
No, I
they'll,
know.
and he wants to, because he was saying, "Mom, when you going back online? When you gonna do another live? Like, I need
Mhm.
this. The people need this." And I'm like, I don't feel like it. 'Cause
Not
it's
the people.
He's like,
The
people
people.
need this.
Yeah, the
They need
people.
to hear from you. And I'm like, I don't feel like it.
Now you've had some dope builds, man. Even with Ant Dog up here,
Yeah.
with old head, his crazy ass. He came
Uh-huh.
up and built. Homeboy that used to drink, I forgot his name, man. Damn, it's been a minute. Where's he at?
Um,
You know what I'm talking about. He lives in Florida too. I haven't seen him in a long time.
big
You remember what I'm talking about?
yeah, 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 yeah.
Yeah, I forgot his name, but yeah. He came up on some good shit. You had the dude where we was talking about being a nationalist and having a private
Yeah,
license
Bay.
plate.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was dope. So if you had some memorable moments, I would say, you know, so
Big Cat.
Big
Big
Cat, there you go. Big
Cat.
Cat.
Mhm.
Yeah. I haven't seen Big Cat in years. I hope he's all right, man. Hope all is well with him. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we did. We had I had some monumental bills,
Hmm.
and I'm grateful for it. Like I said, I don't take none of that for granted.
Facts. I
Um,
know, yeah.
I
Everybody connected for a reason. They say, isn't soulmates and friendship too?
yeah, absolutely.
Okay, all right.
And in pets, you can have a
Okay.
soulmate as your pet. I know I do. My
Oh, I
little
didn't
baby,
know that.
yup,
Uh,
my little cat babies are my soulmates. The new ones and the old ones. Those are
Because I read a post that's why I asked you, because I read a post that says soulmates do not meet by accident, you know, and
yeah,
I'm a
and it
firm
doesn't have to
believer.
end that you don't have to be intimately involved with them either.
Yeah. Or like how you could connect with somebody and be like, yo, I feel like I've known you for 10 years or I've known you.
Hmm.
I don't know there's a name for that too. I forgot what they call it.
Yeah, that would be a soulmate or
Oh, okay.
soul tribe, and
It's
they
not
go
like, oh,
in.
I feel like I've known you in the past life or another life form. Is that
That's
talking?
more romantic. That's like, a different twin flame soulmate thing. But just
Okay.
platonically speaking,
Hmm.
yes, you could have a friend that's a soulmate where you felt like you know, you wonder why your relationship with them has lasted so long. That's because they get you. And they might have been a sibling or a parent or something like that. They definitely were in your soul tribe once before. But then there's another thing that also says the same thing for romantic, intimate partners as well. But yeah, you definitely can be a soulmate with a friend for
Okay.
sure. And a lot of people need to keep that in mind because there's people that are looking for their soulmate and the twin flame and all that bullshit. And it's like, excuse me, it's not bullshit because listen, we all kind of get a little wrapped up with lovey-dovey and stuff, but there's nothing wrong with being platonic and having friends, and yes, feeling a connection, but it's not on a intimate connection. You definitely like, yo, this is my people's.
Mhm.
And that's where it is. Now, if it evolves and it's a man and a woman and it evolves into something else, then hey, that's what it is. But for sure, one of my best friends from grade school, we're still in communication with each other. And I always say she's like my soul sister because we just click, and when we talk, it's like no time has passed. The dudes used to hate on us because we would talk with our eyes to each other when we were in the cycle with them, and they'd be like, yo, I hate when y'all do that. Like, you're not even saying anything and you just talking with your eyes. Stop it. They used to hate that with us. But
Is it that telepathic?
yeah, we would talk telepathically to each other.
Yeah.
And
synchronicities.
that's my soul sister, So yeah, absolutely, you could have that. You could have that with the opposite sex. For sure. But society, especially with social media now, the way it is, it's like people are really like hung up on, wanting to meet the one or finding the one. And it's like, or yes, this is my twin flame. And people don't understand with the twin flame, it's not a romantic, it can be, but it's a karmic lesson that you're learning with this person, that you two are supposed to learn and evolve in a spiritual and be your higher selves. And you may never be romantic at all or ever again. So the word twin flame gets thrown around a lot as if like soulmate or your divine partner. That's another term that I prefer rather than a twin flame, because twin flame, like I said, that thing is not for the faint of heart. You will get stomped out in the spiritual world with the twin flame. Right. You would rather a soulmate because this person gets you, they're nice, they're here for that reason or whatever. But the twin flame, that's spiritual boot camp with that person. It's not for the faint of heart.
Yeah.
And I'm speaking from experience. So it's not it.
With that said, you guys, I do gotta go. So,
Ronnie, I appreciate you. Thank you so much, because you definitely be coming through and supporting, and I appreciate you so much. Thank you, Wally.
Salute, brother. Salute,
right,
man.
I'll be seeing y'all.
Fine.
All right. Enjoy your night, man.
All right, man.
Salute.
Salute.
Yeah, man. All right. So, do we want to sign off now and say our goodbyes and say our
Yeah,
We
I'm
don't
gonna
say
say mine
goodbyes,
for the
man. We
third.
say later, man. No
yeah, well,
goodbyes.
I'm
We
saying
say
goodbye.
later.
Good night. Or as the Jamaicans say, good night.
What is it again? You ain't gotta go home, but you gotta get the F out of here.
All right.
All
Seriously.
right, y'all. Keys, it was nice meeting you, Keys. Be good, be safe out there.
Nice meeting you too.
All right. Foxy.
Salute.
You don't know. You don't know.
Don't know. Any parting words before you go? Anything we should know?
Nah, man. I guess I covered everything, man.
Okay.
Oh yeah, tune in. I do have like I said, questions by Maybach Mel. Please tune into those. I interview lovely ladies who got careers and
He's
hustles
going
going
speed
on.
dating, basically.
No, it's not speed dating. Stop it.
Mhm.
It's to put themselves out there and for them to promote their career. The next lady that I got coming up, I do have the interview with the author, director, filmmaker, postponed, but I have a lady coming up who does weight loss and IV hydration. She's gonna be informing the masses about that and how to start your own business. Yeah, on it's weight loss and IV hydration. I didn't know. I heard about it. I didn't know nothing about it. So I asked her again, I'm putting myself more out there. If I
Yeah.
get no's, okay, so what? It won't stop the hustle. You know what I mean? So I'm getting a lot of yeses. It's just again,
Now,
everything is timing. Go ahead.
when you, so I think it was yesterday, Sunday. Now the check-in is, are you on there or is it just the ladies? Because I'm confused.
It's the ladies, the check-in. It's Peach and Toya. Peach is from
Okay.
MREC. Yeah, if you remember Peach, that's the godmother of the or
But
alumni
you're
of
not on
Spooky
there.
Hours. Yeah, no, they what she does is she stream on her platform and is mine as well too.
But do you come up on there or no? You
Yeah,
just let
yeah,
them
I come
know?
up
Okay, okay.
sometime. I didn't come up last night, but and Talib is on there too. If you remember, Talib's from Heavy Gem. He's
No.
on there as well too.
Okay.
There's a few other people from MREX from from that side that comes in. They stay in the chat. They don't come on the
Okay.
panel, but yeah. So I me and her we came up with the idea and stuff like that. And at the time I had some stuff going on, so I couldn't dedicate to it. But
Yeah.
we did have our own show called Our POV, our
Okay.
point of view. Yeah. Um, again, things was happening. I was traveling, so we kind of put that to a halt. And
Right.
then one day she hit me up. I said, "Hey, won't you do it with your friend?" Boom, boom, boom. And that's been taken off. Is dope that you could tap in if on that too. It's not nothing. They talk about everything,
Mhm.
relationship, everything, but it's more about taking accountability and checking in with yourself every
Okay.
day. Yeah, so that's on Fridays and Sundays, but Sundays with them two, Fridays with just Peach, by herself.
And
And
when do you come on? Are you still doing the sports?
yes, I do the sports. I haven't lately, and you know how it is, man.
Yeah,
If
yeah,
you
yeah. No.
if you don't do a couple of days, you're out the algorithm. You know what I'm
Exactly.
saying? So again, I'm sort of like you, and meaning like my mood, man. I wake up and say, you know what? I'm gonna upload 6 videos on both platforms. Man, something will happen in that day, and I'm like, man, I'm not doing nothing at all.
Mm.
Or I'm just not in the mood. It's not necessarily like something happens and
Yeah.
changes my mood, but it's just like I'll say that, and then again during the day, how the day's going, running errands or whatever,
Hmm.
I'm like, man, listen, I ain't got time for YouTube right now, because again, we ain't monetized, so
Yeah, exactly.
that's not our source of income. You
Yeah.
get what I'm saying? So however we get it, we get it. We got to get it that way.
Right.
So if I come on YouTube again, I try to be consistent, but again,
Hmm.
again, life be life, in it, which I don't like to say, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
I got major responsibilities. I got 2 little ones, and then, I got Mama Dukes that I got to look out for.
Yep.
So um,
Okay.
yeah, man. But yeah, look out for those. Like I said, I got the playlist. You could check the old interviews and the most recent ones.
Hmm.
It's called Questions by Maybach Mel. I was gonna change the name to Q&A. It sounds a little shorter and better, but I don't know. I just kept it. I
Hmm.
started with questions, so might as well leave it. But yeah, again, my channel, you already know, conspiracy stuff. All right. So if you into conspiracies or you want to be informed, come over and let's build. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna.
I
Oh yeah,
definitely
that's
will check it out.
yes, and that's something I'm gonna start too, Foxy. If you want to, you
To
could
talk
come
about
by.
conspiracies.
No, no, no. I'm gonna start doing reactions because
Oh.
listen, I think you'd be great. No, I don't think. Sorry, I take that back. I know you would be great at it. For real. Just find a trending video, talk about it. Listen, the numbers will go up, up. And you ain't got to do no hour, 2 hours. You could do 30 minutes. I see people doing it. Facts. I could show you
Yeah,
how
I
some
did
people.
even my shorts. I did one short that I did. It was me and Tupac, and that I got over 1,000 views on that.
Yes, yes,
But
yes.
again, I'm not. I'm not. I can't. The
She's
energy with
sighing
it.
out loud. Was that you sighing like that?
Yes, I can't.
Listen,
5 years,
I know,
maybe I
but you got to push
doing it
yourself,
straight.
sweetheart. You got to push yourself. You got to think about it. I know you got a big family.
This ain't my shtick. I
I
like it.
know, I know, but
It's
you
for my
listen.
entertainment purposes, but I don't want to.
You
I
got
don't. I
five
don't.
plus people. You got 500 plus people. Listen, I'm at over 800 or something on my
Mm-hmm,
regular platform. My sports,
mm-hmm.
I'm at like 15, 1400 on my
Yeah.
sports. You know what I'm saying? But I messed up my sports because I was sitting there uploading 6 shorts every day to where when I
Oh,
go live, yeah, I'll only have like 1 or 2 people in the live. So be
mhm.
careful of that. Even though YouTube will tell you to do shorts, but they
Yeah.
don't tell you how it will mess up your channel. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, I only
And
do
stuff.
shorts the beginning. I was supposed to do it one this today, but
Hmm. Hmm.
because I'm here, I'll do it tomorrow. And that's only the cards. I post the cards up, do my
Hmm.
reading for the week, and that's it. I don't do shorts again after that.
Yeah. Or you could take too. You could take off of your live and clip the best part or a highlight part of the whole live, and then you can make it into a short too. You could do that
Yeah,
too, instead
yeah.
of
It's
re-recording
time
something
consuming.
different. Yeah,
Yeah. I'm
you
like,
know. But yeah, that's about it, man. Like I
okay.
said, you know, I'm
Well,
gonna
I
start doing
appreciate you
some
always,
reactions.
Brother Maybach. Thank you so much.
You already know. Keys again. Good night, ladies. Good
Hey,
night. Y'all
stay
be
Good
safe.
stay
night.
here. Don't click out.
Okay.
'Cause I'm gonna end the
Okay.
live stream.
Okay.
All
Okay.
right, Brother Maybach. Talk to you soon.
Later. Later. Later.
Peace.
Peace.
All right, let me end this live stream. Hold on. Oh wait, let me say goodbye to everybody. Thank you for being here. I know it's been a long 7.5 hours. I appreciate that. I appreciate everybody who has contributed throughout the years, the last 5 years to be exact, being here with me, showing love, support in any way, fashion. I appreciate you all. Thank you. And I will catch y'all on the flip side. Peace.